All right. Sorry about that. I was just organizing in the background. As usual, people will never shut up about, spoiling things, even though I ask them very kindly not to. It seems to be a very difficult task to do, to, keep your mouth fucking shut until we read the chapter, right? Um, Again, I've warned people in the past, Banhammer is fucking out. So I will, like, if you guys are annoying as shit, I will put you on timeouts. And then if you do it like 3 times, I'm just going to fucking ban you. Right. So, yeah, if you're going to be fucking annoying, just right off the bat, you've been warned. The chapter should be out. Let's go. Alrighty, what's new? The boyfriend and the panic. Yeah. The boyfriend and the pen. Oh, is he gonna talk to Umi directly? He's not gonna call. He's not gonna just talk to him over phone. Okay. The boyfriend and the panic. What? Damn. Ooh. Hey. All those hibiscus people. All those hibiscus people. Here you go. There's a hibiscus, and it's water themed, and it's the ocean, and yeah, there you go. He's calling me. Umi's calling me. I was concentrating on my emails. I wasn't expecting this. What does he want at this time of night? I'm pretty sure that I don't know anyone else with the name Umi. Umi-kun. It's Umi-kun. He's vaguely remembering this part. What's there? Pick up already. For sure. It's him for sure. What does he want with me? He's famous. This is super sudden. We haven't messaged each other at all since then, actually. And he's straight up calling me without touching base first? Lately, people seem to exchange social media contacts first. Is it an emergency? I'll just pick up for now. Hello? I don't have a reason to decline. Oh, Kazuya-kun. Can I talk right now? Has he always called me Kazuya-kun? Yeah. I don't even remember. Nakano-kun, I was wondering where you are. Oh, sorry, I'll go now. I can hear a woman on the other end. I'm not surprised. This guy. This guy. Sorry, it's nothing important. I was just wondering if I could find some time to meet up. It's been a long time and I'd like to talk with you again. He wants to talk? With me? Seriously, why? What does he want? Okay. Are you busy? Well, no. I mean, my schedule is actually packed at the moment. I'd say I'm pretty busy, finding work, getting my license, and working out. I have class too. Maybe after my part-time job on Saturday. Oh, you work part-time? Okay, I'll meet you there then. Sure. Wow, karaoke, huh? Around what time? Maybe like 9 o'clock? Thanks, I'm looking forward to it. Yeah. Ugh. What the heck was that? Seriously, what gives? I don't even know what he wants. He made plans, but I have no idea what he was thinking. Not on the spur of the moment. Is there some kind of law that beautiful people have to be mysterious? Those two. I don't tell the ugly people. Okay. That's a good one. That's a good one. That's a good one. That's pretty funny, actually. Really, what's going on? He called me out of the blue. He said he wants to talk with me again. I'm very upset. And when he's looking forward to it, he didn't seem upset or anything. Huh? Did something happen between him and Mizuhara? Oh no. Hey, wait a second. No, I can't think of anything other than that. Mizuhara's the only thing he can have in common with each other. That could be a reason for him to call, right? Did he meet with Mizuhara somewhere that I'm unaware of? Of course they did. Oh wow, I like how he imagines the actual place. At this time of night. Where did they meet? What did they talk about? They must have eaten together. Nah, no way. Mizuhara's already determined to date me. Just because she meant Umikun doesn't mean anything. That's what Yomori-san said. She even kissed me. Wait, what if you kissed me, huh? I'll just overwrite his kiss with my own. Oh yeah, people are probably like, no! Right. You kiss much better than him. Oh, that's so dumb. The face of a woman. Oh, wow. Yeah, he busted through it. Yeah, some readers are like, no, this is the worst. It's so funny. Wait a second. This is freaking me out. Something must have triggered this. What could have happened to make him want to see me? My nerves are killing me. Could that really have been the final part of her research? Is she done with me forever now? It was like kissing a rock. That means 600 million points. If that's the case, it would make sense that he's looking forward to it. That'd be terrible personality, though. Maybe they came to an agreement and he's coming to give the final word. Forget everything that happened before. You couldn't stop telling her that you love her. She felt like she had to kiss you, but she said it meant absolutely nothing to her. Sorry, you can have your money back. Just stay away from her, okay? Here's 1,000,000 yen. Shall we kiss again? Yes. Ah! He's the fucking panic, dude. He's fucking losing it. No way. If that's the case, I don't get the point of getting a specific date. Damn, I'm super nervous now. Now I'm overthinking this. But there's a chance she has plans with Umi-kun on July 11th. It wouldn't go that far. Anyways, I feel like I should hurry up and make a date for July 11th. Mizuhara might be kind of restless too. It's also been easier to make plans. I should do this a bit later, but I should do it as soon as possible. Should I send her a line message or call her? Umi-kun call directly. Is that how close people are to each other? Oh, is Kazuya gonna text her? What is he afraid of? He keeps saying but. Now that I think about it, this will be the first time we talk since then. It's really difficult to know how I'm supposed to approach her. Calling her would be the fastest, but it's possible that she won't pick up because it's awkward. If she told me that she's already made plans with Umi-kun, then I'd freeze up and not even know what to say on the spot. But I don't want to run. I don't want to run anymore. I'll have faith in Mizuhara. If I'm gonna contact her, the sooner the better. Besides, I don't want anyone to take her away from me. Hell yeah. See, I always say this. Umi always leads to Kazuya acting. Umi is the necessary challenge to Kazuya to fucking act. It happens every time. Ring. Oh, she's not picking up. She declined the call. Maybe just way too awkward for her. Or maybe she's preferred Umi-kun. And now she's distancing herself. She could even have blocked me. Nope. Oh, hello. Thank God for Umi for pushing Kazuya. Umi wasn't even trying to. Who are we kidding? Umi wasn't even trying to. Who are we fucking kidding? Who are we fucking kidding? Umi wasn't even trying to. Umi just called him because maybe he wanted something. God knows what. Right? I told you guys, Umi is the how do I put it? Umi is like the necessary conflict. Umi is the necessary conflict. Could she have blocked me? You couldn't call her if she blocked you, dipshit. Kazuya is so funny, man. Hello. In light, in shadow. How fitting. Oh, things are going to get interesting now. He triggered Kazuya to call her. All right, that was a great chat. Right? It led to that. I feel like there's going to be more to the Umi mystery. I feel like there's still more we're not seeing. I've had time to like sit down with the Umi stuff, and I feel like there's more to the Umi mystery we're just not seeing. I think like did you notice how when Umi called Kazuya, you didn't really see him, right? Umi is like over here, and then there's just this girl over there. He's literally in the same spot. He didn't move. This isn't the chapter. No. I don't know why people are like certain this is the chapter that Reiji did the thing for. This isn't it. I said I'd tell you when it happens. This isn't it. If you think this is it, you're dead wrong. This is not it. I said I'd tell you when it happens. No, this is not it. Okay? I love how she's blushing like crazy. I love how they're both blushing like crazy. Ah, they're so cute. They're so adorable. I fucking love them. They're so cute. They're so cute. When Kazuya is imagining Umi and Chizuru on the day, she's wearing the outfit she wore on the date. Yeah, I know, I noticed. Yeah. She's literally wearing the same outfit she wore on his date. He imagines them at the end of a pier, but notice how it's like that same pier they were at, that Umi was at when he got rejected. I think that's a fascinating twist, right? It's literally where you see Umi contrasted by this, right? And then this is so silly. This is so Kazuya. I think this is almost Reiji laughing at like traditional readers who read like particular kinds of romance anime. This is Reiji kind of laughing at that. This is so stupid. Oh my god, did you notice Chizuru handing the money over? This is so funny. Chizuru's like handing the money over. Oh, that's so hilarious. Yeah, I like how Kazuya says kiss, and I love how the kiss is like what motivates him forward, right? I don't want to. I love this line. I don't want anyone to take her away from me. Kazuya finally contacted her. It only took God knows how long, right? He finally contacted her. Oh, I love the visuals and the scenery. Surrounded by people, and yet she stands alone. Her words are emphasized alone. Damn. This spread is awesome. There's like a lot of meaning being conveyed in the spread. You see these two people. You literally see a crowd of people. The night is literally sparkling. $6,000 total spent. We were right, guys. What? Value confirmed total expenses. Okay, the spoilers gave impression that this was going to be 218 version 2.0. Okay, well, I'm sorry if this is what you thought, but I literally told you this was a reference to chapter 179. I don't know why people are like so... I literally put this in the fucking thumbnail. It's literally right after the tiger's den, and Kazuya literally says, I don't want to lose her to anyone. And then Kazuya proceeds to ask her out. Almost like, oh, look, it played out exactly the same fucking way. Umi talked to Kazuya. Oh, look, Kazuya went and asked Chizuru out because he doesn't want to lose her to anyone. Oh, no. Who could have seen that one coming? Right? I think the funniest thing is like we literally didn't know the exact we literally did not know what Umi was going to talk about, or we didn't, and we still don't, because it almost doesn't matter. It almost does not matter what Umi has to say, but it kind of does. I think it kind of does. It's just like its intention was to motivate Kazuya to talk to Chizuru, and that was just going to be inevitable. Kazuya couldn't meet up with Umi in the moment, but I feel like he'll meet up with Chizuru the same night. That would be kind of cool. Let's see what the previews are. We got some teases we got to look at. All right. Come on, work. You can work. I believe in you. Work. I get this is a little difficult, but you got this. You can do this. I kind of feel like Kazuya might not meet her, but it's totally possible. Okay. Please, God, just work. It's not that difficult. You can do this, computer. All right. Finally. God damn. It's like an absolute chore. Will their meeting parallel to Chizuru and Mommy's first rental date? Are you talking about Umi and Kazuya? Are you talking about Umi and Kazuya? That's possible. I feel like there isn't much to mistranslate here. I feel like a lot of this is like super straightforward. And there isn't much to mistranslate here. I don't know. See, I'm still not 100% sure about Umi. I cannot figure him out for shit. I think Reiji's even joking about that in this chapter. Reiji is literally joking about Umi in this chapter when Kazuya says, let me pull it up, right? Reishi is literally joking about Umi in this chapter when Kazuya says, "Are all beautiful people mysterious? Do they have some secret fucking code that I don't know?" Right here, right? Is there some kind of law that beautiful people have to be mysterious? This is Reishi joking to the readers. Hey, look, you don't understand Umi. And you don't understand Chizuru, and because they're beautiful, they're confusing, right? That's the whole joke. And I think that's really fascinating that Reishi's like very keenly aware. Hey, you don't actually fucking understand Umi. You don't know what the fucking dealio is with this dude. And like literally Kazuya, what is the first thing Kazuya hears? He hears a woman, right. Here's a woman like calling to Umi. And he's like, oh, convenient. There's a girl right next to him. Of course there is, right? I'm not surprised, right? That he's surrounded by women. He's an attractive dude. The way Umi talks in that entire rejection is very strange. I came to a conclusion that a massive part of what was happening with the Umi rejection is judgment. That and it aligns with certain things other characters said in that particular scene where Umi and Chizuru met up, where these two boys that were with Umi in chapter 394, they say a particular dialogue, and Reiji doesn't usually just put side dialogue for no reason. It's a very common technique used in storytelling where you'll have characters like this say a piece of dialogue that seems completely irrelevant, and then when you tie it together, it actually makes a lot of sense. They say Sakameiji is supposed to come to the get together. What again? He lied last time. He said he's serious this time. This at first mirrors Chizuru. On surface level, this mirrors Chizuru when Chizuru shows up to this thing that she talked about going to with Umi at chapter 30 or 31. Right? They were supposed to play futsal together like chapter 31, and that never happened. Now Chizuru suddenly shows up to it. But I dug a little deeper into this meaning, and I think that it's supposed to mean more. I think it's supposed to reflect Chizuru's seriousness, and rather Umi seemingly judging that. And that's why Umi seemingly thinks he can just change her vibes if he can confess. Now, I'm not saying Umi's a good character or anything. If anything, I think Umi, in some ways, at the moment, is more indicative of the negative aspects of what is it? Of men in dating, and how I think Mami has a distrust of women. So I think Mami has a distrust of men, or at least a hint of distrust of men. And I think Umi, in that sense, could be the opposite of that, where he actually has a distrust of women. So it could be relevant to that in some ways. I think Umi in the entire rejection is meant to look more like a judge. He's literally towering. He's like a godlike figure, if you will. He's not someone who feels like he's actually in love. You never really get that impression that Umi is actually in love. He never blushes. He never reacts. And it feels weird in that way. He's too under control. Right, Umi in chapter 395, when Chizuru rejecting him, is too under control, and then suddenly right after he calls Kazuya. It feels almost like, right on cue, and that doesn't make much sense. It doesn't make much sense how it's just right on cue that Umi just suddenly calls Kazuya right afterwards to me. And I think that stuff is fascinating. Reiji's literally telling you kind of don't really understand these characters, right? You really kind of don't get these characters. You don't understand the story. You don't actually get Umi, even with what you saw, even through everything that you saw with the whole Umi interaction, you don't actually get his character. And I think that's kind of an important element to talk about here. And of course, the NTR wasn't the case. I mean, lesson take from this: don't read the spoilers translations. Lesson learned. Let me guess. The spoilers had a lot of NTR bait, and oh my god, it's NTR again. Oh no, and it's literally just this. They probably just saw this and they're like, "Oh, Reishi's drawing NTR again." No, right? And to be fair, To be fair, or before I was saying stupid crap like that too, and completely misunderstanding the story, right? And then people kept giving me shit for it for a while. But it's still possible that Umi isn't shitty. It's totally still possible. But I do think in some aspects, there's more layers to like everything that we saw. That I think Umi not only doesn't understand Chizuru from the admiring aspect, but I also think he doesn't understand Chizuru from the dating aspect. Because of the phrases he says around a great guy and her being happy, and he just thinks that should be him, which is fascinating because Chizuru, it's not love isn't about picking a great guy. Love isn't about just happiness. There's more layers to it, and I think that shows how Umi is kind of like seeing other women on Chizuru and not actually seeing Chizuru. He's seeing a generalization of women, much like how Minnie sees a generalization of women. Anyways, the spoilers weren't giving off 218 part 2. People were being dramatic. Oh, the scene in this chapter is technically KTR Kisatori, not NTR Noratori. I didn't even know there was a Kisatori. I guess you stole a kiss. I get it, right? I get you stole a kiss because the TR part of NTR is take away. So I guess he stole a kiss. But Umi has always maintained physical boundaries with Chizuru, if you'll notice. He's literally never crossed them. That's the thing. No. Wiz, Umi appears to not understand love at all, and yet you have contradictions with that. For instance, before he could literally, dude, shut the fuck up. If you want to go read this, go to K Manga. Shut up. You want to read this, go to K Manga or go to the subreddit. If you mention this one more time, I'm just gonna ban you. Unbelievable. Childish. Anyways, where was I? If Umi's Kazuya at his job, and if Ruka's there, then she's gonna be here. And then she's gonna be here about the stuff with the Kohab and the date, maybe. Ooh, yeah, I was thinking that too. Ooh. Ooh. Wait, what if that's how the picture comes back? Oh, that's how the picture could come back. Oh, that's how the picture could come back. That makes a lot of sense now. And Kazuya isn't as what is it? And Kazuya isn't as like discreet about how he does things as say Chizuru is. So Kazuya's actions could inadvertently lead to impacting Chizuru in some way, shape, or form. But maybe Umi could be more discreet. Who knows? The teaser for next time in the spoilers is if she rejects me, I'll die. Yeah, that sounds like Kazuya. Kazuya applied 3 days rule when calling Chizuru lol. Did he? I think it's been 4 days. But what was I saying? Oh yeah, I was saying something about Umi. See, what's weird about Umi's character is on surface level, he seemingly embodies a whole lot of privilege and endowment and talent. He's literally kind of the embodiment of talent. But what's weird about Umi's character is that he's also surprisingly perceptive in certain aspects of the character. For instance, Umi can literally tell Chizuru loves Kazuya just by looking at her face and how she talks about him. That's weird for someone who's supposed to represent talent and like all these things. He's surprisingly empathetic, which is very strange for a character that's supposed to represent privilege. In that sense, every time Umi's been presented, it's been inconsistent. And that's why I came up with that whole crazy theory that I was talking about before around Umi's character. Umi is very strange for those reasons. He's literally an inconsistent character. And Reiji literally jokes about that in this chapter when he says, why are all beautiful people mysterious? Right? Literally, Reiji jokes about that in this chapter. All beautiful people are mysterious. Right now, you don't understand Chizuru, but in the same sense, Umi appears a certain way to you and you don't actually understand him. And I think Reiji is very aware of how the readers feel in terms of Umi's character. And this is something that I think he's going to start revealing soon and exploring more soon, as I think we still, even now, don't truly understand his character. I've said this before, the rejection didn't just feel like a normal rejection. Chizuru told him a lot. Chizuru opened up about a lot. She told him things she didn't even tell Minnie or Kazuya yet. Which is different, you know? Even some Japanese readers like Korra were literally saying, you actually got like an explanation for the kiss in some aspects when Chizuru was talking to Umi about like Kazuya, and like you didn't get the full answer to what the kiss meant, but you got like aspects of what it meant. You got parts of what it meant. So I think you're already getting clues like Umi is not what he appears. And there is at least a modicum of trust between Chizuru and Umi. Even now, even with how Umi is acting, even now, I think there is a modicum of trust between the two. And I think that's something that we're not getting the full picture of right now, and we're probably going to get more, right? I think Umi, I'm genuinely still believe Umi is not what he appears. Right? He appears jealous. He appears judgmental. He appears these things, and to some degree, maybe it is true. But then there's also elements of clear empathy that contrast these moments, which is what's weird, right? And I think the biggest thing is that I think Umi, in my opinion, doesn't trust Chizuru. I think that's kind of what it is. It's like I think Umi does not trust Chizuru, much like how Mami does not trust men. Umi possibly does not trust women, or at least maybe Chizuru in this aspect. Umi maybe has some sort of distrust of love, maybe as a byproduct of how his past relationship played out, which I think is quite relevant to some of the things that were being presented, right? I think if Mami, who has a distrust of men, or in this case, more accurately, a distrust of love. I think that's what the actual core of this is a distrust of love, not just a distrust of men or women. It's rather like you wanting to say it's men or women, but usually it's the thing that hurt you, which is love. In this case, it's Umi and Mami having a sort of distrust of love, but also trying to change from that. And so if Mami at this point in the story is seemingly changing from that, it would give you the implication that maybe Umi is also trying to change from that. And I think that's why we're not getting the full picture. And so I refuse to look at it with such a surface level perspective that everything Umi is doing is just an act. He's just a shallow piece of shit. This is just who he is, right? I kind of refuse to look at it that way because Reishi doesn't write characters like that. He really doesn't. If he does, he'll make it clear. And even then, like a character like Miho, for example, who appears very shallow, very shitty, has a background that Reishi kind of tries to hint at and explore why she feels that way. But then he really shows you that, oh no, she's not like just some tough girl. She's a fucking coward. So that's what Reishi's talking about here. I think Reishi just doesn't write surface level characters like that. And I think there's more. And I think Reishi is setting up for more. Okay, I can't anymore. He wanted to speak Kazi to get more feel of what Chizuru sees in him and what's different from himself. Is that it? Or are we just completely wrong? Right? Is that it? Or are we just completely wrong? Right? We don't know. That's the assumption you're led to believe, on the assumption that Umi is that kind of guy. Right? You're getting that assumption based on the assumption that Umi is that kind of guy, but the ultimate truth is we don't know. You have absolutely no fucking clue. Umi has crazy EQ and ability to read people, but not when it comes to reflection on a relationship with himself. It's definitely strange, right? Almost like maybe that's not what's going on. Maybe there's something else going on, because this is the part that's strange. Umi claims he can make Chizuru happy. Right? And yet he's put absolutely no effort into this whatsoever. But he can be perceptive in telling when Chizuru feels something for someone else. Isn't that weird? Right? Isn't that strange that Umi seemingly has this kind of reaction to people? Right? It's almost like this is the reason I came to that conclusion that Umi doesn't actually love Chizuru. It is almost like he doesn't actually love her, and that's not what's actually going on, right? In contrast, you have Mami, who seemingly wants a relationship with Kazuya, but takes no meaningful action, which in turn looks like it mirrors Umi, where, right, all Umi does is just tell Chizuru, I love you, expecting something to change, and then it doesn't. Because of course it doesn't. Yeah, I love you doesn't fucking change anything. You can tell someone I love you all you fucking want. It doesn't change anything. Reiji is pulling hints for who Umi really is. People who think he's a good guy are being stupid. It's up to you to think whatever you want to think. I'm just of the position I don't know anything about Umi, and I'm not gonna pretend to know he's a good guy or a bad guy because I've seen him be a shitty person, and I've seen him also be a good person, and that tells me absolutely nothing. Mommy is much the same way. Mommy has the capability to be a good person, and we've seen that many times. But and we've also seen Mommy be a really shitty person. And I think right now, Mommy is wobbling between being a good person and a shitty person. So I think this isn't too dissimilar. And I'm not gonna pretend like I know the full picture of what Reiji is cooking, right? I'm not gonna pretend like I know the full picture of what the heck Reiji is cooking because, frankly, I do not, and that's just a fact. I think it's best to realize we don't actually truly understand these characters, and if you want to assume Umi's bad, that's your choice. I'm gonna go with I don't know how to feel about him. I think he's somewhere in the middle. Friends even say I love you doesn't change anything, and that's the thing. It's like Umi's had a relationship in the past. Why does he think just saying I love you will magically change this scenario? It doesn't make any sense, right? And it could I talked about this on Twitter too. It could relate to this element of this belief that a woman's happiness is dependent on a man, right? Because that is a thing in Japanese culture where there's this like weird belief that that a woman's happiness is dependent on a man, right? And picking a great guy and all that bullshit. Um, and and that's clearly something Chizuru is disassociating from her love. And what Umi says, almost like what Umi is describing about Chizuru, is fickle and like not really her, right? I think that line of "I'm not capable of picking a great guy and I don't know what happiness is," I think hits at the has more deeper meaning than what we think. And I think there's more layers to what we're seeing. This belief isn't exclusive in Japan, it's entirely all Asia. I'm not going to talk about the entirety of Asia, nor am I going to agree with you because I don't know if this is true. I know it's a thing that's in Japan culture and Japanese culture at the very least, but I don't know anything about Korea and I don't know anything about China or like any other Asian country. I don't know what else constitutes as an Asian country. So I'm not gonna pretend like I know. I know Korea has some weird fucking cultures, and I'm not really too familiar with Chinese culture. So I'm not gonna pretend like I understand Chinese culture nearly as well. But I sent everything to Crumpy. See if he said anything yet. Nothing. Nada. Okay, let's see what Japanese fans are saying. Wait, there's a part where Kazuya grabs a box. What the hell? Mizuho is already determined to date me. Just because she met Umi-kun doesn't mean anything. That's what Iamori-san said. She even kissed me. Right? Isn't that right, Iamori-san? Oh my god, that's so funny. He grabs the he's looking inside the box. What is Kazuya doing? He's looking inside the box. Right? He's looking inside the box. That's so fitting, right? Minnie was sitting inside the box. She's the cat in the box, right? Kazuya is literally looking inside the box, right? Instead of looking outside the box. Isn't that kind of fascinating, right? That he needs to get into a trapped mindset of thinking in order to control his mind and not assume negative things. I think that's oddly fitting. Kazuya needs the box in order to not catastrophic think. But in so doing, he traps his own mind in these thoughts and ideas. I think that's so fascinating. It's literally like a double-edged sword. What else? What else? Well, now I'm looking forward to next week. Okay, fair enough. Chizuru avoided contact so much after the kiss, yet she answered the call. It must be because someone who isn't her true love confessed, right? Like before, when Naomi couldn't confess, she came straight to Kazuya's room and asked him out on a date. At times like this, Chizuru's feelings for her true love grow stronger, and she takes bold action. Is that why she answered the phone call, or is it because she actually wanted to answer the phone call? Because Kazuya never texted her. And it's not like Chizuru was never gonna answer. I think that's an unfair assumption, right? It's not like Chizuru wanted him to text and call, right? And Kazi just conveniently did it now. And it's not like Chizuru was ever gonna not answer, right? Kazuya needed to take this action. I think it's unfair to say it's because of Umi-kun. Umi-kun, right? I think it's unfair to say that, oh, Chizuru only answered now because of Umi, whereas before she was trying to text him. Chizuru never said she wouldn't talk to Kazuya. Chizuru literally never said she wouldn't talk to him, nor was she truly avoiding him. I think she was waiting for him to call her. Probably, and the reason it took so long for her to answer is because she fucking freaked out a little bit. Right? She was a little scared, you know? It feels totally fair for her to be a little scared, right? She saw it was him and she needed to take a deep breath before she answered, right? I think it's not really fair to say, oh, because Umi did this, that's why she did it. No. Back then, sure. Right? Back then there was other layers to it. The Umi confessing to Chizuru in chapter 289, which led to the date with Kazuya and Chizuru. Yeah, Chizuru is ashamed because of the kiss. I don't know about that. No. Nothing about how she talks about the kiss shows any form of regret. No. We talked about this last stream. Nothing about how Chizuru talked about the kiss shows any regret. Right? Nothing like that. We got no such inclinations that Chizuru feels regret about the kiss. She's just scared of how he's going to react and what he's going to say and what he's going to want. Right? And that part of Chizuru is afraid. She's not ashamed, nor does she regret it. I don't think so. Maybe she's just being shy. Shy, sure. Yeah, Chizuru is quite shy. That's a fair way of putting it. Right? There's a reason she's hidden in shadow and he's illuminated in light. Right? There's a very clear reason she's hidden in shadow. She's scared. Right. Thank you for the donation, 3D model. Today is a good fucking day. People are just either very excited or dooming. I think that's fascinating. All right. There's a clear reason she's hidden in shadow. So what's the meaning of the kiss, Japanese fans find? Well, the simple fact is you don't know, but I think the kiss is her taking action. It's her taking action to find her answer. That's the meaning of the kiss. Because here I'll show it to you in simple terms. Okay. This is what Kazuya calls back to. Right here. This is what Kazuya calls back to when he says, I'll keep my promise. What was the other half of the promise? Don't worry, I'll give it everything I have. I'll do my best. Chizuru did the other half of the promise. She did her best. Now, what did she tell Umi? When Umi asked if they got closer, she said yes. Like she did something to get them closer. The kiss isn't necessarily an I love you because what does Chizuru say to Umi? I might be able to fall in love. So that means the kiss wasn't an I love you. The kiss wasn't an I love you. The kiss is her taking real steps to get closer to him. That's what the kiss is giving it everything I have. That's what the kiss was. She did everything. It's also her giving. That's another way of looking at it. Because what does Chizuru do before Kazuya leaves? She gives him a gift. She gives him the fish keychain, right? When he gave her the keys back, she gives him the fish keychain. When he gave her the kiss, or sorry, when he gave her that promise, when he said he'd keep his promise, she kisses him back, right? So it makes a lot of sense. It's literally giving. That's what the kiss is. It's her giving. It's her doing her best. Do you think she says something that Kazuya will understand as a rejection? I took that from the teaser for the next time. No. We don't know what the actual rejection is. I'm gonna hold off. I don't know what the actual teaser is. We're gonna hold off on any assumptions until we know what the exact teaser means. Okay? How long is it gonna give her best since 2 chapters since that? What do you mean? They lived together. They spent a whole lot of time together. They went on a big date together. And then she kissed him. What more do you fucking want? She's literally trying, and Kazuya is the one shutting her out. But didn't she always want to kiss him in the Kohab? And she got scared. So she got past that fear and she kissed him. That she gave it everything she got because he believed in her. It makes sense. Just because you always wanted to do it, it doesn't mean you always felt like you could. I really want to see Kazuya get his license. He would look badass in a car. We're just gonna put that to the side for now. I have no idea what to feel or expect. I think Kazuya, once he gets his shit together, could be cool in a car. But right now, I'm more worried than anything. Bro's gonna get into a fucking collision. Bro's gonna fucking crash that car. Yeah, and literally, Chizuru doesn't tell Umi that, like, that she told him I love him and that they're dating. The next time Chizuru and Kazuya meet each other, I want a kiss. I really want them hugging each other. It's not going to happen that quick, unfortunately. Unfortunately, that's not going to happen that quick. You think they will talk about Umi first or the kiss? Neither. Neither. What was the purpose for Kazuya calling Chizuru? Right? Should I send her a line message or call her? I should, what does he say? I feel like I should hurry up and make a date for July 11th. Right? That's what he wants to do. He wants to make a date. He wants to ask her out on a date for July 11th. He doesn't, and the reason he's doing it is because he doesn't want Umi to take her away from him. Right? So, yeah, maybe he'll get something on the play. That's totally reasonable. That's a totally reasonable assumption. He'll get an explanation on the play, right? We might get something. We might get some more understanding for what the fuck is being cooked. You think they'll talk about? No, okay. She gave everything. She gave everything, but can't say Kazuya shuts her out. They both are at fault. No, I think it's no matter how you slice it, Chizuru is really trying, and Kazuya is putting up a wall. I've tried to look at this from every conceivable angle, and we always come back, and I always come back to this. I keep looking at every possible angle, and I always come back to this. Kazuya's putting up a wall constantly. But then if he takes like even the smallest actions, it changes everything. Right? Whenever Kazuya does like the smallest thing, the bare fucking minimum, it changes everything. But now imagine if Kazuya took real action. Like actual big changes. Things could really change, but he doesn't. Chizuru is most of the time Chizuru is just waiting for permission from him, and he's not giving her permission. Kazuya isn't working on the relationship nearly as hard as Chizuru is, and he can't see. In turn, Chizuru can't see how hard she's working because he doesn't show her how hard she's working, right? And he only shows her in pieces and in little pieces here and there, right? I do think Kazuya needs to be able to see how much he's done, but he needs to start taking action. But the wall and the Iron Lady thing is how Chizuru has been until now. Except, again, you're looking at biases. He lived with her for an entire month. She has been pretty open with him that entire month, and she's consistently become more and more open with him that entire month. In the entire date, she actively answers everything he asks her. She constantly tells him exactly what she wants, and she's very, very open with him. She's sure she kept something secret, right? That's clear. She kept something secret. There are some things she didn't talk about. That's clear. For example, she didn't talk about mommy. She didn't explain the kiss. She didn't explain that she probably wanted a lot of intimacy with him, right? She never said that stuff. And I think that's where Kazuya should have taken the lead. But he doesn't, because Kazuya doesn't really act for most of this. He kind of just puts up a wall, right? You want to say she puts up a wall and she does the Iron Lady. The only time Chizuru put up the proper Iron Lady wall is when Kazuya was leaving, where she took kind of an extreme measure, right? I think when Kazuya was leaving, Chizuru restrained her emotions. She felt the need to. That was the only time I think Chizuru really put up the Iron Lady wall. Because that to me is where it's like, okay, she's clearly putting it up. It's very intentional. She's very clearly putting up the Iron Lady wall, and she's restraining her emotions. That's the only time Chizuru did it. But when they were living together, she didn't really do that, right? Most of the time, she's trying to drop her armor, and she just needs someone to comfort her to tell her it's okay to do it. And slowly but surely, people and Kazuya slowly comfort her to let her drop her armor. But Kazuya barely acts for most of this, right? And I think the idea is that they just needed a little more time and a bit of a push. Kazuya got the push to make some change right now. I really think it's Kazuya who's not ready to date her, not Chizuru. Chizuru is ready to date him. He's not ready to date her. Not because he's not worthy or any of that crap. No, none of the crap Kazuya is doing is the point. Kazuya isn't ready to date Chizuru because he's literally not mentally ready to date her. He's literally not ready to have a relationship. He claims he is, and yet he goes and does this crap where he's trying to become a more worthy man to make her happy, not realizing, okay, but she's already with you right now. She lived with you right now. She went on a date with you right now, and you're not fucking there yet in the things that you're describing. So that gives me the impression it's Kazuya who's doing this, and the more you look at the date, the more that's clear. Kazuya is haunted by Umi in the entire date. Right? Umi haunts Kazuya the entire date, and what is Umi's whole thing? Inaction. Right? Umi doesn't do anything in the entire date. So Kazuya's issue in the date is inaction. Most of it is literally Kazuya wobbling between being himself and being Umi. Chizuru seems like she's haunted by Ruka because she keeps mentioning Ruka, right? But what is the thing she's not mentioning? What is the thing that directly parallels this? What is the thing Reiji directly calls to before the date even starts? Mommy. What is the last thing Chizuru mentions before in her rejection? Mommy. Mommy is the thing that truly haunts Chizuru. And what is Mommy's whole thing? Right? What is Mommy's whole thing? She looks fickle. She looks fake. She doesn't look like she's serious. She's wibbly wobbly, and she leads Kazuya on. What happened? What happened with Chizuru? In the entire thing, it looks like Chizuru is being wibbly wobbly. It looks like Chizuru is not serious. It looks like Chizuru is leading Kazuya on, when that's not the case at all. Chizuru is actually really fucking trying, but it's Kazuya's own inaction that creates the mommy that he wants to see. The final bosses are Chizuru's fears and Kazuya's insecurities. Now, the final boss is Kazuya overcoming his trauma, and I wouldn't even say that's the final boss, really. I think you're putting very like set statements on things that you don't even know are the actual issues. You're putting set statements on things that are not like you're saying this is what it is, as if it's an objective fact when it's not. you don't have objective concrete proof on the issues. Chizuru's fears are something she's already worked to overcome. Kazuya, in contrast, is the one stagnating and not truly moving, right? I think they're both not ready to date, and that's why it'll be fun when they start dating with a lot of complications. No, it's Kazuya. It's Kazuya who's not ready to date. Chizuru was very clearly ready to date him in that entire arc. That whole date, she was ready to date him. There's no what's buts about it. She literally constantly said, like, if I was your girlfriend, constantly. She constantly told him what she wanted out of her relationship. Like, literally, constantly, she was just telling him what she wanted. And Kazuya did none of it. Kazuya literally did none of it. That's the funny part. Even right now, he's not doing any of the things she said. Right? He's literally not considering anything that she said. Like, no, it is Kazuya. It's not Chizuru. I'm sorry. If you genuinely think it's Chizuru, I genuinely believe you're blinded. You're blinded by biases. It's not Chizuru, it's Kazuya. They got to work on this stuff together, but the thing is, that's my point. A relationship is not one person doing something, it's both. Right? You can't just say Kazuya is serious and Chizuru is not serious because Chizuru is trying and Kazuya is not reacting or doing anything. So Chizuru feels like she has to do more, when in reality, Kazuya needs to actually work with her on the relationship, not anything else. Taking a gigantic step back, how crazy is it that Kazuya gets the courage to call Chizuru right after he has all these fears and he's in direct competition with Umi? Huge progress. Yeah, it does kind of in part depend on what's going to happen, right? It does kind of in part depend on what's going to happen, right? If Kazuya... it'd be interesting if Kazuya... I think Kazuya may not mention the kiss, right? It's difficult when everyone is telling you the girl out of your league, the girl you love is out of your league, and the girl herself don't doubt your feelings, but isn't sure about hers. Well, that's the thing. That those words are exactly the problem. Not for Kazuya, but for Chizuru. Because when people constantly tell Chizuru she is out of Kazuya's league, right? Like she is much better than him. This is important because everyone tells her what Kazuya can give her and why Kazuya is a good pair for her. No one tells her what she can give him. As if her presence alone will magically give him anything he needs. Right? And this is what bothers Chizuru in the date. She literally says this, I want to be able to give love, not just take it. Right? They talk about it like, as long as Kazuya gives me love, that's great. But that's bad. That's not what she wants. And so nobody tells Chizuru what she can give him. And she doesn't know what she can give him. And she doesn't know how to make him happy. And that's in part her huge struggle in the date is she's trying to make him happy. And she feels like what she's asking and what she wants may be too much for him. And that she's not making him happy. And then he should go find someone else to be happy. Because she's causing trouble when she's not. Okay, you're saying the miscommunication is the issue. Chizuru needs to put her words into her feelings, or he needs to put her feelings into words, and Kazuya needs to stop thinking he isn't worthy enough. Here's okay. You made no. You made a great point, except you're missing a very key component. You're missing a very, very key component. When it comes to expressing her feelings, Chizuru is very new to this. Okay, Kazuya isn't. Kazuya isn't actually as new to this as he thinks he is. So if your partner struggles to convey their feelings, and I've made that very clear that they struggle to convey their feelings, shouldn't you, I don't know, since you're more experienced in dating and you have more experience in expressing and understanding your feelings, help her do that? Okay. Your argument that would then be, oh, why doesn't Chizuru help Kazuya feel worthy enough? Oh, you fucking bitch. Oh, you fucking bitch. I got you. I fucking got you. Kazuya tells Chizuru, I want to pay for everything. I want you to think that I'm cool. That's the only thing that I can do. Chizuru says, thank you, and then proceeds to say, hey, don't think so badly about yourself, okay? You made it sound like you can't do anything else, but you made a movie, remember? I don't think that was possible. I never had a good opportunity. Showing Grandma the movie in time like that felt like a long shot. It was extremely difficult, but you never gave up, and you saw it through to the end. I'd say something like that is pretty cool. You're cool. So, who's the one who's not helping the other when it comes to their struggle of expressing themselves? And who is helping the other in their struggle to feel worthy enough, but they're not doing it anyway? Yeah, that's right. Chizuru's actually putting in a fucking effort and Kazuya isn't. Kazuya knows Chizuru struggles with her emotions, but Chizuru's actually putting in a fucking point. She's actually trying to show Kazuya he is cool. She's on a date with him. She's actively taking care of him and showing him how cool he is. She's going out of her way to be with him and support him and show him how awesome he is, even at his fucking lowest. And yet, who's not helping her express her emotions? This is why Kazuya is the problem. This is why I can openly say it's Kazuya. He's made it into a one-sided relationship. There is very clear evidence Chizuru is communicating. Chizuru is saying he is worthy constantly. She's actively, consistently trying to make him happy. When he feels down because of her actions, she challenges him to come back up. Whenever he thinks he's not cool, no, you are cool. The fact that she wants him to think she's cute shows that he thinks he's fucking cool. The fact that she's spending all this time with him, the fact that she fucking lives with him. Literally, Kazuya never considers any of that. That's the issue. That's what I'm telling you. Kazuya is the issue. Chizuru is constantly telling him he is cool. She is constantly telling him he is worthy. She has gone out of her way to show him that she's worthy. She opens up to him about fucking weaknesses, dude. Constantly, in the entire date. She's actively trying her best to open up to him. He's not opening up to her. You think Chizuru is not opening up to him. She is. And she thinks he's actually putting in full effort when he's not. That's the issue. She thinks he's putting in a full effort. He's not. He's putting in half of a fucking effort. Right? And Kazuya is stuck in his trap. The entire date is essentially a mental trap. Because the date, what it did is it forced the characters into a position where they had to make an answer where neither was truly ready. What they needed really was more time. What the true solution was more time. They just needed a little more breathing room and they needed to both work on it together. That's what they really needed. It's mommy's fault, everyone. Mommy destroyed Kazuya's confidence because of their past relationship. Kazuya got trauma. No. So that's not quite accurate. Mommy traumatized Kazuya at the start of the series. Yes. What mommy truly did, which was bad, is Hawaiians. Mommy didn't just destroy Kazuya's confidence, she destroyed his character. She literally shattered any belief he had in himself because he felt truly powerless by the end of that arc. That was her actions. That's what she did. It wasn't mommy breaking up with him in their past relationship. It's mommy coming back and destroying everything Kazuya had built in himself. It's not just destroying his confidence, it's destroying who he is. Right? And that's the issue. Mommy destroyed more than just his confidence. She made him lose his entire person and who he is. And Kazuya had to slowly rebuild that. And it's not that Kazuya didn't have confidence anymore. He kind of just lost the ability to make change in his life in any way, shape, or form, and he doubted he ever truly could. Most of this arc is the characters dealing with and overcoming their traumas, right? So that's the issue. I blame the Minnie's practice date for what happened in the day. Kazuya has given expectations. No, not quite. Look, everything that happened is a byproduct of Kazuya's own actions. Minnie isn't completely to blame because Minnie is merely AI. Minnie just reflects back at Kazuya what he himself desires. She literally just gives him what he wants. Kazuya chose to use the AI. Kazuya chose to listen to Minnie. And I can say this openly for a very, very, very simple reason. If you go back to before the practice state, right? Who called who, right? Who's the one who turned to Minnie? Kazuya. Kazuya is the one who turned to Minnie. Who's the one who went to Minnie when Kazuya and Chizuru were separated in the first time? Like when they lost their homes, who's the one who went to Minnie? Kazuya. Right? Well, Minnie came to him. Minnie came to him because he didn't do anything. And then Minnie is the one who invited Chizuru, right? Minnie was essentially acting for both of them for a decent portion. But then Kazuya kept relying on Minnie, continuing to rely on Minnie over and over and over and over. So who's the one who texts who in the date, right? When Kazuya sets up the date, who texts who? Right? When the date starts, Kazuya wants to prep for it. And Kazuya says, I'll be a man who's good enough for her. He's the one saying this. No one else is saying this. He texts Minnie, right? There's only so much I can learn from social media. I need a girl's opinion. I should ask her. He texts Minnie first. I can't help but worry over every little thing. When it comes to a private date with an actress like Mizuhara, I can never be too prepared. There's no way I'm a good match for her. No matter how I look at it, this is what's going to determine the answer to her research. It has to be this, and yet it wasn't the answer. Even when she kissed him, that wasn't the answer. That wasn't what determined the answer. If only he texted Sumilo. No, it wouldn't have really changed much, I think. It could have, but who knows? This is where I take the first step towards the day that determines my fate. And yet, what is called the fateful day? Right? What's the thing that's called the fateful day? He thinks the date is what's going to determine his fate. But what's the arc that's called the fateful day? Huh. These two are what's called the fateful day, not the date. The date had elements of fate, but it had nothing to do with it. The fateful day, in contrast, is chapter 389 and chapter 390. Isn't that interesting? And what happens? How does it start before Kazuya even goes there? He imagines Chizuru, and she's not actually there. Now, what is the entire thing that's happening in the date? What is the entire thing that's happening in the date? Kazuya is constantly imagining Chizuru in Minnie. What does Minnie do? She starts acting like Chizuru. She starts literally putting on a mask of looking like Chizuru, acting and pretending to be her. Huh. It's almost like Kazuya created this entire illusion. Huh. I can't help but look forward to this no matter how worried I am about it. Okay. There's another interesting thing. Remember what Minnie says? Let's see. Sorry, not Minnie. Minnie says this particular thing that Kazuya actually said first. I'm just trying to find it. Is it here? Ah, there it is. Now listen to what Kazuya says very carefully. He spent a lot of money on the shoes. He didn't spend $506. It was like 300 something. It's still a lot, but not $506. Well, I should just be happy that I decided on my shoes. Even the sales lady said that many outfits are chosen based on the shoes. Still, there are stores everywhere I look. I don't think I can choose very easily. That blows a big chunk of my budget. I think shoes were a good buy. Thanks to living with Mizuhara, I barely touched my compensation for being forced to move out, which means I still have funds. I got paid too. But I can't just spend everything I have either. Mizuhara can be quite thrifty herself. Would I lose points if she found out about this? Still, I feel like she'd tell me right to my face to focus on my inner growth, not my looks. I need to make sure that I don't overdo it. I know it's best to improve on my inner qualities, but I don't feel like I can do that in a week. Besides, where else am I supposed to spend all that money that I've saved up? He's literally lying to himself. He knows what he should work on. He knows where he should improve. He knows he needs to create more time, but instead, he says the only thing I want is to be with Mizuhara. So I'll do this stuff that's not real and doesn't matter because I just want to be with her. Literally, this shit Minnie tells him, Kazuya's already doing it. Right? You think Minnie's telling him this. You think Minnie is convincing him of this. No. He already convinced himself of this solution before he even spoke to Minnie, which is the reason he even listens to her in the first place. I have a little over 10,000 left. Actually, how am I supposed to pay when we go out? I could pay with my phone, and it doesn't feel like it's very elegant to be using cash. Really, my ideal would be to use a credit card. I gotta look cool. I guess it's finally time. I should get a credit card, right? Anyway, I've already decided to buy clothes around here today. I just gotta look. I'll check it out, right? I gotta do all these things that don't actually matter. Much like how right now, what is Kazuya doing? He's doing these things that don't really matter. Except for this. This is the only thing that mattered. Him actually fucking talking to her. Chizuru feeds him everything that Kazuya has always wanted his girlfriend to say to him. Minnie does the same, but having the wrong about what Chizuru actually wants, he needs to focus on Chizuru's words more. Chizuru doesn't feed him everything that Kazuya wants in a girlfriend. No. She actually talks to him. She actually tells him what she wants. Right? Chizuru's actually telling him what she wants and also wants to make him happy. She's finding a balance between the two. She's not just saying exactly what he wants to hear. Right? They just happen to share the same values. That's not a fair assessment. I got a card when I was 17. It took him long to get a card. Well, for one, getting a card in Japan is probably not the same as getting a card in the US, so that's not probably a fair comparison. That's not really a fair fucking comparison. I got my first card when I was like 19 or 20. I don't remember. Somewhere around there. From the UK. Yeah, it's probably not the same. That's not a fair assessment. It's probably not the same. Kazuya got his card immediately when doing it over the phone. And I bet many people in Japan don't really need a card. Right? Who knows? Maybe in Japanese culture, they don't really need cards. They use a lot of money. They probably still use a lot of cash. I mean, a lot of Japan has a lot of dated stuff like that. And they have a lot of different paying options. That's the thing that I've noticed, is Japan has a bunch of different paying options. Like, a lot. They have a lot of different paying options. So I feel like that's not fair. Even Chizuru doesn't seem to have a card, right? Chizuru seems to pay with cash. So it seems like cash is a big thing there. So to say it's a credit card is necessary in Japan doesn't feel really all that accurate, especially considering, like, from what I've heard, is how card companies handle credit cards in Japan is not a good thing. It's actually kind of sucks. So you probably wouldn't want a credit card. And again, they provide you with a bunch of different options. Like when I tried buying from a Japanese store, like I saw like 5 different fucking options. I saw like 5 different fucking options for how I could do things that did not involve a credit card. None of which involved a fucking credit card. So I think the system there is quite different, and it's not fair to say, oh, I got a card at 17 because I'm from the UK, therefore it's the same there. No, that's not necessarily the same. I think it's quite different, and you probably have more options to pay with things than just simply just a credit card. Meanwhile, my dad gets all giddy when he sees a silver dollar or a $2 bill. Yeah, that stuff is rare. That stuff is fucking rare. Anywho, ooh. Let me see if Crumpy has said anything yet. Nothing. Damn. A lot of quiet. Let's see. First contact. I've been waiting for this. Ah, yeah, because Kazuya and Chizuru finally talked. Compared to the cohabitation arc, which had too many stand-alone episodes unrelated to the main plot, I'm finding this far more thrilling and enjoyable. I don't know. I actually kind of like the cohabitation more personally. This shit just leaves you on edge. This shit just leaves you on edge. I think this is a byproduct of everything that was shown in the date, right? What's going on in the story is the culmination of all of the conflicts that have been going on in the cohabitation, right? Every single conflict that Reiji presented you in the cohabitation has been building up to some sort of climax like this. And it feels like Reiji is getting to that point, right? It feels like Reiji's getting to that point. Also, cool detail I just noticed. I can't believe I didn't notice this until just like right now. Notice how they're positioned. Chizuru's they're using the same exact hand for their phone, but the positioning of the, I'm gonna say, camera, the way the Reiji positions the visuals is reversed. Chizuru's hand is like this, right? You don't see her phone, right? You don't see the inside of her phone. You don't know her and what she's feeling and what she's thinking. She's shadowed and she's looking down and she's blushing, right? And she's above Kazuya. Kazuya is below Chizuru, but his phone is facing you, right? It's very clear, it's very open, and he's in light, but his background is in shadow. They're literally reversed. You see Kazuya's screen very clearly. You don't see Chizuru's screen. You don't understand her very clearly, right? Chizuru is not visible. Kazuya is visible, and I think that's exactly what Reiji is cooking. Direct calls are quite an improvement, huh? Has Kazuya actually called Chizuru before? Now that I think about it, has Kazuya actually called Chizuru before? Has he? I don't think Kazuya has ever called Chizuru before. I don't recall it. The cracks are back. Oh yeah. I mean, yeah, but yeah, I don't think Kazuya's ever called her. Holy shit. He has? When? What chapter? He called her like 1,000 times in the ghosting, I think. No, he didn't. He texted her. No. He texted her. He did not call her. He did not call her. He texted her. And he didn't text her 1,000 times. He texted her once. So look, you're all forgetting things. And you're all misremembering things. Here's how the ghosting happened. He texted her once asking about a coupon that was supposed to be hers. He rang her doorbell twice in the same evening, not knowing if she was actually there. And then he proceeded to use rental a whole bunch of times. He did not text her 1,000 times. He texted her once. The whole point was that Kazuya was not moving. The whole point was that he was not moving. So this is the unprecedented thing that's happening. No. Chizuru to Kazuya only once on his birthday. Kazuya to her never. Oh, yeah. Chizuru did call him on his birthday. True. Chizuru did call him on his birthday. So Kazuya has never actually called her. Not that I believe. Yeah, Kazuya has never actually called her. So that is unprecedented. That is unprecedented. This isn't the unprecedented thing. That's not the unprecedented thing. During the movie arc, I think there's more. Really? When did he call her in the movie arc? Or wait, he did call her in the movie arc. You're right. He did call her in the movie arc. You're right. Okay, let's go find that. You're right. He did call her in the movie arc, but that was under the pretense of the movie. She called him on his birthday. In the movie arc, he called her for the film. In the movie arc, he called her for the film. Right? He's never called her for personal reasons. I don't think Kazuya's ever called her for personal reasons. So here, I think I found the film one. Yeah, he talked to the movie director, and the movie director told him to go on a trip, just him and her. Kazuya calls her. Yep, and she says, cool, yeah. Yeah, so Kazuya did call her before, but it was never for... It's never personal reasons. I think there's more. I want to know what it is. Did he just call or call on his birthday? Did he or she call on his birthday? I'm pretty sure it's Chizuru, but let's pull it up. I'm pretty sure Chizuru is the one who called him on his birthday. Yeah, it didn't feel like Kazuya could call her back then. 85. Hello? Oh, yeah, it's me. Hang on a sec. Grandma. Yeah, Chizuru's the one who called. Yeah, Chizuru's the one who called. It wasn't Kazuya. There can't be none for personal reasons. I don't think they ever called for personal reasons. Not like this. Not that I remember. So that's twice that he called it, because he did call her to tell her to open up the door when he was proposing the movie. Well, no, he didn't call her. No. When he was coming for the movie, he didn't call her. He just rang the doorbell. He didn't call her for the movie. He just rang the fucking doorbell. Ding dong. Here comes the bong. He just rang the doorbell. He didn't call her. Okay. Has Crumpy translated anything yet? Nothing. Whole lot of nothing. I do want to point out something kind of cool. He didn't call her, dude. There's an intercom. There's something called an intercom. Bro. There's something called an intercom. There was something kind of cool that I want to point out. In 296, it was about Kazuya trusting Chizuru. In 396, it's about Kazuya having faith in Chizuru. Right? I think that's kind of important. It's an important transition for his character. 296 is about Kazuya trusting Chizuru. Now it's about having faith in her. So I think that's that because Kazuya literally says that. Where does he say it? Okay, let's read it again real quick. Umi called him because he can't remember what's on his shirt. Is it an emergency? I'll just pick up for now. Are you busy? Well, no. I mean, my schedule is actually packed at the moment. I'd say I'm pretty busy. Maybe after a part-time job on Saturday. Oh, you work part-time. Okay, I'll meet you there then. Sure. Thanks, I'm looking forward to it. Right? Why does he sound so excited? Right? Isn't that weird? Why does Umi sound so excited? I think that's a fascinating information, right? And I think Kazuya is meant to mirror us here because, like, okay, so let's get into it from the top. Kazuya gets the call from Umi. He freaks, right? What's the dealio? You have Chizuru literally dressed with a hibiscus, dressed for summer. Again, another summer-based thing. And then you have Kazuya falling, checking out her ass, right? We've been having a lot of summer-based covers. And I think that's very intentional by Reiji because the story's transitioning into summer, right? Umi's calling me. I'm pretty sure that I don't know anyone else with the name Umi, right? Because he's processing it, right? Just like, right? It's not somebody else, right? I don't think there's anybody else, right? Right? I don't think there's anybody else. I love this visual here. Umi's literally above him, right? Umi's literally taller than him. It's like they're standing side by side, right? They're literally standing side by side, and Umi's literally taller than him. And I think that's super fitting because Kazuya literally views Umi as taller than him. Even if Umi literally is taller, Kazuya literally views him as taller. It's him for sure, but what does he want with me? He's famous. Isn't that interesting? That additional line of he's famous, right? What does a famous person want with me, right? Even the fish has been using the word beach a lot. You mean fish? You mean Mr. Fish? I don't know. Lately, people seem to exchange social media contacts first. This is super sudden. We haven't messaged at all since then, and he's straight up calling me without touching base first, right? And I think that's super funny because earlier his dad called him, and his dad didn't touch base first, right? I think that's super fascinating to contrast that. Whereas Umi talks very casually. Oh, wait. How fitting. Kazuya-kun, can you talk right now? What happened with Kazuya's dad? Umi's being very formal. Did you know? Holy shit. I think most people didn't catch that. Oh, God. Okay. I got some interesting pieces of information to point out. In 393, Kazuya gets a call from his dad. Kazuya, do you have a second? Kazuya, can you talk right now? This is, Mute, a Japanese fan who was talking about chapter 395. He says that Kazuya thought it was strange that his dad was asking this stuff instead of just saying things to him. Here, Umi does something similar. He asks Kazuya, can you talk right now? Right? And he refers to him as Kazuya-kun, right? It's a bit informal, but notice what he's doing. He's keeping up appearances. No. That's not a good way of putting it. He's respecting Kazuya's time. Can you talk right now? Right? Notice how he's not being rude. Did you notice that? He's not being rude. That's what I find fascinating about how Umi interacts with Kazuya. He's never rude to him. Umi's literally never rude to Kazuya. I've literally never seen him rude to Kazuya, ever. And I think that's such a fascinating dichotomy between how he interacts with Chizuru and how he interacts with Kazuya. It's completely different. Not to say he's acting. I think there's something else going on, right? How he acts with Kazuya is completely different. And the fact that he asks, can you talk right now, instead of just talking, shows he respects his time. Because Umi could have just said what he wanted. But he didn't. He made sure Kazuya could talk first. And then he made plans to meet him. And he asked, are you busy? Can you meet me then? Are you available? Blah, blah, blah. Right? He doesn't force him into anything. He just asks if they can meet and he makes plans. And I think that's really fascinating. Because Umi is going out of his way to make sure Kazuya is okay before he goes and does anything. This again tells me Umi is not being disrespectful to Kazuya, nor is he forcing him into anything, and he's making actual proper plans with him. And it's meant to leave, and those subtle nods by Reiji are meant to leave you confused, because Umi appears a very particular way, right? Umi always appears a very particular way, and here he is being very respectful of Kazuya's time. Has he always called me Kazuya-kun? That's a good question. Before, he called him Kinoshita-kun. He is just molding the ground. You don't know that. Good chapter, by the way. Yeah, thanks, Crumpy. Jay, you don't know that. You literally don't. You have absolutely no way of knowing that's what he's doing. You're just making an assumption based on how Umi has appeared to you. You genuinely don't know. You don't know. You think that's what he's doing. You don't know that. Like, we're so certain Umi is a manipulator, and yet Umi has seemingly done nothing. His actions have seemingly done fucking nothing. He could have done so much more to be truly manipulative, and yet he hasn't. Mommy has. It doesn't add up, you know? It just, Umi's actions are inconsistent, right? And they appear like Mommy's actions because her actions are inconsistent. He might genuinely want to see what she finds so great about him. It could be, or maybe there's something else, right? It could be, or maybe there's just genuinely something else, right? That was my initial assessment, is like, Umi has to look at Kazuya. He has to interact with him now. But maybe there's something else. Maybe there is truly something we're not seeing. As we never saw the conversation in chapter 179, we never understood the point of Umi's confession, considering he never did anything prior. So why the fuck did he think his confession would work now, right? His actions just don't add up. And I think that's an important discussion to have. It's like, we don't actually fully see Umi. We just think we do. Well, surely he's aware that he'll end up having some type of backlash from that if he ends up telling her. Telling who? Where's the woman on the other end? I don't know. What woman on the other end? It's just that girl over there. It's just this girl over there. I'm just glad Kazuya will be talking to Chizuru before the Umi talk, despite whatever it is going. Okay, no matter what it is. Okay, let's continue. Did he always call me Kazuya-kun? So in the Tiger's Den, he called him Kinoshita-kun. And then in the visit to Chizuru's place, he actually does call him Kazuya-kun, as if he got more familiar with him. Right? There's an element of familiarity to Umi's words to Kazuya, and I think that's fascinating. Kazuya-kun, see you later. Right? Isn't that interesting? He calls him Kazuya here. Whereas before, he called him Kinoshita-kun. In chapter 287, he also called him Kazuya. And yet Kazuya doesn't remember this, right? Because Kazuya doesn't really interact with Umi. Right? Again, he says Kazuya-kun, right? He vividly remembers Kazuya's name. He switched to Kazuya-kun in chapter 178 too. Did he? Oh, okay. Let's go to that. $178. All right. Welcome back. He did. Right? When he first met him, he called him Kinoshita. And then here, he started calling him Kazuya. How weird. Right? He acts with an element of familiarity. And I think that's fascinating. He acts with an element of familiarity. Did he always call me Kazuya-kun? I don't even remember. Right? And it's because in the Tiger's Den, he initially called him Kinoshita-kun, and then he called him Kazuya-kun. And then now he keeps calling him Kazuya-kun. He speaks with an element of familiarity. Nakano-kun, I was wondering where you are. Oh, sorry, I'll go now. I'm not surprised. I can hear a woman on the other end. Right? Oh, God. Sorry, it's nothing important. I was just wondering if you could find some time to meet up. It's been a long time and I'd like to talk with you again. It's nothing important. Right? But the only reason Umi called him is because of Chizuru. Right? He didn't talk to him before, and yet now it's nothing important. So isn't that interesting? He says like what he just experienced is nothing important. And yet to us, it felt like a huge deal. Isn't that interesting? Right? It's nothing important. I just want to talk. Huh. Would Umi be telling Kazuya about what happened between Chizuru and him? And like explaining all of it? Uterus movement motives? You mean ulterior motives? Take the time to write out your sentences, please, so you don't come out with stupid shit like that. Ulterior motives. He could have ulterior motives, but look at how you're looking at Umi. You're seeing him from afar, and his face is not visible to you. You don't know if what he's saying is true or not. You don't know anything, in fact. I feel like Umi will probably just give up right now. But that's the thing. Was Umi ever actually serious? Because it never felt like he was. Yeah, the last chapter would give you the implications that he was very serious. I don't think he was. It never felt like Umi was ever actually serious because think about it. No, seriously, just process and think about it for a sec. Umi had 3+ months to interact with Chizuru, and nothing happened. Umi confessed to Chizuru after nothing happening for a while. Umi is always very, always giving girls things, literally, he always physically interacts with other women, like he'll touch their hands, he'll give them presents on White Day, he'll do all that stuff, but what does he do with Chizuru? He never does that. He always maintains very strict boundaries with Chizuru. He never just touches her. He never gets close to her. He always maintains very strict boundaries. The only time he got close to breaking these boundaries is when he came over to Chizuru's house for the incense thing. Okay? But then all he does is, again, just confess and leave. So isn't that weird that Umi had this entire time and did nothing? He literally does nothing. This is why I'm saying his actions don't make sense. Because if he truly claims to love Chizuru, wouldn't you want to get closer to this person? Right? If Umi truly loves Chizuru, wouldn't he want to get closer to this person? Wouldn't you interact with them more? So you're either led to believe, okay, Umi's a fake-ass bitch who thinks as long as he tells a girl he loves her, she'll somehow change her mind, or Umi isn't actually in love and there's something else going on as to why he's not acting, which, again, doesn't make sense. That's why I'm saying Umi's actions are inconsistent. How Umi has been presented is very inconsistent. You're getting pieces of Umi. You're not getting the full picture of Umi. This is why I came up with that whole fucking theory that Umi is not a bad guy. And at this point, I don't know. I'm just gonna say, okay, that maybe exists somewhere in the background. I think Umi is maybe closer to a judge at this point, right? He's like a judge passing down judgment, right? Judging if Chizuru is actually serious, maybe. And he seems like he knows Kazuya is serious, right? And if he can tell Chizuru's feelings by just looking, and if he can tell Kazuya's feelings by just looking, and he acts like Kazuya's friend, and then he goes and does that shit, do you see how his actions appear inconsistent? And like we're seeing things we shouldn't be seeing? Like it doesn't make sense. If he was serious, he's really bad at it, even worse than Kazuya. I don't know, no. Kazuya is serious, and he's shown when he can be serious. Kazuya isn't that bad. I think the only time Kazuya was actually bad at being serious was the date. The date is when Kazuya was really bad at being serious. Maybe Reishi's just using him for Kazuya's character development. No, I don't think it's that simple. Reishi has never written characters to just be used for plot development or character development. Because that's what people love to say about Minnie's character, and yet what does Minnie do? Minnie both hinders the plot and moves it forward. So it's not a fair assessment to say characters are just written with that intent for mind. That's never the case with this writer. He doesn't just write a character for a singular purpose. I know this feels like a cop-out answer, but Reishi might just not care enough to make Umi consistent. Or, and that is a cop-out answer, I'm just going to tell you, it is. It's not about consistency. There's a purpose. And the reason I can say there's a purpose is because when you go throughout the date, what is going on in the date? It's inconsistent. What is going on with Mommy whenever Kazuya interacts with Mommy? It's inconsistent. You hear Mommy say one thing and then you see her do something else. It's inconsistent. The inconsistency is the point. There is a point to the inconsistency. It's not meant to make sense. It's meant to be weird. If that's the case, does Umi envy Kazuya or does Umi find him fascinating? If you read the movie arc, it would be envy. But then you get to the end of that interaction between Umi and Chizuru, and you think it's not envy. And then you see him interact with Kazuya and it seems like he wants to be his friend. But then he goes and seemingly confesses to Chizuru, right? But you don't actually know what that confession was all about. You only heard it secondhand. You only heard the confession thing secondhand. You don't actually know the details. Just as right now, when Chizuru rejects Umi, you're only seeing it secondhand. You don't actually know what Chizuru is rejecting. I think Chizuru is like almost rejecting the idea of who Umi thinks she is. If everything is inconsistent, then nothing is syndrome. No, that's an extreme. That's an extreme. There are consistent. No. The inconsistency is the consistency. You're just using a phrase from fucking Incredibles. I think you are even quoting Incredibles. Even the chapter numbers during the date were inconsistent. Not inconsistent, out of sync. The chapter numbers were out of sync, not inconsistent. That was the point. The chapter numbers in the date were out of sync from each other. Literally matching how the characters are literally out of sync with each other. Bro, where do you read the manga from? K-manga. Just, if you don't want to pay, go to the subreddit. There you go. Can consistency become poor writing or character development? Oh my God. Look, you're looking at this in a very flawed way. Inconsistency can be intentional by an author. For instance, let's say you're reading a mystery novel. The author intentionally leaves inconsistencies in there. You're getting told a story and you're left with intentional inconsistencies. Here's a great example. Metal Gear Solid 2 is in part a mystery story because you're actively being told a narrative and then you're getting inconsistent aspects of the narrative that don't add up if you think about it for a second. And then ultimately when you get the reveal, you're like, wait, that suddenly explains all the inconsistencies I've been given. That's what I'm saying. Think of it like that. Reiji has written a mystery. And he's left inconsistencies in this mystery that you could slowly but surely recognize and in turn expect the resolution that he is going to give you if you pick up on these inconsistencies. Can you give an example from this manga? Well, Umi's introduction. Umi's introduction is a very great example of this. How Umi is introduced has a lot of inconsistencies, right? Chapter 30 and 31, how Umi is introduced gives you a lot of inconsistencies, and then you realize it was all just a big fucking misunderstanding. What's to say this is any different? Right? You've been given a lot of clues, you've been given a lot of pieces of information, and you've been shown a lot of things that should explain things, and yet you're left confused. Almost like there's an intentional mystery being presented to you, and you have all of the facts to piece it together if you pay attention. Pulp Fiction is also a great example of these inconsistencies. I never actually finished Pulp Fiction. I can't really comment on that. BioShock is as well. I haven't played BioShock in years, so I don't remember anything about BioShock. I do remember you're like fucking like conditioned or some shit in BioShock, like that some dude like conditioned you how to act. Basically, Reishi left blanks in sentences throughout the manga. Eventually, the reveal will fill in those blanks. Pretty much. You've essentially been given every clue to piece it together for yourself, but you can't know for certain if you're correct. And that's why, like, I have that theory that Umi secretly is not a bad guy. Just because I've been getting so many inconsistencies from his character. Whereas Mami, her inconsistencies all tie back to one particular thing. Herself. Every single aspect of Mami's character ties back to the inconsistencies of her character, tie back to herself and her own insecurities. Umi, we never got that. I would disagree. If it was less consistency, more than the building of the idea of Kazuya's mind, then he was savior by confronting Umi and being a stalker. But that is inconsistent. Kazuya was literally getting half information and taking it as facts. Kazuya was literally getting half information and taking it as facts. So, yeah, it is inconsistency. He literally viewed himself as a savior, even though he was initially a stalker. Advent Children and the Inconsistency Made Movie. Is the Inconsistency Made Movie? Season 8 of Game of Thrones is pure inconsistency and bad writing. I mean, that's different, right? You're taking like an unintentional inconsistency. Like season 8 of Game of... Well, okay. First off, for Game of Thrones, it didn't just start with season 8. It started with like season 6 or 7. That's when the actual inconsistencies of the storytelling and the writing really fell apart. People love to blame season 8 for like the downfall of Game of Thrones, but like literally I think season 4 or season 5 was like the last good season, and then season 6, 7, and 8 were like all kind of a shit show because the writers didn't fucking understand anything about Game of Thrones. And in reality that showed because when the moment they lost the books, where they didn't have the books as reference anymore, all of their shit fell the fuck apart. And even then, I think the show had a lot of fucking issues. I'm gonna be real. But the issue with that kind of inconsistency is that it's inconsistent with how the characters have been presented up until that point. You've been getting very consistent characters who act in a very particular way, and then suddenly just whoop-de-doo, they're not those characters anymore. We're just gonna have Daenerys doing stupid fucking shit and characters not really having battle plans when there's a fucking army at their gate and they're like walking out in the dark when they can't fucking see anything to fight shit they can't see and they're all gonna die. Oh, look, everybody fucking died. How fucking stupid was that? That's the kind of stupid writing you're describing. What I'm talking about is a writer intentionally leaving inconsistencies. Inconsistency is not staying the same throughout. His view of himself stayed the same throughout. What changed in the chapter was how he viewed Umi, which I would say was inconsistent. Which I wouldn't say was inconsistent. Well, no. You're looking at things in completely the wrong way. man, you're like cherry picking how you want to view this, and that's kind of frustrating because I don't even know how to begin to describe this. Look, Kazuya was given pieces of information of the things that he saw, and he chose to interpret them in his own view. But those information that he was being given did not align with what we understood, right? For instance, he saw Chizuru and Umi not holding hands. He said they must be close to the heart. That's what this must mean, right? Because she's acting a little different from how she acts with Rental, right? So you got clues that this isn't Rental, and she's acting different from how this is Rental. But just because she's with a guy on a Christmas Eve, it doesn't necessarily mean they're dating. However, he chose to interpret it as though they were dating. However, there's inconsistencies to not align with that. That one inconsistency being that they're not holding hands. Couples would hold fucking hands, and yet they consistently maintained boundaries. Umi never crossed those boundaries. Only time he almost crossed his boundaries was after Kazuya got the impression that Umi was using her and he was fixing her earring. And Kazuya thought, oh, they're doing the thing. That must mean that's what's happening. He's using her, right? But then before, he was thinking to himself how they're not holding hands, and that must mean that they're super close as a couple. So you get inconsistent information. On one hand, Umi always maintains boundaries. On the other, seemingly, Kazuya sees him getting close to Chizuru and about to touch her earrings. Or he thinks he's going to kiss her. But that doesn't align with the earlier perspective that you are being presented. In so doing, you are being presented inconsistent fucking information. Do you see the problem with that? You are being presented inconsistent information that could tell you exactly what's going on, that they're literally just friends. But you chose to look for more. But then you have pieces of information that didn't make sense, right? For instance, the pieces of information about a script. You didn't know what that meant. Right? You don't know what that meant. However, it could theoretically click together that Chizuru, who does acting through her rental, would actually be an actress. Right? It clicks 2 and 2 together. Suddenly you're like, oh, they were reading a script because she's an actress. Inconsistent information. You only got half of the piece of the information that you were being told, not the whole thing. However, it makes sense when you piece it together with everything that you've been presented. Umi's character embodies that inconsistency. You've been shown one particular character, and then you're shown another character, and you don't know which is which. And I think that's just something Reiji has been doing with Umi's character since the start of the series, right? Umi embodies inconsistency. That's the whole point. He even appears inconsistent with how he interacts with women, right? How he interacts with women appears inconsistent, right? But then there's also other stuff that aligns with this. For instance, you can even see it right here. The girls around Umi call him Nakano-kun, but Chizuru calls him Umi-kun, which shows a sense of familiarity between the two. You're already, even in just that light, tiny piece of sentence, you're getting something different. That Umi has a different kind of relationship that he has with Chizuru than he does with the other women around him, who call him by his last name, who don't speak with such familiarity as Chizuru speaks. In that same way, it means Chizuru is closer to Umi, but not how we think it is. But isn't the they must be close to each other's hearts presented in answer to why aren't they holding hands? Yeah, but that doesn't make sense because later Kazuya thinks Umi is using Chizuru and then he's going to try and kiss her. Right? It's just a narrative he's feeding himself, but it's inconsistent. It makes no sense. It's literally Kazuya feeding himself information even though the information is inconsistent. It's like being told, get over, gotta go somewhere, and nobody tells you where you're going. Get over here, we gotta go somewhere, and nobody tells you where you're going. On the barbecue, I remember one of the girls calling him Umi, the meat will burn. Let's see. Childhood friend? Doubt it. I don't think Umi and Chizuru are childhood friends. That doesn't seem right. Okay, I'll go to the barbecue. And you'll notice too, like most of the his view on Umi isn't inconsistent in my opinion, though. I think it just changed. Whose view? Kazuya's view? What? I don't know what you're implying. I'm just saying. Look, now we're just getting off topic. I'm going to be real. Now we're just getting off topic. I've just shown you clear evidence that there's inconsistent information. Change and inconsistency are different things, though I wonder if only the thing differentiate them is how you feel about the change. I think you're way overthinking this. You've literally been shown inconsistent information with this character, and that inconsistency is intentional, and Reiji has shown you inconsistencies intentionally so. Minnie is a great example of inconsistency, right? Here's a great example of Minnie. Minnie constantly talks about Kazuya and Chizuru's future, and yet she never speaks of her future. And then when Kazuya asks her, you suddenly understand why Minnie doesn't talk about her own future or any of the things she wants to do, because she's afraid to actually live her life and claims the only reason she's actually doing it is because of her friends, that she can't actually choose love herself, that she can't actually follow love herself because it's a lonely battle. Minnie is a perfect example of a mystery and inconsistency. There you go. Is that just an inconsistency or character trait? Look, literally, Minnie is presented as a mystery character. Even the anime frames her as a mystery character. That is inconsistency. Inconsistency can be a character trait, as it is with Mommy. Mommy's inconsistency is a character trait. It can be both. Why are you trying to separate the two? They can literally be both. It's fucking hilarious. What the hell? Okay. Okay, so yeah, they do call him Umi in the Tiger's Den. You are correct. They do call him Umi in the Tiger's Den, but then the other actor girls call him Nakano-kun. So there does seem to be an element of familiarity and an element of a lack of familiarity. But that is supposed to be interesting because he calls Kazuya, like, I think what Reiji's doing in this little shot right here, I hope you can see it. Let me pull myself up. I think what Reiji is doing with this, no, grab me. I'm going to move over here. Cool. What Reiji's doing in this shot right here, I think, is that he has him call him Kazuya-kun, and Kazuya wonders, does he always called me Kazuya-kun, which implies familiarity. This is contrasted by the girl calling Umi Nakano-kun, right? This is important, right? The Reiji is intentionally showing you a contrast between Umi calling Kazuya Kazuya-kun and some girl who is with him in something related calling him Nakano-kun. It shows familiarity with Kazuya and a lack of familiarity from this girl that's around him, who doesn't actually know Umi. And I think that's interesting. It's like Umi acts like Kazuya, he does know Kazuya, and Kazuya does know him. And that leads you to believe, does Kazuya know him, or do we not know him, right? Has the person Umi has presented himself to be around Kazuya the real Umi, or is that someone else that he's acting as? And you don't know that, right? But Reiji intentionally shows you a contrast between Nakano-kun and Kazuya-kun. Sorry, it's nothing important. I was just wondering if I could find some time to meet up. Right? It's been a long time and I'd like to talk with you again. Okay? Doesn't this feel like he's continuing that conversation, right? What does Kazuya think about? He thinks about this conversation that magically ended and had no purpose or meaning and you didn't understand the intent of it. Doesn't it feel like now that Chizuru has turned Umi down properly, Umi can seemingly continue this conversation that Kazuya and him had in the past? Right? It felt like before that conversation ended abruptly and they should have continued talking more. And Umi never continues this conversation. And yet now it seems like now is the right time to continue this conversation. Isn't it interesting that Reiji directly calls back to this, directly calls back to him Kazuya-kun, and then literally has continuing with Umi talking to Kazuya, continuing this conversation they had all the way back then. It seems to me that what Reiji's setting up is for Umi to tell Kazuya what all of this was about. For Umi to explain all of these inconsistencies and all of these mysteries that don't make sense. He wants to talk with me. Seriously, why? What does he want? Are you busy? Well, no. I mean, my schedule is actually packed at the moment. Finding work, getting my license, and working out. I'd say I'm pretty busy. I have class too. Maybe after my part-time job on Saturday. Oh, you work part-time. Let's see. Is mystery equal to inconsistency? Mystery is just the absence of information. Consistency, information changing. Mystery is not the absence of information. I don't think that's an accurate way to describe a mystery, in my opinion. Mystery is not just the absence of information. Like, it's just something that's unexplained or puzzling. I wouldn't say it's just the absence of information. Right? It feels like that's a generalization of what a mystery is, right? A mystery is something you want to know, right? But it's not simply defined by the absence of information. It can also be defined by wanting to understand what this thing is. And a part of like inconsistency is a part of a mystery, right? Inconsistency can be a part of a mystery. Mystery can also be a form of abstract information told out of order. Then is mystery something that is difficult or impossible to understand or explain due to the absence of information? It's not impossible to understand. It's usually just difficult to understand. Look. It's not just the absence of information. It's due to inconsistent information, absence of information, or information that doesn't make sense. It can be a multitude of things. Mystery is not just simply the absence of information. It can be information not making sense. It can be information being inconsistent. It can be a whole bunch of things. I think I don't know why we're so fixated on explaining what a mystery is to just fit it into the narrative of inconsistency. Reiji has intentionally left a mystery that's plain as fucking day. Chizuru is a walking mystery, and yet you have all of the pieces to piece it together yourself from the story itself. In Umi and Mami we trust. I don't know. Okay. Are you surprised how Kazuya can think critically for a couple minutes, but then start having his imagination just run too fast? No, that's not surprising. That's just Kazuya in a nutshell. That's just Kazuya in a nutshell, bro. Mystery from a writing standpoint is much harder than you think to make believable and interesting, and that's why you have to provide pieces of information but not give everything away. Oh, I know a good anime and a good manga that does this. Summertime Rendering. Summertime Rendering is a great mystery story. Because what does it do? It provides you just enough information to figure it out on your own, but it won't make sense unless you piece it together. Hence, the information is inconsistent. Right? You have to make the information consistent for it to make sense. Has a manga ended with nothing but inconsistency? I don't know. That's a weird one. Why is Chizuru a mystery? Well, Chizuru isn't actually a mystery right now, but the mystery is what is the point of her actions, and you don't understand. The reason Chizuru is a mystery is very simple. Kazuya doesn't want to solve it. It's that simple. The reason she's a mystery is literally because Kazuya won't talk to her, but also because Kazuya himself is a mystery. We understand Kazuya perfectly well, but to Chizuru, he appears mysterious. And there is a lot of evidence to back this up. For instance, this is Chizuru talking about Kazuya to Umi. It's like some strange force brought us together. I don't really get him. He came out of nowhere and told me he wanted to make a movie with me. But I'm just an aspiring actress and he's a classmate. I've never heard of someone doing something like that. It seems like he was all talk at first and it started panicking almost immediately after we started. He doesn't even have the slightest idea on how to direct a movie. And yet when he says he's going to make it, he says it with unwavering confidence. But someone being there to tell you can do it, that's something invaluable in of itself. That's the kind of guy he is. To Chizuru, Kazuya is a mystery. Hence, Chizuru appearing mysterious to us mirrors how Chizuru sees Kazuya. He's mysterious. You're literally getting reflected back at you what you're giving out into the world. the very mystery and the very inconsistency you claim to see. Is the very, it only exists because you're putting it out into the world. Part of me thinks Umi is this prodigy who's never faced real adversity in his life, unlike Kazuya or Chizuru. I mean, I don't know about that. I think there's been clear signs that Umi has been through some shit, but not like anything like Chizuru, right? I do think Umi's a little privileged. Let's not get that wrong. But there can come pain from privilege. Mami is a great example of this. Mami is a very privileged character, but that very privilege does bring pain too, especially if you went through it as a kid. In that same way, I do think Umi, in his privilege, has gotten hurt too, and there's very clear signs he's been hurt because of his ex. So I think that connects to that as well. I'd feel at this point we'd be able to understand her, not even be more confused. You should understand her. Exactly. You should completely understand Chizuru's character by this point, and actually, it makes perfect sense to you. But there are things you don't understand, and the reason you don't understand is because you're not asking. It's that simple. Kazuya doesn't understand things because he's not talking to her. It's that simple. But if you reread the story, it all clicks. She's told you everything. She's been sincerely honest with Kazuya. Insanely so. That's why I can figure her out. That's why I feel like I've been able to piece Chizuru together in ways other people refuse to. She's not actually a mystery. She's the illusion of a mystery. There's also a good bit of people in general. I can't tell you how often I go from, okay, here's the deal, nothing's going to happen, to go outside and then feel everyone's watching me and talking about me. Yeah, that's just true. That's an interesting angle. Kazuya doesn't want to solve the mystery. Yeah, he doesn't. He literally doesn't. So if they just talk to each other like adults more than just a minute without God Reiji stopping halfway through, then there wouldn't be any mystery. Okay, well now you're just being stupid. And I'm going to say that you're being stupid. For one, you misspelled Reiji. Two, Reiji is not interrupting the characters. That's how they act. And two, it's Kazuya literally doing this. Chizuru's trying. Chizuru's getting out of her comfort zone. Kazuya's the one who's not doing anything. Every time Kazuya asks, she answers. She doesn't know what he wants. She doesn't fully know what he wants, besides the fact that he wants to be with her and he loves her. Kazuya doesn't tell her. How could she possibly fucking know? And no, Reiji is not acting God and stopping them every time. That's not what he's doing. They had an entire date. Okay. Lawless Bacon, my dude. If people start getting annoying, we're just going to bring out the band hammer. I'm getting a little annoyed. Seriously, what gives? I don't even know what he wants. He made plans, but I have no idea what he was thinking in the spur of the moment. You could have asked. Thanks, I'm looking forward to it. Right, so Kazuya could have just asked. It's like, what did you want to talk about? Kazuya could have literally just asked, hey, what did you want to talk about? He doesn't. This guy is so unlikable. Who, me? You want to fucking go? You want to fucking go, punk? Sorry you have to feel like this today. I don't feel like anything today. Anyways, let's keep going. Maybe after my part-time job on Saturday. Oh, you work part-time. I'll meet you there then. Around what time? Like maybe 9 o'clock? Sure. Thanks. I'm looking forward to it. Right. Umi seems excited. It doesn't seem bad. A lot of things could be solved in this story if they just asked or explained. Well, no. Not asking is key. Not asking is key to this. Because you have to want to ask. I didn't block them. Someone else did. I'm pretty sure it was Bulver or something. Yeah, it says Bulver blocked them. It wasn't me. Thanks, I'm looking forward to it. Yeah. Kazuya just throws the phone. What the heck was that? Seriously, what gives? I don't even know what he wants. You could just ask. Right? Umi's only a mystery because Kazuya didn't ask. Have you noticed the flower in the right ear of Chizuru in Hawaiian symbolizes the person in a single one in an open relationship? No. It is a subtle way of signaling to others that they are looking for love. What? No. So the flower on Chizuru's ear is a hibiscus. The flower you're referring to is different. Let's pull it up. Right? Like, I don't know if any of this is true. I know there is a thing around hibiscuses, plumerias, but not that particular flower. Hana Kotaba. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that's accurate. Let's not go spreading misinformation. Let's see. Hibiscus. Why is not asking key to this? Kazuya doesn't ask because he doesn't want to know. Kazuya does not ask because he doesn't want to know. He's afraid to know. Do you want to know why I know this is a fact? He knows something is wrong with Mommy and Chizuru. He knows some shit went down with Mommy and Chizuru, and he never asks. Ever. There's literal proof of this. There's just straight up proof of this. Kazuya doesn't ask for a very simple reason. He's living in a very comfortable bubble. He's choosing to live in a very comfortable bubble. And he has to start stepping out of that bubble. Because if he doesn't, then the truth will always not, he'll always never see the truth. He'll never see the truth. That's just that simple. Where is it? Mami-chan and Mizuhara apparently went through some stuff without me knowing anything about it. I wonder if something about that is still bothering her. Huh. I wonder if something about that is still bothering her. Now let's go to Chizuru's rejection. What does Chizuru say in her rejection? I can't bring myself to forgive Mami-san. Almost like something about that is still bothering her and he never asked. And he never figured it out. He doesn't want to figure it out. Kazuya doesn't want to know. He's content with not knowing. He's content with the easy solutions. How do we know Kazuya doesn't want to know? Well, did he actually ring Chizuru's doorbell again in the 3-month time skip? Did he wait in front of her door? Did he meet her at school? Did he try anything except for rental? The thing he knew would never actually work. When Minnie showed up and she told him to go talk to Chizuru, what did Kazuya do? He said, I don't want to know, I don't want to feel more pain, and he curls back into his blanket. And then Minnie goes and does it for him. And then she finds it out for him and tells him that nothing bad was actually happening. Huh. It's almost like Kazuya doesn't actually want to know, and he never got over the 3 months that he, in part, created of his own free actions. He's the one who chose to run away thinking Chizuru rejected him when no sign indicated she was actually truly rejecting him. When that never actually happened. Right? She never said, I don't want to date you. Right? She just said she needed to leave and that something was going on in Hawaiians. He thought it was a rejection. But then she kissed him after. And then she didn't talk to him in the few months. She didn't talk to him for 3 months. But did he actually try to talk to her? I mean, something happened with Ruka prior, and it clearly bugged her, and then he realized Ruka was a problem. And then right after, Ruka does some shit in front of him. He literally fucking saw her do it. And then he wonders, oh, she must hate me. Right? That's why Chizuru's not talking to me. She must fucking hate me. Even though he literally saw Ruka tell Chizuru to fuck off. It's almost like, it's not about you. Maybe there's something else fucking bothering her, and you should try to help her through it, because she's a normal human being like you. Kazuya literally doesn't want to know because it hurts. He doesn't want to face a harsh truth. The harsh truth is that he's creating this for himself. He's choosing to live in the Matrix. He's choosing to live in his own aquarium instead of going through the ocean. He's choosing to live in this nonsense. Literally, dude, when they first started living together, Reiji directly, I kid you fucking not, references the Matrix. Straight up, he references the Matrix. Then he references Finding Nemo. What does Marlin do? What does Marlin do at the start of Finding Nemo? He lives in a comfortable bubble. He makes his son live in a comfortable bubble. So he doesn't have to face the ocean that took things from him. So he doesn't have to feel pain again. And then he has to learn to trust Dory and traverse the ocean and not be afraid anymore. And then he has to learn to trust his son that everything will be okay. He has to have faith in him, that he'll figure it out and he'll be okay. When they go to the date, Reiji references multiple different things that deal with this exact conflict. For one, Minnie sings a song 3 times or 2 times, I don't remember. It's either 2 times or 3 times in the scouting with Kazuya, where she literally is singing a song that's a reference to a store in Japan called Donkey. Donkey, in particular, is inspired by Don Quixote. Don Quixote is a character that pretty much is constantly fantasizing until reality catches up with him, and he has to see the truth of what's happening. How did the scouting start? I showed you earlier. How did the scouting start? Kazuya imagining Chizuru when she isn't there. Minnie literally acting like Chizuru. And Kazuya constantly imagining Chizuru when she's not there. Reiji references 2 other things of illusions, right? Reiji constantly references illusions all throughout the date. For instance, chapter 364. This is a museum of perspective-based illusions. This is just a wall. Behind Chizuru, this is just a wall. This cup isn't real. This is just a wall, and Chizuru just is sitting, is positioning herself and posing like she's actually under the cup. There's no cup. This isn't real. You tilt this camera just a little bit, and suddenly it doesn't look like this at all. This is a real museum on the 4th floor of Odaiba. Right? This is, and Reiji directly references this. Here's other references of illusions. Kazuya is a mystery Chizuru is trying to explore, and he's literally hiding in plain sight. Her hand is on his heart, but he's literally hiding in plain sight, and she's looking to try and find him, and yet he doesn't show himself. It's almost like this is just one big illusion. There's at least like 2 more, but I can't remember them off the top of my head. There's at least like 2 more references to illusions that I can't remember off the top of my head. Right? That cover is so insightful. Yeah, Chizuru's hand is literally on his heart, and she can't see him. She's literally trying to find him, and she's looking away. Right? She's literally, look at where Chizuru is looking. She's trying to find him, but she's literally not looking at him. She can't see him. He's literally invisible. Kazuya is literally invisible. Her hand is on his heart, and she can't tell. Because he won't show her. He won't tell her. The biggest mystery in the story right now is that why did Chizuru turn Kazuya down in the date? We think it's Chizuru. In reality, it's Kazuya because Chizuru feels like she's not doing enough for him. And Kazuya doesn't realize he's doing this. He is the walking mystery you can't tell. Is the confession during the Hawaiians didn't Chizuru say, are you trying to say it like she knew what he's going to say? Yeah. Yeah, she knew what he was trying to say. And she didn't say no. She just said, hold on, I need to take care of something right now. That's all she said. Yes, she was confrontational. Yes. Right? Chizuru didn't handle it in the best way possible. But she didn't say, I don't want to hear it. She never said, I don't want to hear it. She just said, hold on, I have to do something right now. I need to go. Right? And the way it plays out as a byproduct of Kazuya choosing not to listen, he could have just asked, why can't I say it? Did he ever think to say that? Why can't I say it? What's wrong? Is something wrong? He could tell something was wrong. She was looking at her phone. He literally says, she's looking at her phone, something is wrong. And he never asks because Kazuya is tunnel visioning. Kazuya is literally tunnel visioning in Hawaiians. He can't tell. He's so lost in his pain, he can't tell. Even though the whole point, I think what Reishi is trying to do, that I think is brilliant, is that so many people define these kinds of relationships by whether they're dating or not dating. But the problem is that them not having a relationship outside of dating is stopping them from dating. They need to be able to interact and talk to each other normally without dating so they can start fucking dating. Because it's stopping them from dating because they don't understand each other. And Kazuya is a big part of this. Because Kazuya is so certain he needs to confess in order for things to change. In order for them to be in a relationship, that's the only way he can help her. Except in the in literally the movie arc, what happened? He's helping her the entire fucking time and they're not dating. He's helping her the entire fucking time and they're not dating. This idea of tying a relationship, a bond between two people, to whether they're dating and not is stopping people from actually forming proper relationships with each other. And that's a huge issue you'll see with anime. Where are they dating yet? Are they dating yet? Are they dating yet? And every anime fan, every manga fan under the fucking sun will use this as a criticism against this manga. When in reality, you need to form a relationship and be able to talk and support someone and interact with them and just discuss with them without dating in order to do the things you want to do. And what does Kazuya keep doing in the entire cohabitation? He's tripling down on this. He literally says this before the fucking date. Right? It's literally looping Hawaiians all over again. Chizuru shows him this movie. She tells him what her goals are. She tells him like, Sayuri is both her idol and her rival. She is my goal. I had no idea. I didn't know Sayuri-san was an actress or that Mizuhara felt that way about her. Could have asked. Could have figured it out. She's always been trying to drive herself harder, even when she loses heart, so that she doesn't lose sight of her goal. I want to be there for her. If this date goes well, we'll be closer and I can support her even more, even if we don't live together anymore. Right? It's already foreshadowing for you, but guess what? What is Kazuya not doing now? He's not supporting her. He's not being there for her. Right? He only called her now because Umi contacted him. I'll make it sure it goes well. I swear I will. Why can't you do that without the date? When does Chizuru kiss Kazuya? She doesn't kiss him in the date. She kisses him after the date. Almost like the date, while it was a great experience and necessary for the kiss to occur, it's not fucking about that. It's not about some magical big scenery with a big confession and a big awesome moment and fireworks and all that stuff. It's just about working on a relationship with someone, dude. Those things aren't necessarily bad, but you gotta work on a fucking relationship with someone outside of just dating them. So this could have all been stopped if they just talked. No, if Kazuya talked. Stop saying they. Stop saying they. It is not they, it is him. No, it is not they, it is him. Chizuru does not know how to talk about this because she's never had a romantic relationship. Period. She's tried, she's communicated, she said everything she wanted, and Kazuya is saying jack jiddly shit. That's the point. He needs to just communicate with her. He doesn't want to. It's not just about communicating. It's you have to choose to. You have to go out of your way to. And he doesn't want to. And now he's being forced to. Wasn't a flight with the chapter is out. Went straight to K-manga immediately when I have signal. All the flight was still ended. We're finally going to talk. I think the Hope Mommy is introduced back right now to address Kazuya's problems because a lot of them are because of her. Kazuya has to want to face those problems, though. I think people are just ignoring that. Kazuya can just choose to not face this shit. And he did. He met Mommy like 4 different times. 1, 2. No, twice, sorry. He met her twice. Yeah, it's just twice. He met her twice and chose to do nothing. I think and hope Mommy's introduced back right now to... Yeah, that's not going to happen. Do you think Kazuya will try to find something to support her and focus on the play? So if he doesn't, the cycle will continue and the manga never ends. Unknown, you're getting dangerously close to just looping with me here. You're getting very dangerously close to looping with me here because I'm getting very tired of this shit. Yeah, and Mommy coming back means maybe we'll finally face them, hopefully. I don't think so. I don't know. I don't think Mommy's gonna show up just yet. I'm gonna be real. Okay. Crumpy said he finished the stuff, so I'm gonna pull up the stuff. Alrighty. So. All right. Load, please. Load, please. Page 1. Kazuya gets a surprising call from Umi-kun, who was just rejected by Mizuhara. Okay. Pierced, shot through by summer heart. Not sure about this one. Pierced and shot through by the summer heart. Huh. Interesting. Pierced, shot through by summer. Okay. The final page. Arrival, impatience, brings courage, acceleration to love. The first contact after the kiss, the parting. Next time, if I get rejected, it's death. Yeah, that seems like Kazuya. So it seems like Kazuya is going to ask Chizuru out on a date, and he's terrified that if he gets rejected, he's going to die because Umi's going to talk to him, and it would make his deepest fear come true. That's kind of how I'm reading it. Kazuya is going to face them from all angles. Umi, Mommy, himself, maybe even Chizuru in a tad bit. I don't know. I know some things about future chapters that I will not disclose, so I'm not quite sure. And I don't know. I don't know how I want to discuss this. You might say that Umi just called him. I doubt it. I doubt Kazuya would mention Umi. I think Kazuya is gonna do exactly what he said. He's gonna try to ask Chizuru out on a date on July 11th. And he is gonna be scared that if she turns him down, it's death. That's how he's looking at it. So yeah, I don't know. I think Kazuya is gonna ask Chizuru out, and she's probably gonna say yes. This means we are now getting a conclusion to the phone call next chapter. I don't see how. The preview sounds like he might talk himself out of asking for a date. It could be. That's another way to look at it. He could talk himself out of asking for a date. Right? And I think it coming back to rejection is a big deal, because rejection has been the thing that's stopping Kazuya constantly. It would be also interesting if it's these sound like Kazuya's words, but what if they mirror Chizuru's words? That would be fascinating, wouldn't you think? Right? Because Kazuya's feelings have mirrored Chizuru's in a lot of ways. So Kazuya being afraid of rejection could actually hint at Chizuru also fearing rejection. Flower type is Yuri Lily, symbolizing purity, beauty, and femininity. Maybe wearing on the right conveys openness to new love adventure. That's not a lily. That looks more like a hibiscus. The flower on Chizuru's hair looks more like a hibiscus. Yeah, that looks more like a hibiscus than a lily. I don't know why you think this is a fucking lily. This looks more like a hibiscus, dude. This is clearly a fucking hibiscus. Speaking of which, we were supposed to be looking at that. Can you please work? Translate into English. Thank you. Okay. Hair accessories. In Hawaii, hibiscus and plumeria are flowers used to decorative hairs and ornaments. When worn in the hair, unmarried people wear it on the right, and married people wear it on the left. Yeah, okay. Fair enough. So it is a hibiscus, and she's wearing it on the left, so she's unmarried. There you go. She's wearing it on her right, which means she's unmarried. It doesn't mean you're looking for a relationship. It just means you are. Hibiscus is believed to be native tropical Asia and is planted sensitive to cold. In Japan, you can see many hibiscuses in Okinawa and southern part of Okinawa. They are also called koshibana, flowers of the dead, and it is customary to plant them in the cemeteries to pray for happiness for the dead of the afterlife. Hibiscus is also known as the shoei flower because it is used to countries such as India and Java to improve the colors of the show leaf. Blah, blah. There's summer and autumn flowers. I think the closest thing we can say is the original meaning: ever new beauty, bravery, and a delicate beauty. Right? Delicate beauty and new love is definitely more in line with what this is supposed to mean. And Chizuru having it here shows she's unmarried, whereas with Kazuya, he's freaking out. Oh no, she's already married, right? So I think this is supposed to more so indicate a delicate beauty, which is Chizuru, who's very delicate right now. And then she's also being brave. And she is, what is it? There is a new love blooming, if you will, or a new form of love blooming. Right? She's the hibiscus to Kazuya that that in the story that Kibe talked about. If Kazuya ever told Chizuru Umi called him, he's gonna ask what he did until it's gonna pick your past situation. He's probably gonna say, yes, I need to hear that. I'm on the Doom team and this analysis is healing my mind. Y'all need to chill, bro. Y'all need to fucking chill. Y'all doom too hard. So much of this story is about dealing with pain so you get the happiness you fucking want instead of just dooming forever. Because I think people just like read fucking romance manga and they're like, oh, it's so happy and so great and ooh woo. And never actually dealing with like real conflict. So I think people need to like start dealing with a real conflict when it comes to love because it is fucking painful. It is not easy. I think people are too used to easy romances. And Reishi's like, nah, that's not how we fucking roll. Yeah. If rejected, death awaits. Not Kazuya, who has family and friends and is cherished by Ruka, Asami, Sumi, and Yamori, but Chizuru, the lonely soul with no family, if she were to refuse. That seems... It's really fucking morbid. Jeez. Why would Chizuru ever say no? It's Kazuya who's saying fucking no. Why does Kazuya bro still have these creepy thoughts even after Chizuru kissed him multiple times and they're clearly going close to them? He's there. Curious and romance suck, to be honest. Hey man, it's just normal. I don't know what the fuck you want. Like, it's just fucking normal, dude. People are so weird. Like, they can't process that like a person can be insecure and have trauma and just be like, oh yeah, why does he feel this way? How could you possibly feel this way after being kissed? Bro, have you considered this man got massive fucking trauma? Did they ever talk on the phone? I just can't remember them texting each other, but not calling each other. Correct me if I have bad memory. So, Kazuya called Chizuru in the movie arc. Chizuru called Kazuya on his birthday. Chizuru called Kazuya on his birthday because of the whole Ruka situation. Kazuya called Chizuru in the movie arc for the movie. So they never called for like, Kazuya never called her for personal reasons. Kazuya never called her for personal reasons. What is the main theme of this work in your opinion? Love. In particular, the bond between Kazuya and Chizuru growing. Love isn't enough to encapsulate it. It's a little more. Also, the water gun is covering her left ear, maybe indicating she's shooting her shot to give them hibiscus to her left ear. I know I'm stretching lol. She's leaning left. A lot of her body language is leaning left. And Kazuya is falling. Kind of like Kazuya is falling into a panic in the chapter. But Kazuya is giving... I don't know. Kazuya falling is interesting. Like he's falling more in love with her. But it looks like he's diving underwater to check out her ass. Like, it looks like he's looking at her ass. Like, let's be real. It looks like Kazuya's looking at her fucking ass, which is fucking hilarious. Jeez. Oh, good to know Twitter's giving the manga shit, especially the Japanese community. Jeez. Fucking obnoxious, man. Ooh, how could it reach 42 volumes? Who fucking cares? It's good. Stop comparing it to fucking Dragon Ball. Like, Jesus Christ. Like, people can't fucking appreciate stories anymore. It's obnoxious. It's quite irritating. Nobody can fucking appreciate a story anymore. I would love to see the process of Reiji picking what he's going to draw the cover of each chapter. I don't think you can really, like, know, you know? If Ruka is reintroduced by eavesdropping on Umi and Kazuya's conversation, and she grills him about what's going to act quick and rip the band-aid off without assistance from Chizuru. Kazuya? I don't know if Kazuya would act quick, but I don't know. The chapter for me was a funny version of 218. This is nothing like 218. That's a weird way to look at it. This chapter's like nothing like 218. This is just Kazuya dooming. Most of this is just Kazuya dooming in like a normal Kazuya way. None of this is like chapter 218. It's just Kazuya dooming. It's what Kazuya does best. He fucking dooms. I think one thing that pisses me off whenever people on social media outside of the fandom talk about this work is how painfully obvious it is that they haven't read it at all. Yeah. But that's what they love to do. It's the TikTok mentality. I have a friend who described it perfectly. He says he learns about a story via mitosis. And I'm like, damn. That's a good fucking way of describing it. Basically, he's not experiencing it himself. He's experiencing it from someone else who experienced it. That's a great way of putting it. The chapter is Kazuya realizing what he's about to lose if he doesn't act right now. 218 is I have no self-worth, so therefore I'm useless to everybody. Yeah. Yeah. This chapter is like what Kazuya thinks he's gonna lose. And that's why it nods to NTR. Like literally the teaser for it is I don't want her to be taken away, which has the phrasing. Taken away is part of NTR. TR is taken away. NTR is woman taken away. Something like that. Or like partner taken away. I don't remember the exact details of how you say NTR. But this is supposed to nod to that. That's the point. The reason you're being shown this is that it motivates Kazuya to act. He needed to get afraid to actually act. The problem is Kazuya is too comfortable. Kazuya's current problem is he's too fucking comfortable. He needed to get fucking scared. Fear is necessary. He needed to be scared in order to move because without fear, you get too comfortable. And Kazuya is literally living in his own comfort bubble. He needed to get out of his fucking comfort bubble. Whereas Chizuru is not in her comfort bubble. Chizuru is actually actively trying to face Kazuya. So Kazuya getting a little fucking scared was necessary. He needed to have that fear of I might lose her to get his fucking ass together and like actually take some action. Right? Right before and this is crazy too. Think about it. Kazuya couldn't even text her before. Kazuya struggled to fucking text her. Now he's calling her. This is so much more. He couldn't even text her before. Now he's goddamn calling her. Right? Like, imagine what you can do when you just get your fucking shit together. Get the box out of Kazuya's room. Yeah, right? He needed to think outside of the box. Right? He needed to stop listening to the box. Start thinking outside the box. Right? Get a little afraid. Get a little fucking scared. I've been saying this for weeks. I've been saying this on Twitter for fucking weeks. Right? Kazuya needed to get fucking scared. He needed to face some fear. That's why this was shown. The reason you see this weird shit, this uncomfortable NTR shit, he needed to get afraid. If you don't face your fear, you're just going to sit down and you're going to do fucking nothing. Move. Move, bitch. He needed to get afraid so he could move. This was absolutely necessary. Everything about this chapter was necessary. The overthinking, the fear, you got to move. You can't just sit on your ass forever. The Kazuya remembering the kiss to give him courage to call. He knows that he can give any centimeter of a chance to an idea of losing Chizuru. Yeah. Right? I love that before. Ooh, I just realized something. Oh, Reiji, you mad genius, you. Oh, man, I love Reiji. Dude is cooking. In 386, Kazuya knew the kiss meant a lot. And he says, I'm right. I know I'm right. I know there's more to this kiss. He looks at the ring and he gets scared. And he chickens out. He doesn't text her. Then, when Minnie comes over, what happens? He listens to Minnie, but then Minnie tells him to text her. And Kazuya is about to text her, and he panics. But, it's 10 o'clock. I don't want to. Right? With Minnie, it's 10 o'clock. It's already late. I don't want to talk to her. He gives himself an excuse. What happens now? It doesn't matter if it's late. It doesn't matter if she doesn't pick up. That kiss meant everything to you. Use that as an excuse. Use the stupid kiss as a fucking excuse. Tell yourself whatever you fucking need to do what you need to do. It's literally a reversal of the thing with Minnie. Rather than using the kiss as an excuse, what he truly needed was conflict. Minnie was not conflict. Minnie was conformity. Minnie was comfort. That's what Minnie was. Minnie was merely comfort, and he would have kept saying but, and given himself excuses to not do it. What Kazuya needed was not to be cheered on. What Kazuya needed was to be challenged. Kazuya did not need this. He didn't need any of the shit Minnie was doing. What he needed was to be fucking challenged. And Umi did that. Umi was the necessary challenge. And before, he would say but to not do it. Now he said but so he would do it. No, I don't want to lose her. I don't want to run anymore. I'll have faith in Mizuhara. Stop running, bitch. Fucking call. You gotta have faith in her. Stop being afraid. Right? Literally, Chizuru closes her eyes when she kisses him. She has faith in him. He needs to start having faith in her. If I'm gonna contact her, it's sooner than better. The sooner the better. Do it. Besides, I don't want anyone to take her away from me. He's like Shinji. How is he like Shinji? The whole point of Kazuya is that he's not Shinji. The whole point of Kazuya is that he's not Shinji. If anything, he thinks he's like Shinji. He's nothing like him. Kazuya and Shinji are nothing alike. Because Shinji, when confronted with conflict, runs the fuck away. Have you watched Evangelion at all? Every time Shinji is confronted with any modicum of conflict, he runs the fuck away. And people have to reinforce to him that you got this, you can do this, you're okay, and then he'll do it. Kazuya is the opposite. He doesn't need reinforcements, he needs conflict. Conflict helps him move. It's funny he still texted Minnie for permission to support a call. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. He never texted Minnie. I don't know where the fuck you're getting that. That never happened. Here, he turns to Minnie, and Minnie isn't here. Minnie can't help him. Minnie isn't here, right? And then he freaks out, and then he has to call Chizuru because there's no one who's going to help him. He has to do it himself. He never texted Minnie. He did text Minnie. When? He didn't text Minnie. When did he text Minnie? I didn't see that. When the fuck did he text Minnie? Talks to Umi. Should I send her a line message or call her? Umi-kun called directly. Is this how close popular people are to each other? Kazuya, if I'm going to contact her, it'll work. Wait, what? Oh, what the fuck? I don't want to run anymore. I'll have faith in Mizuhara if I'm going to contact her. Oh, he did. Oh, this is so... I'm going to ask Mizuhara out. What do you think? It'll work. Huh, I didn't even see that. I didn't even see that. That was so to the side, I didn't even notice this. And Minnie tells him it'll work. Oh dear. He still needed Minnie's permission. Oh boy. He still needed Minnie's permission. Okay. Top left. Yeah, I just noticed that. Yeah. I didn't even notice that. So he'll ask Chizuru to another date. It seems like that's what he's doing. If Minnie says it'll work now, I'm not so sure. I don't think it would be a bad thing. I don't see how it could be a bad thing. Kazuya will ask Chizuru again to the daycare. No. Kazuya is going to want it to be big and extravagant. Kazuya's gonna want it to be big and extravagant. I can't speak. Extravagant. There we go. He was gonna call anyway. Well, no, he just needed permission. That doesn't. The fact that he needed Minnie's permission is an important detail, right? I think that's a minor detail, but it's kind of important, right? It's an underlying note that he needed Minnie's permission, that he needed her approval. If anything, I think actually here, let's look at it another way. I think in this instance, he used Minnie in the correct way. He knew what he already wanted to do, and Minnie just told him, yeah, you can do it. I think he used Minnie in the correct way this instance, not in a negative way. Let's look at this in a positive sense. I think he used Minnie in the right way here. Kazuya before would use Minnie in the wrong ways. He would get freaked out, and he would turn to Minnie for answers when she can't give him an answer. Before, she told him to just wait, don't do anything, right? And then here he is doing something, and he tells her, what do you think? And she's like, it'll work, and he just goes for it. And it's so quick, you don't even process it. So I actually think this isn't a bad thing, right? His mind is already set. Minnie wasn't going to change it. Even if Minnie told him not to do it, he was not going to change it. He doesn't need to ask Minnie, but Minnie is expected, told him exactly what he wanted to hear. Yeah. Kazuya wanted to hear this. He wanted Minnie to cheer him on, right? So I think this was more of a good thing rather than a bad thing, right? That it'll work. It's cracked. I love how the crack is literally where it says it'll work. I love how that's literally where the crack is, right? Where it says it'll work. And you're like, oh no, oh no, the fear. Oh no, the fear. Right? The crack is literally where it says it'll work. That's a cool detail. He would ask, what should I do? Or what do you think this means before he says, I'm doing this. What do you think? Yeah. He literally just says, I'm just going to do this. What do you think? And she says, it'll work. And that's all he needs. Right? That's all he needs. So I think Kazuya acting and making his own choices is the important part. Maybe for once, Kazuya will pick something they both had fun doing once before while he's reminiscing about the time they spent making the movie. Maybe back to the place they shot the last scene. Maybe. I don't know. You know, a lot of things could go wrong, and there is drama to be had, but after the rejection, I feel like the manga is going to be mostly wholesome and positive moving forward. Well, I don't fully agree with that. Well, I think it'll be positive. There is shit that needs to be confronted. Stuff like Mommy. Stuff like Umi. I don't think Umi is what we think he is, but Kazuya clearly has insecurities about him that he's going to have to face. Mommy is a big fucking problem that Kazuya refuses to acknowledge, and he needs to. And I think that's very core to this. Mommy being this massive fucking problem that Kazuya refuses to acknowledge is something that needs to be confronted. And the fact that the story is dealing with these like tough truths, I think the story is going to like explore that more. I don't know how next chapter is going to play out. I don't see Chizuru saying no, right? He gave her plenty of fucking time. I don't see Chizuru saying no. I could see it being like a quick misdirect where initially she says no because she's like busy then or something. Maybe she says yes to the date and Kazuya is afraid that he'll be rejected again on the date. Oh, I'm stupid. Let's flip it a little bit. Chizuru says yes to the date. Kazuya is afraid he's going to get rejected again. So what does he do? He starts working even harder than he was before so he doesn't get rejected. If I'm rejected, it's death. She said yes. She's going to say yes. She's going to say yes to the date. And then Kazuya says that afterwards. If I'm rejected this time, it's death. Right? I'm not going to get a second chance. right? I have to make it work this time. That's why he's saying that. That's my theory, at least. That's my theory. She's going to say yes, and Kazuya doesn't want to get rejected again. How about they just go with the flow, no pretending, just be me? Yeah, I don't know about that. I think this is Kazuya's first step to getting out of his bubble, but I don't think Kazuya is gonna change from his path to like getting a job and getting his license and getting ripped. Like I don't think I don't think that stuff is gonna go away magically. Chizuru doesn't know about it, so I think that stuff is still gonna be there, as that is a part of the miscommunication. But this is like step one, right? Step one was to talk to her. We're taking step one. I think the job stuff and all that other stuff is still gonna kind of be there. Maybe if we change from that path a little bit, that'd be cool. Like if Kazuya takes that back and starts doing it because he wants to, not because anyone else is telling him to. I think that would be cool. But we'll see. Do you think he'll change any after only a month? Change what? Johan, I called that Umi would talk to Kazuya as well as I called in season 5. Okay. I mean, I've been calling it since Umi got his phone number. I even said when we went back to chapter 109, it's 179 or 178, that the reason Umi does not continue his conversation with Kazuya in chapter 178 is because Kazuya doesn't know that Chizuru, what Chizuru feels. And I think it's fascinating that Umi calls Kazuya right after Chizuru seemingly knows what she feels. And she's very set in stone about what she feels. I think that timing is not coincidental at all. That Umi did not continue that conversation until Chizuru got her shit together and said openly what she felt. Judging by the last panel of the face he usually makes before he says something impactful and progress happens. I didn't say there wouldn't be progress. I just said that how things will be might not be what we think. I don't think everything's going to magically change next chapter. That's all I'm saying. I don't think next chapter everything's going to magically change. We're going to have more of a clearer goal, right? I think next chapter we might have a more clearer goal. Maybe Kazuya might find out more about the play. I don't know. I do love that they're both blushing like crazy. I love that before you see Chizuru's back, right? She's part of a crowd, but she stands still. Everyone else is moving. She stood still. That's a cool detail. Every single other person is moving. She stood still. She's standing. She's waiting to move. She wants to know how to move. Whereas everyone else is moving. The cars are moving. The city is alive. The person in front of Chizuru is moving. All these other people are moving. They're all moving, but she stood still. She's waiting. She's trying to see how to move. Standing, waiting for him. Pretty much. She's standing, waiting for him. How to move. How do you move from here? I hope they talk more about the play than the kiss. I feel like they should talk about the kiss, but they may not. And I think Chizuru here is standing, not knowing how to move, and she's waiting to see what Kazuya wants to do, and she'll go with it. I think whatever Kazuya wants to do, she'll go with it. That feels like what I think Chizuru is going to do. That she's just going to go with what Kazuya wants to do. And I think that's the detail that is being conveyed in this shot. She's standing still, whereas everyone else is moving, contrasted by Kazuya, who's trying to move. Right? Look at Kazuya. He's literally trying to move. Whereas Chizuru stood still and is waiting for him to move. Right? She's just waiting. Right? She's just waiting quietly. He's the one who has to move. I'm sure Chizuru also had a mini freak out about Kazuya suddenly calling instead of sending a line message. Probably. I pretty much said this too. I think that's why the ring lasted so long. Right? Ring, 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 ring. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 rings. 9 rings. And she didn't answer. That's a lot of rings. Right? And then she picks up. right? 9 whole rings. Oh my god. What chapter are we on? We're chapter 396. We're in the 90s. Oh my god. We're in the 90s and the phone rings 9 times. That's hilarious. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It rings 9 times. And we're in the 90s. Right? It's the number of pain. That's not subtle. Reiji, you unsubtle bastard. Here, give me a sec. Maybe it's almost a nod to how Kazuya kept her waiting. I think that's oddly fitting. Kazuya kept her waiting this entire time. So it ringing 9 times is very fitting. I'll be right back. I just gotta change my jacket. It's getting hot. I was afraid he would hang up too, and he was about to. No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't. You see it right here. She isn't picking up. Is she declining the call? Maybe just way too awkward for her. Maybe she prefers Umi-kun, and now she's distancing herself. She could even have blocked me. He never said he was gonna hang up at any point. Not once does Kazuya say he was gonna hang up. I don't know where you fucking got that. If it's me, I'm hanging up after like 4 or 5 max. Oh no, I'm holding. I will hold, motherfucker. I will fucking hold. Are you shitting me? If I want something, I will hold until I get to voicemail. No. I will hold until it gets to voicemail. If I need something done, I don't care how long it waits. I might even call again. I'm not hanging up. I'm so used to people being on D&D, so I'll call twice. I just call twice regardless. Right? And then if they don't answer, I'll text them. Right? So no. Good that actually reflects Kazuya's persistence. That he was willing to wait, right? I love where it ends too. Reiji has been ending it like this so much. It's so great. Reiji always ends it right before a big talk. Literally like with Umi, right? Literally like just like with Umi, Reiji ends it right before the talk. Right? So we had a thing with Kazuya and we had a thing with Chizuru and Umi where chapter 394, where does Reiji end it? Right? Where does Reiji end it? Right before a talk. And if you remember, dude, I fucking love Reiji. Oh my god. I see what he's cooking. I see what this bastard's cooking. If you remember, Kazuya in chapter 287 when Umi showed up, what happens? Kazuya gets up. Can I really just keep waiting like this? This is when Umi shows up. Can I just keep waiting like this? I need something to shake things up a bit. Being more direct with her might just do the thing. Comes up, talks to her. He wants to talk to her. Umi shows up. It hinders him. Right? But who asks who after Umi leaves? Umi leaves. Kazuya is devastated. And he is saying, which is it? I'm really not sure which more of this I can take. Chizuru comes in. She walks into the room. She looks at him. She musters up some courage and says, hey, you want to go out for a bit? Chizuru asks him out last time. What just happened? We're going on a date. Right? Big date. Now, it's the reverse. Chizuru talks to Umi. It ends on a cliffhanger. She talks to Umi, she rejects him. Then Umi calls Kazuya. We get to chapter 396. A date out of nowhere. Exactly. It's a date out of nowhere. Now, what happens? Umi calls Kazuya. It just ends abruptly. Right after a rejection with Umi. And now Kazuya's doing the same thing. Right? Kazuya's now literally doing the same thing. Kazuya calls, and he's about to ask Chizuru out on a date abruptly. But literally, what was Chizuru also afraid of? What was Chizuru also afraid of? Chizuru clearly was thinking something really similar. She's also freaked out. She's also scared. And she has to muster up some courage and ask him out. Now the roles are reversed. Kazuya has to muster up some courage and fucking ask her out. He has to get his shit together, get a little fucking scared, and ask her out. That's what Umi did when he showed up to Chizuru's house that time. She got some courage to ask Kazuya the fuck out. It was a necessary conflict. It was a reminder of what she needed to fucking do. It was a necessary conflict. Here, it's for Kazuya. Chizuru faced the conflict. She faced it head on, and she's now certain of what she wants to do. Kazuya, in contrast, needed a conflict, right? Chizuru was certain in how she wanted to confront Umi. She knew exactly what she wanted to do, and she was set in her path, and she wasn't going to stray from that. Kazuya, in contrast, had no conflict. He's the one who needed conflict. This is kind of setting up to be Kazuya's arc, in my opinion. I've said this for a while. This is setting up to be Kazuya's arc, in my opinion, where it intentionally presents a necessary conflict to Kazuya. Makes him a little fucking scared. You gotta get a little scared. Love isn't for cowards, right? You gotta fucking get a little toughened out, dude. You know, you gotta get a little fucking scared, right? So Kazuya getting a little scared and then asking Chizuru out, it's very much similar to that, right? And I think it would kind of make Chizuru's day if Kazuya asked her out right now. I'm gonna just say, I think it would totally make her fucking day. Like, you know, he's gonna need to get afraid, be scared that he might get rejected, and then do it anyway. I think that's a big thing for Kazuya. I think that's why Kazuya being afraid of rejection and the chapter next time being called "If I'm Rejected, I'll Die" is very important. You have to be willing to die. Right? You have to. They went out immediately last time. It'll be nice if they just met up now. They might not. I think they might not. Trying to fix this thing. Am I moving the? Okay, there we go. Cool. Fixed it. Yeah. I think they might not. I think they're not gonna meet up now. It'd be cool, but I kind of doubt it. I think they're not gonna meet up now, specifically because last time Chizuru asked him out in person. Here, Kazuya's calling her over the phone. He's not asking her out in person. So I think because he's not asking her out in person, they're not going to meet up now. Right? They're not talking right now. They're not going to meet up right now. I was just thinking he was going to make the 11th a certain thing, but if they meet up, it'll be cool. I think that's what it is. The 11th is probably going to be like a certain thing. And I kind of doubt that they'll meet up, but it's good that Kazuya called her now that it's late. And, you know, they feel, I think in them establishing a proper time when they're going to meet up, they can both feel a sense of comfort, right? They can both create a sense of comfort. So Kazuya facing rejection, that he might be rejected, is important. He needs to be okay with being rejected. He needs to stop being afraid of that. Because if he keeps getting afraid of that and keeps hiding behind that, he's never going to actually get the thing he wants. So that's I think why the teaser for next time, if I'm rejected, I'll die. It's Kazuya's fear being embodied, right? No, you won't. No, you fucking won't. You'll be okay. You're fine. You're not going to die. You're okay. That's why I think it's called that. It's literally a necessary conflict. You gotta face your fucking fear. No, you're not gonna die. You'll be fine. They should see each other as a safe person to talk to instead of as a threat. Exactly. Kazuya needs to get over that fear that he's gonna get fucking rejected and get scared and all that shit. No, you'll be fine. You won't fucking die. Yeah. He needed to get panicked. He needed to get a little rattled. I think that's why it's called the boyfriend in the panic. You need to get a little fucking rattled. Get a little scaredy cootie. Is that even a word? Scaredy booty. There we go. Okay. Let me turn this off. I think there's like too many stuff on. Close this, close this, close this, close this, close this. This fucking guy. Wow, they're still at it. I swear. Twitter never learns. Right? And that's another thing you can think about. That's another important thing you can think about is like for Kazuya, like he thinks, oh, if I'm rejected, I'll die and I'll lose everything. No, you won't. You got family, you got friends, you got other people who like you. You'll be fine. Chizuru, on the other hand, right? Chizuru, on the other hand, Chizuru would probably lose a whole lot if she's rejected, right? And yet she's willing to reject you, despite the fact that she'll lose literally family and loved ones. Like if Chizuru can take that kind of hit, I think you'll be fine, right? If Chizuru can take that kind of hit and literally just almost break the fuck down, but still do it and double down on it, I think you'll be fucking fine, dude. Right? That's the thing with Kazuya. I think he needs to just be like, bro, you'll be fine. You're not gonna fucking die. Nothing from the person who makes the Kobari link yet. I'll update. Oh, this person did it. Okay, cool. Pretty surprising setup chapter. Umi calling Kazuya was pretty unexpected. He's usually there for very briefly to stir up some drama before disappearing, but it seems this time he'll stick around for a bit. I'm very curious to see if he'll redeem himself or if he'll fall further down. Kazuya's reaction and his intrusive thoughts were completely in character, and I would even go as far as calling them hilarious. It's Chizuru that kissed him, not the other way around. He didn't have to say it, and he didn't have a say in it, and despite that, his fantasies are the opposite. The highlight is obviously Kazuya calling Chizuru very surprisingly, and Chizuru answering surprising to the point of being almost unbelievable. It's nice to see both of them committing. How is Chizuru answering surprising to the point of almost unbelievable? She's never said no. She's never turned him down. Why is that surprising? That's such a weird take. Kazuya calling Chizuru, yes, totally surprising. Chizuru answering, why is that surprising? In any way, shape, or form. Why would that be fucking surprising? She's literally always answered. I don't understand this mindset. That's so strange. It's nice to see both of them committing to not running away, even if they didn't speak with each other yet and are understandably embarrassed. I would love to see Kazuya meeting Umi after Chizuru told him what happened. It's time. No, I don't think that's what's going to happen. Anyways. Wow, all in the same night. Umi's staying in the waterfront, calling our boy. Chizuru is still dressed up and walking home. I wonder if they'll meet up later. There's no way Reiji drew the underwear last week for nothing, lol. Wishful thinking. Hopefully they start an argument and start clearing stuff up. And I don't think so. First impressions. Umi's motivations for wanting to talk to Kazuya are still a mystery, but he has freaked Kazuya out. Even though Umi didn't declare a rivalry, Kazuya still got quite possessive. And contrary to Minnie, he couldn't get Kazuya to contact Chizuru. Who couldn't get Kazuya to contact Chizuru again. Umi got him to actually call Chizuru. I hope they just talk. They need to talk. They should just talk the whole night, ideally. Next time, if I'm rejected, it will be death. I think if he asked about Chizuru, what kind of girl she is, how Kazuya will win. Yeah, I mean, I literally said this. I was literally saying this. I'm like, Minnie can't get Kazuya to move for shit. Every time Umi shows up, Kazuya moves. Because Umi is literally a necessary conflict. Can I ask which episode covers this manga chapter? It hasn't aired. It has not aired. I'm pretty sure I responded to you in a comment. You asked and I responded that it has not aired. I don't know why you're still asking. Anyways, Chizuru has none people like who don't realize that she's got nothing. What's rare is him calling her, not her picking up. Laugh my ass off. Yeah! What's rare is Kazuya calling her, not her picking up. She fucking would. Of course she would. In what universe do you think Chizuru would not pick up the fucking phone? In what galaxy? I also think it's so fucking stupid that like anime readers or not anime readers, manga fans are like clinging to those pages of Kazuya imagining Chizuru and Umi together. And I'm like, oh, how about the fact that Kazuya fucking called her? You stupid weeaboos. Goddamn nerds. Just sitting there, not even like actually interacting with anything. You're just reacting. It's fucking irritating. I hope it's less dramatic than chapter 218. Did you For anyone worried about NTR, tiny spoilers if you're concerned. No NTR, just imagined kiss. It is actually very funny. What is this? As expected, Umi stirs up some shit in Kazuya's mind. After having a short delusion, our boy really manages to calm down. And it's not NTR at all. It's just kissing and reflecting on the kiss she gave him and whether it meant anything. Everybody calm down now. That's exactly what I wanted to say yesterday, but wait for the panels. After reassuring with Minnie, short text exchange, Kazuya finally picks up the phone to call Chizuru. Good move. As always, Umi drives Chizuru and Kazuya closer together. This time it's no different. I really don't get why everybody's so surprised that Chizuru answers. If the person you love calls you, you answer the phone. Nothing surprising there. Thank you! Jesus! Now we can only guess what his point of meaning in the karaoke bar. I guess there are several ideas which come to mind. I'm going to write some down for the serious discussion. Finally, did you notice how Kazuya's view on Chizuru and men shifts? And while in 218 it was really explicit, it's not a simple kiss or two. In contrast to this, Kazuya's sexual delusion he had of him with either Mami, Ruka, or Chizuru now shifted to only Chizuru, and this being purely romantic, like the kiss in the car. Yeah, I mean, it was always shifting to that. That actually already happened in chapter 290, where literally the same thing happens. Kazuya imagines Umi and Chizuru having all these romantic moments together, right? So notice this, calling him a great guy, hugging him, the moment they had there on a rental date, kissing, and then Umi lying on top of her for some reason, right? He imagined all of those themes. All of those things in particular. So it's not, it doesn't make much sense. People are confusing scared to answer the call with their ignoring each other. They were in a stalemate of who contacts who first, but no doubt they will answer right away whenever one of them decides to reach out first. Everything's going so well lately that I'm scared about the next boom. Thank you for the comment, though. I can relax about the NTR stuff. Just some kissing and imagination and Kazuya calming down is so good to me. You're welcome. I hope you already read the chapter. I've added spoilers to those who still blah, 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 blah. Oh, boy. Here we go. People are so stupid. Dude, this is why I don't read spoilers. This guy keeps taking L's. He triggered Kazuya to call Chizuru right away. Or, I don't know. I don't think, I'm still certain Umi is not what we think he is. I'm pretty sure about that, to be honest. I'm feeling more and more certain about this, that Umi is not who we think he is. I'm so annoyed at Umi right now. This guy could literally have anyone, and yet he calls Kazuya to what? Harass him, throw him off his game, threaten him. He didn't do any of that. Umi literally did none of this. It's a scummy thing to do, I think. You got turned down, so just leave it alone. I know Mizuhara is busy, but I just wish she would just give him some reassurance while she's working on her stuff. But has Kazuya given her any reassurance? Right? You don't know what Chizuru is thinking. You don't know what Umi is thinking. You only know what Kazuya is thinking, and what he's thinking is nonsense. That's the whole point. Kazuya is the one not giving her reassurance. She's the one who thinks she has to work more. No. You got turned down, so you just leave it alone. Things are just busy, but you sure stuff. I really wish this chapter would have progressed a bit more. I feel sort of unsatisfied with the amount of progress that's happened here. I think that's by design. You're getting just enough progress to where you want to read more, but you're not getting the progress you desire. Much like how Kazuya is literally not getting the progress he desires. You literally don't know. You're not getting enough of what you want, just as Kazuya is not getting enough of what he wants, or neither is Chizuru getting enough of what she wants, because they think they need to do more before they can be together. And that's exactly the problem. The feeling you're feeling is exactly what you're meant to feel. You're getting the full picture. Good job. I know Miyajime Sensei knows what they're doing, but I still got the sort of chapters as a reader are super frustrating. Damn, guys, this is the funniest thing I've read in ages. Chizuru, here's 1,000,000 yen, and Umi's don't tell the ugly people. They got me so bad. Oh, don't tell the ugly people. Kazuya's delusions about Umi and Chizuru had me dying of laughter. I never thought I'd say this. It was supposed to be awkward, like some HNTR stuff, but honestly, Kazuya goes so far that it just ends up being hilarious. Thanks, Reiji, for the little moments of joy. Now, all that's left to see is if Kazuya and Chizuru will actually manage to have a serious and honest conversation. He might just invite her on a date and not bring up Umi at all, which would be a shame. I think that's what's going to happen. I'm going to be real. What's Umi going to say to Kazuya? I have no idea. Whether he's a bad guy or a good guy here, I mean, Chizuru is on her way to Kazuya, metaphorically speaking or not. Then Kazuya called Chizuru, holy shit, that's freaking incredible. So technically, nothing can stop the two heroes now. I need more. See you next week. Ladies and gentlemen, they are already breaking the communication barriers. The last page was so beautiful. Such a great chapter. No real NTR, just okay, blah, blah, blah. Next chapter will be hopefully amazing. Oh, Reiji, you're such a tease. Playing with our minds by having Kazuya imagine a kiss. Kiss is actually between Umi and Chizuru. Kisses? I thought it was only one. Oh, there was two. They're right. There was two. Only to have it all set up for a phone call he's really, really needed to make. Yep. I have to say, I'm eager to see how this call plays out and how the meeting with Umi goes. Probably not coincidence that it's happening at the karaoke place. Echoes of Mommy's rental date, which only strengthens my suspicion that Umi will be Mommy 2.0. Or, plot twist, Umi's not Mommy at all. Though it would be interesting to see what kind of interaction Umi may have with Ruka. She's been conspicuously absent from the story lately. It's time for some drama from the ribbon-wearing time bomb. Yeah, that should be interesting because Umi does accidentally say things to Kazuya about Chizuru's acting. So wouldn't it be interesting if it's flipped? He accidentally tells Ruka about Chizuru. And it's like, oh, oops, oopsie, mistakes were made. The 1,000,000 yen panel was the funniest panel we've gotten in quite a while. That was pretty fucking funny. I didn't even notice that at first. I'm just like, what the fuck? Just 1,000,000 yen. And based on this week's sneak peek, I'm afraid we're not getting a proper resolution to the phone call next chapter. Still hopeful, though. Umi calling Kazuya and acting like nothing happened. I still don't trust him, but anywho, good chapter. We see Umi calling Kazuya, as I said before. I don't trust Buck. Bro, you said the same thing twice. All right, the actual NTR stuff in the head was ultra tame compared to 218. This is a good sign to Kazuya. Hopefully this call is productive also. I'm very upset. Right? You think this, right? You think Umi is very upset, but the fact that Kazuya is imagining it means it's nonsense. The fact that Umi is imagining it means, the fact that Kazuya is imagining it. The fact that Kazuya used the watch T Hans and so imagination also going in a direction surely is detailed. But to be honest, every time I see panels like this of the imagining, it does make my blood boil. I can't imagine Chizuru getting NTR'd or just allowing anyone, even the bastard Umi, to come close to her without her consent. And yet, every time we see Umi, he never, ever, ever breaks boundaries. Right? Has Umi ever, at any fucking point, broken boundaries with Chizuru? Ever? No. He even when he's on a date with her, he maintains boundaries consistently. The only time he ever actually grabbed her was when she was falling. After that, he always maintained boundaries consistently. He never crosses any boundaries. He never just touches her casually. It's almost like those boundaries are meant to actually convey something. That what Umi feels with Chizuru is not love. That what he's trying to have with Chizuru is not love. What's going on is completely different from what it appears. I think that element of boundaries is very core to this. That Umi consistently does that. Pretty funny Kazuya wearing the Kiss t-shirt like a poster boy. Yeah. Well, there is a brand or like a store or something called Kiss. There is a store called Kiss. So it makes a lot of sense. All right. And the fact that you see I'm very upset from Umi down here is really fucking funny. I think that's hilarious because it tells you, oh, maybe Umi isn't actually upset. He doesn't sound upset. When he talks to Kazuya, Umi doesn't sound upset. And then you see the kiss and you're like, oh, the kiss. Oh, she's a woman, the face of a woman. And it's just a bunch of nonsense. All right, and then they kiss again. Oh. Yeah, I think what Reiji's doing is literally telling you how idiotic NTR is. I think what Reiji's doing is literally telling you how idiotic NTR is, but how it can motivate you to move. Plot twist, Umi was trying to get them together from the beginning by poking Kazuya to action. I don't think that's what it is. I think my current theory is this. Chizuru didn't seem serious. Chizuru didn't seem serious. And I think Umi still doesn't fully see Chizuru. So, Umi, what he was doing, in my opinion, was playing judge. He was pushing Chizuru to take control of the situation and to turn him down and to show him that she's serious. I think that's what Umi was doing. He wants her to show him that she's serious and she's not just being shallow. Could be. And that's just one theory I have. And that would explain why he seemingly confesses to her, why he doesn't let her not confess to him. He's like, take control of the situation. I could be wrong, of course. There's like things that just don't completely align with this. But the fact that Umi doesn't blush, the fact that Umi doesn't react, the fact that Umi clearly doesn't seem to feel any kind of like sort of emotion for Chizuru, the fact that we're only seeing half of his face the entire time, it's like you're literally seeing half of a picture. You're not seeing the full Umi. Here's 1,000,000 yen in the face of 250k doomers. Yeah. Kazuya needs to see a mental health person. No. I think he's okay. He's not so traumatized he can't fucking do anything. Like, I think everybody needs help with mental health, but the thing is about mental health is that the reason we go to therapy that people don't seem to want to fucking acknowledge, the reason we go to therapy is to help us sort our emotions out themselves. It's merely giving you the tools. In reality, people can do this too. people can help each other. There are times where it's too much, where like a person just can't help another person. They clearly need some sort of like help from a guidance counselor. But I think that people can help each other without needing a mental counselor of some sort. And not everybody has the privilege of that. That's not something that's easily accessible. So it's not that Kazuya needs a mental health person, aka a therapist or a psychiatrist. I think Kazuya just needs to deal with some of his conflicts and move forward. And it doesn't make for an interesting story, not always, when you just have, oh, here's a therapist to solve your fucking problems. Like, doesn't make for an interesting story, and it doesn't happen in real life. People don't just turn to therapists, unfortunately. Anywho. It's chaotic because it's Chizuru. Anyone else, and I'd get why he'd be so concerned. Even Ruka wouldn't be like this. I'm gonna be real. Even Ruka wouldn't be like this. Or Sumi. I don't know about Minnie. Minnie's kind of weird. Although Minnie has turned a lot of people down, so maybe not even Minnie. Mommy would probably be the only one, but no, actually, even Mommy. No, none of them. Literally none of the women, which means it's plain idiotic in a nutshell. Right? It just means it's just plain idiotic that you're afraid that some hot guy will take the girl you like away. None of it makes any sense. I think Reiji is literally just criticizing NTR and the idea that, oh no, your love doesn't matter because some hot guy exists. I'm sorry, if your love doesn't matter because some hot guy exists, then it wasn't really love to begin with. That's just the truth. I'm sorry, if you like someone and just some hot guy shows up and suddenly the person that you love likes this hot guy, it wasn't love to begin with. That's not love. If all it takes is a hot dude, then the person never really loved you. Like, I'm sorry, if that's all it takes is just some hot dude who can take action better than you, that was never love. They were never serious about you. That's just the sad truth. They were never serious about you. They never really cared. That's what Reiji is saying. He's saying NTR is fucking stupid. He's saying NTR is fundamentally antithetical to love. That's what it is. NTR is fundamentally antithetical to love. Because you think that all it takes is that some guy's better than you. And that's all it does. That's all, like your entire relationship, everything you built, all the feelings that you have, every effort you put in, none of it fucking mattered because some dude was hotter than you. That's idiotic. That's what Reishi's fucking saying. He was the one who ran away from the rejection, though. Umi? Yeah, maybe, and we don't know the reason for that, right? Maybe he felt that Chizuru wasn't ready. Maybe he wanted her to take control. Maybe a part of it was that Umi didn't want to be rejected, but he knew she didn't like him in the first place. Here to say, fuck Umi, it's been a weekly thing. Lol, Umi going to push Kazi to be a man, push out the fears. Oh, for the fucking... Here we go again with the be a man thing. Ay. Kazuya is not insane. It's not, you don't go to mental therapy for insanity. You can go for depression. You do realize that, right? You do realize that you can go to therapy for depression or like any form of mental health struggle. In fact, I'm an advocate of believing a lot of people need therapy, like everyone, especially in our modern climate. Like everybody needs fucking therapy. But at the same time, what we really need is people to help us and be there for us, because not everybody has access to therapy. I feel like Umi's more genuine with Kazuya than he is with Chizuru, weirdly. I kind of somewhat agree with this. It feels like Umi's a little more genuine with Kazuya. NTR is good if it helps you dodge a bullet. It only is a real problem when it happens behind your back. Okay, well, NTR and cheating are a little different. What you're describing is cheating. NTR isn't good if it helps you dodge a bullet. NTR is just stupid. It's antithetical to love. If you're talking about cheating, cheating is a choice. Cheating is a step of choices. It is not one choice. It is an action you took that you thought about and you deliberately did. That is different. than NTR. NTR, the reason it's so stupid is that NTR's whole basis is that someone can be taken away from you if another person has things you don't. The fundamental build around NTR and what makes it slightly different from cheating is that there is a person who is better than you, that does things better than you. It is about putting someone down and lifting someone else up. That's the whole point of NTR. That's why it's stupid and antithetical to love. That's why Ruka calls what Chizuru did to her NTR, because Ruka is a stupid kid who doesn't fully understand love, and Chizuru kissing Kazuya and Chizuru being superior to Ruka gets to her. Hence why she calls it NTR and cuckolding. That's the idea. That's why a lot NTR and cuckolding essentially deal with that idea of like, ooh, someone is better than you. That's their whole basis. That's why they're so stupid. NTR means take away or something like that. NTR is literally a partner taken away. Or that's kind of what I think it means. So cheating, but with the baseless assumption that they're serious about you in the first place. Yeah, well, usually most of them are like unreciprocated love, right? They have feelings for this person, and then oh no, they're watching them getting their brains fucked out. It's so stupid. NTR is so fucking stupid and completely detached from reality. Like, I'm sorry. Like, it is some of the most nonsensical shit, and it's like there are people who fucking do this, right? There are people who do this, but that's the thing. That has nothing to do with love. That has absolutely nothing to do with love. NTR has nothing to do with love. It means they never loved you in the fucking first place. It's just about desire. It's just about sex. It's just about like giving into your feelings. You have no control over your life. It's literally about stripping control, right? It's about, like, literally in simple terms, there's a man who has power and control, and he takes a woman away because she gives in to control easily. She gives in to her feelings easily. He manipulates and uses that, and she gives in to her desires easily. And then what do you have? You have the weak man who couldn't keep her to get with her. The weak man couldn't keep her because he doesn't have, the power to control her feelings. So what does it all fundamentally come back to? Control. It is about a man controlling a woman's happiness. That is fucked up. That's why NTR is stupid. It is about controlling someone. It is inherently comes from a place of misogyny. In that same way, it can happen to a woman too. Like, literally, if a woman, if it's literally all about control, right? And so it's literally about, like, it can even be misandry if you think about it. It can literally also be misandry because, oh no, the man gave in to his feelings and the woman used his feelings and manipulated him. He's so weak. And then you can even do it with fucking lesbians or gay people or just like gay men. It's the same thing. It's literally about just desire and control. It has nothing to do with romance. Romance is not about control. Romance is not about manipulating other people or controlling their feelings. Romance is about connecting to a person, forging a bond with them. Something that transcends that element of control, that feelings that you don't just give in easily. You're fucking serious about something. The N in NTR specifically to betting another person or something. I've made my point. We're not going to keep talking about this. I've made my point. We're not going to keep talking about this. The whole point of NTR is that it's fundamentally antithetical to love. That's the idea. That's why chapter 218 is what it is. 218 is literally meant to be antithetical to Kazuya's love. It is meant to erase Kazuya's love. Kazuya's love does not fucking matter in chapter 218. That's the whole point of it. The point of that scene is that Kazuya's love does not matter. It is Kazuya's feelings and person literally being erased. Ooh. What have we here? I read the latest chapter of Kanojo Okarishimasu Manga Poke. Incoming call from Umi. Seems like it's not a big deal. Appointment to meet concluded. However, a parade of major chaos and paranoia delusions. A feeling of a twinge of unease. I also hurry to keep the promise. Contacts us the time. Is it a success? Mm. Yeah, Japanese fans seem to be kind of quiet. I don't know why. And everything's loading super slowly. Yeah, that actually ties in. That actually ties in with what I was describing before. I wrote this whole thing on Twitter talking about this element of happiness and a woman's happiness. This weird idea in Japanese culture that a woman's happiness is dependent on a man. And this kind of seems to connect to that with the whole into your thing because it's like, oh, like her happiness is dependent on that, and it comes off as like this weird misogynistic bullshit. Okay. Anything else? 396. Slowly, the story is progressing. Yeah, it feels like the story will keep progressing, but then there will be something to face. But yeah, this is meant to mirror chapter 290 after Umi shows up, right? But then it's a reversal of chapter 296, where in this one, Kazuya is having faith in Chizuru, whereas in chapter 296, the end of it is Kazuya saying, I trust Chizuru. Right? I trust Mizuhara. That's what he says in chapter 296. If it'll load. Please load. It didn't load. I thought it did something cool. It didn't load. Right? This is after the daycare visit. I trust you, Mizuhara. On that day, I took another step into adulthood. It seems this makes a lot of sense to come back to that, except now it's about faith. Now it's about faith. It's not about just trust. You have to have faith in this person. You have to fucking believe in them, right? I'll have faith in Mizuhara, right? You gotta have faith in this person. It's not just, it has to go a little above trust. Let's see. What I meant, what I meant about my Kazuya being more active, starting to do what we really want, and I'm here for it. I also don't get why people saying NTR for something that is so false. I don't get it. That he needs to man up. Not that he needs to man up. I came out wording wrong. Oh, well, yeah, I get it. I get it. I just don't like this idea of manning up. You know, I think it sends men the wrong message about what it means to actually be a man. You know, I felt like your intent wasn't inherently bad. It was just the phrasing. You know, I've just never liked that idea of manning up. You know, to toughen up, get tough. It's not about toughening up. It's actually about facing your fears. You know, so that's kind of why I've just never liked that phrasing. But I understand when you describe it like that. Kazuya might ask her to come to him to the daycare. Anything is possible. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what Chizuru says too. It seems like Chizuru is following Kazuya's lead. But yeah, it seems to come back to chapter 396 or chapter 296, but now instead of trust, it's faith, right? Faith is more than just trust. It's completely believing in a person, not knowing what'll happen, right? Trust is like I trust them with things, but faith is like you gotta close your fucking eyes, and that's what Kazuya does, right? What does Kazuya do? He closes his eyes. It's a leap of faith, right? You got to have faith in this person. You got to close your eyes. You got to believe, right? And yeah, and Chizuru is meant to kind of scare you a little here. She's in shadow. She's all blushing and stuff, but you're not supposed to be scared because you're supposed to have faith in her, right? Reishi wants you to have faith. What Reishi is doing right now is he's challenging your faith, right? Chizuru looks a certain way, and it's meant to scare you, and you get things that are supposed to scare you, but you're supposed to keep believing, right? Regardless of how scared you are, you have to keep believing. And I think that's what Reishi's doing is he's challenging your belief. He's challenging our ability to believe in other people. You have to believe in other people. If you love someone, you have to believe in them. Yeah, if you love someone, you have to believe in them. So I think that is what Reishi is cooking. Let's see, what else do we got? Translate this post. Talking to the box that Yomori-san was in, Kazuya is hilarious. Kazuya growing up, good job. Yeah, I think growing up is a better way of putting it. Rather than manning up, it's growing up. He's taking his first steps to actually being more of an adult. It's not the first time he's made a phone call on his own. Also, I saw a post on X saying it's too long, but I'll support this to the end no matter what. Yeah, fuck people who are saying this shit's too long. It's awesome. AI nonsense. Don't need that. This crazy post about it being too long. Surpassing Bleach. What the fuck even? Oh, this is cool. So this is from last chapter. If it'll move, if it'll move. So from last chapter, they showed the real building that's depicted behind Umi. The building behind the Umi is CMBC Toyota building. The Tokyo head office building of the Sumatama Metsu card. This must be really out of they must be really out of material, huh? I should have exposed last week's rejection material. I don't know how that's out of material. Right? So that's the building. And that's the card. There might be a purpose to this, right? It's literally like a gold card. Literally matching Umi. Maybe I'll stop at like 4 hours, I think 4 hours might be a good spot to stop for today. I don't want to stream for 7 fucking hours. I'm already running out of material, I feel like we've already covered a whole lot of stuff. So I got like 20 more minutes in me, and then I'll call it a day. And then we can stream some more tomorrow. Sounds good. So, did we miss anything else? Actually, here, anyone in chat speak Japanese? I'm curious what the text for this cover says here. I'm curious what the text for the cover says right here. I'll double check with Crumpy. Can you explain the cover words more clearly? I will reread the chapter. I feel something is missing. I don't know. I don't know if something is particularly missing. Oh my god, I love how he says Umi in English. His name is spelled in English. That's interesting. Oh, and it is actually in English here too. How weird. Nakano-kun. Oh yeah, Kazuya's schedule is packed. How weird. He's vaguely remembering this part. What is that? I don't think I've seen Umi wear that. Yeah, they don't tell you what's on Kazuya's schedule, but his schedule is packed. $16, $17. Chizuru is a baddie. Yeah, that's not new. I was expecting something about Kazuya's phone, but it was just a mistake. Last chapter it was cracked while Umi called. I literally said it was just a fucking issue. It was just a mistake. I literally told you it was just a fucking mistake. It was probably just like the editors fucking up. Right? Reiji, remember, Reiji has like what is it? Other artists who draw for him, who helped him with stuff, and they probably just fucked up. But I want you to stream as long as my work shift. Sorry, man. I'm running out of stuff to talk about. Like I'm already like kind of trying to dig a little more. Like you're getting little teasers of me kind of digging a little more. Thanks, I'm looking forward to it. The heck was that? Don't tell the ugly people. He didn't seem upset or anything. He didn't seem upset or anything. Umi didn't seem upset or anything. Like nothing bad just happened. Huh. Isn't that interesting? That beautiful people have to be mysterious. Does something happen between him and Mizuhara? He's right on that front, but it should be negative. Wait a second. Now I get thinking other than that. Mizuhara's the only thing that... Yeah, but why would he call you if it was good? Did he meet with Mizuhara somewhere that I'm unaware of? Of course they did. Of course they did. Even Mr. Fish. Yeah, no shit, idiot. Of course they did. At this time of night, what did they meet? What did they talk about? You kiss much better than him. That's just so funny. If that's the case, it would make sense that he's looking forward to it. Maybe they came to an agreement and he's coming to give the final word. Wait, that's an interesting choice of dialogue. Wait. Something must have triggered this. What could have happened to make him want to see me? Interesting. Let's say, remember, we actually get context from Kazuya's dialogue. We do actually get context from Kazuya's dialogue. Could that really have been the final part of her research? Is she done with me forever now? No, that's not right. Could the kiss have been the final part of her research? No, it isn't. Now let's flip this a little bit. If that's the case, it would make sense that he's looking forward to it. That would be a terrible personality, though, right? Oh no, Umi has a terrible personality. Maybe they came to an agreement and he's coming to give the final word. Maybe they did come to some sort of agreement. That is possible. I think there are truths in Kazuya's words. I think there are truths to Kazuya's words, just not the kind of truths we think they are. I think what is happening is when Chizuru turned Umi down, there was some sort of agreement at play, right? And it's just not what we thought it was. You couldn't stop telling her that you loved her. She felt like she had to kiss you, but she said it meant absolutely nothing to her. Sorry, you can have your money back. Here's 1,000,000 yen. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. This is all mixed up with stuff and it doesn't make any sense, and I think that's the point. I'm super nervous now. I know I'm overthinking this, but there's a chance she has plans with Umi-kun on July 11th. I know I'm overthinking this. It wouldn't go that far. But just in case there's a chance, right? Just in case there's a chance. I saw him trembling, yeah. Just in case there's a chance. I feel like I should hurry up and make a date for July 11th. Mizuhara might be kind of restless too. It's also be easier to make plans because I'm nervous. It's not because I'm nervous. He's lying to himself. I thought I could do this a bit later, but I should do it as soon as possible, right? So he has to skip steps. You can't keep waiting. Should I send her a line message or call her? Umi-kun called directly. That's how close the popular people are to each other. It's right to use my phone. At the very least, that's a wild bunch. Wait. Chizuru texted Umi. She didn't call him. He doesn't even know. That's so funny. Chizuru texted Umi. She didn't call him. That's so funny. And he's like, Umi called directly. That must mean he would have called her directly. Not realizing him calling her directly is actually different from Umi. How funny. How funny. Chizuru texted Umi. Kazuya called her. It actually shows he's closer. That's so funny. Now that I think about it, this will be the first time we've talked since then. It's really difficult to know how I'm supposed to approach her. Calling her would be the fastest, but it's possible that she won't pick up because it's awkward. If she told me that she's already made up plans with Umi-kun, then I'd freeze up and not even know what to say on the spot. But I don't want to run anymore. I'll have faith in Mizuhara. If I'm gonna contact her, the sooner the better. Besides, I don't want anyone to take her away from me. I think there are some secrets hidden in plain sight in this chapter. So for one, this one, okay, so the cover was a pierced shot through the summer. A pierced shot through by summer. I guess you would go to the ocean in the summer. So Chizuru hit Kazuya in the heart, and that shot was Umi. And that led to, I don't know, I'm overthinking. I'm overthinking it. Fuck. Okay. Not sure about this one. Why the Chad movie Kazuya is only present in the 10% of the manga and the rest is a coward, insecure simp with no dignity. I'm sorry, if this is how you view Kazuya, that's fucking sad. If you genuinely think the cool Kazuya has only been present in 10% of the manga, you have not been reading this manga. Cool Kazuya has literally been there since chapter 1. Cool Kazuya has literally been there since chapter 1. He is there for most of the fucking story. I don't know why you think he's not there. That just seems pretty fucking idiotic. He's even there at this point in the story. That seems pretty fucking sad if all you see is a simp, dude. I was gonna ask, why do you think Kazuya noticed Umi calling him now but not before? Because he's been calling him that for a while. I think that's an intentional writing thing. To show a sense of familiarity that Umi is actually trying to get to know Kazuya. I think it's meant to show a sense of familiarity that Umi has with Kazuya, but he doesn't have with other people. Intentionally, because you're seeing a contrast between this girl calling him Nakano-kun and Umi calling Kazuya Kazuya-kun. Right? Hello? Right? Notice how Kazuya also answers hello. He's nervous about Umi, and then he calls Chizuru, and then Chizuru also answers with hello. But she's less hesitant. What the heck was that? Seriously, what gives? I don't know what he wants. I have no idea what he's thinking. Right? You don't know what he's thinking, just as Kazuya doesn't know what he's thinking. He's mysterious. Why did he call him out of the blue? He said he wants to talk with me again, and he's looking forward to it. He didn't seem upset or anything, which means whatever happened with Chizuru was good. Which makes Kazuya reinterpret it into something negative, because of course he does. Now, I can't think of anything other than that. Mizuhara is the only thing we have in common with each other. That could be the reason for him to call me, right? He's correct. He's 100% correct. Now, let's continue with this line of thinking. Did he meet with Mizuhara somewhere that I'm unaware of? Yes, okay. At this time of night, why did they meet? What did they talk about? Right? Do you think it's negative? It's positive. No way, Mizuhara's already determined to date me. Just because she met Umi-kun doesn't mean anything. What if he's a kiss? I'll just overwrite his kiss with my own, which is idiotic. Oh, he can just kiss her and then suddenly she doesn't feel the same way. That's idiotic. You kiss much better than him, as if that, yeah, sure. As if Chizuru would let Umi get this close. Again, you notice Chizuru wearing the date clothes, which I think is a very intentional thing, because in the date, most of it is Kazuya being stuck on Umi. Most of the date is Kazuya literally being kind of stuck on Umi. He's not focusing on Chizuru. So Chizuru wearing that outfit there seems intentional. Then when Kazuya imagines Chizuru right here, she's wearing the outfit she was wearing when she kissed him, which I think is very important. It sets a contrast between the delusion he has here and the delusion and the real thing, where he's being rated on the actual kiss. He knows this is just fiction, and he tries to disassociate that by setting it up with the date and setting it up in a wild scenery that matches his own image of how that thing should appear, right? It's literally kind of his mind creating this illusion to freak him out. But his mind also wants him to know it's fiction, because it makes Chizuru dress a certain way. It makes Chizuru act a certain way in his mind. So it's literally his mind telling him it's fiction. It's a really nice, subtle detail by Reiji's writing and presentation, where he intentionally makes it look a certain way to make it into fiction, right? This is the kiss they were supposed to, Kazuya and Chizuru were supposed to have when they went on the date, right? But it doesn't happen. So naturally, this also didn't happen. Wait a second, this is freaking me out. Something must have triggered this. What could have happened to make him want to see me? Could that really have been the final part of her research? Is she done with me forever now? No. So this is a no. It wasn't the final part of her research. Nothing said Chizuru's research was over, right? Nothing told us that Chizuru's research was over. That's minus 600 million points, right? So that's nonsense. But maybe there was a oh yeah, I said what it was. this isn't the final part of her research. This is Chizuru doing her best for her feelings, right? For to show Kazuya the truth. So that this is just wrong. If that's the case, it would make sense that he's looking forward to it. That'd be a terrible personality, though. Maybe they came to an agreement and he's coming to give the final word. I think there's a truth to this one. They came to some sort of agreement and he's coming to give the final word. I don't think he's coming to give any final words, but I do think there was some sort of agreement between Chizuru and Umi that was struck that maybe we did not understand. Besides the fact that she literally told him, I don't feel about you this way and all that, yeah. Forget everything that happened before. Okay. No, if that's the case, I don't get the point of setting a specific date. Immediately contrast that, right? Why set a specific date if on July 11th if this is just gonna happen? That makes no fucking sense. So even he knows it's nonsense. Damn, I'm super nervous now. I know I'm overthinking this, but there's a chance that she has plans with Umi-kun on July 11th. No, nothing has given you that indication, but he needed that fear in order to face this. I could have told that there was no rush for her research. He kind of did. That's actually exactly what Kazuya did in the end, and that's what he reminded Chizuru of in the very end, before he left. That's actually exactly the point. There was that Kazuya did do this. Kazuya did do this. He just didn't do it initially. The problem was when Kazuya created the date, he created a timeline and a limit. And he told Chizuru he would leave, so Chizuru felt like she had to hurry up. Right? Chizuru felt like she had to do that. But when he told her there's no time limit, when he actually reassured her, then she felt like she could actually do stuff. Kazuya's mistake was the date. Kazuya's mistake was moving out. Kazuya's mistake was creating these timelines where Chizuru felt like there was no time limit, or there was a time limit. Afterwards, he made it clear there was no time limit. But initially, he did give her a lot of inclinations that there was some sort of time limit. That was the issue. Kazuya just wasn't talking to her. He just wasn't helping her through it. Chizuru did not find the answer to her research. She kind of did, right? And we don't even know what the research really is. She's just trying to find a way to say that she loves him. And I think she feels like she can now. I feel like Chizuru, she feels like she can tell him she loves him. She wants to be able to confess. Kazuya is just wrong about the idea that she already has her decision made in that way. She already made her decision. He's correct, but just not in the way that he thinks. The result of the research is not that she loves him, but that she can love him, I think. Good things came from the date, though, and I feel like he could have got a good result if he had kissed her on the spot where he got rejected. That's true. That's true. It's not that the date was bad, it's that the foundation of the date was inaction. The very fundamental foundation of the date was Kazuya's own inaction. So naturally, the date reflects that very inaction. Kazuya didn't do anything that entire month. Why did he think this date in the very end was going to change everything? He wasn't going to magically start taking action all of a sudden, so the entire date is built on that inaction. Naturally, the end will also be inaction. He needed to get rejected to wake the fuck up, just as here he needed to get a little scared to wake the fuck up. He got too comfortable. He's too comfortable. He needs to get uncomfortable. Okay. I feel like I should hurry up and make a date for July 11th. Mizuhara might be kind of restless too. It's also be easier to make plans. It's not because I'm nervous. He has to give himself a fucking excuse. I thought I could do this a bit later, but I should do it as soon as possible. Grit. Should I send her a line message? Right. So he uses Umi's call as an excuse to call her. Is she declining the call? Maybe it's just way too awkward for her. Maybe she prefers Umi-kun and now she's distancing herself. Maybe she already blocked me. She never blocked you before. Why the fuck would she block you now? It's stupid. Hello. I love how... I said this before. I love how The world is moving, but she stopped. Like Kazuya stopped her entire world. I love that the world around her is literally active, alive, and moving, but she stopped. Like Kazuya stopped her entire world. That's such a cool detail. Just in this call, everything stopped. Kazuya saying that's a terrible personality is funny because Kazuya's plan is not only tell Ruka about Chizuru after they start dating. Yeah, Kazuya's doing some terrible shit. It was refreshing to see Chizuru trying her best to be sincere and step out of her comfort zone. Her outfit also felt unique compared to everything else she'd worn. You mean on the date? Yeah. I love how Chizuru doesn't seem nervous. She's almost excited. Kazuya is the one who's nervous. Right? Did you guys notice that? Chizuru seems calm, but kind of excited. Kazuya is the one who seems nervous. Kazuya is the one who has the sweat drop. Whereas Chizuru actually looks kind of calm. Right? Kind of under control. I think that's a cool detail. Right? Chizuru seems quite calm in contrast to Kazuya, who's panicking. It's like she has complete faith in him. It's like she totally has faith in him. That whatever he'll do, Chizuru's face is a bit cryptic here, not gonna lie. It's because you don't see her. She's in shadow. But if you look at her closely, there's no sweat drop. She's blushing. But she doesn't, it seems neutral. Right? There's a lot going on, but ultimately it feels a little more composed than Kazuya. When Kazuya answers the phone to Umi, right? When Kazuya answers the phone to Umi, hello, he's nervous. You see a double H. When Chizuru answers the phone, hello. Just in control. She's calm. Maybe she needed a second to calm down, but she's calm. She's composed. She's keeping her shit together. Right? She's not freaking out. She has faith in him. Right? She's going to talk to him. She seems a little down. A little hesitant. Right? She seems a little scared maybe, probably afraid of rejection too, hopeful and determined, but maybe a little afraid. I could see her being a little worried. She's hidden in shadow. She needed 9 seconds. No, not 9 seconds, 9 rings. That's not 9 seconds. It's not a ring a second. I think it was 9 seconds. I think it was like 4 seconds. Yeah, 9 rings of pain. Kazuya needed to feel some of the pain. God, she like clearly wants to talk to him too. I'm trying to like understand her face. I'm trying to do that analyzing thing. True, besides she doesn't know what he's calling about. For all she knows, it could be the conversation she had with Minnie. Could be the kiss. Could be a lot of things. It's interesting how Kazuya is blushing more than her, but she's also clearly blushing. I'm trying to like glean the intention for why Reggie depicted it as he did. I feel like there's something hidden in plain sight with Chizuru here, and I can't quite pin it down. If you kind of tilt your head, she looks serious. Yeah, you're right. I can kind of see hopeful and determined. Yeah, if you tilt your head and you see it like at a more natural angle, you can definitely see more hopeful and determined. Right? Maybe she's not on a rental date. What the fuck are you on about? She's not on a fucking rental date. What are you on about? It's super late. Why would she be on a rental date? She just finished talking to Umi. You're seeing her go home. She looks very determined. Yeah, like when you tilt your head, you see determination a little bit. She legit was standing alone, right? She legit was standing alone. The fuck are you on about? Hey, I'm just gonna toss out baseless claims to justify my stance, bro. That's what we do here. Okay. Her face looks committed to see what's next. Yeah, that could be another way to look at it. Extract. Okay. Whoa. View large. What the hell? Why did it give me double the pages? That's weird. Damn it. I just want to tilt it slightly. I'll open Photoshop. God damn it. It's pissing me off. No, no. Damn it. Okay. Open with Photoshop. I swear, I've seen her make a reaction like this before, too. Yeah. Yeah, we definitely have. The face seems familiar. I'm just trying to glean what Reiji is cooking. Okay. Let's convert to normal layer. I feel a bit of expectation. They're facing each other. Yeah. I think that's a good way. Probably thinking you're about talking about the kiss. Yeah. She looks ready to answer. Literally. Right? She looks ready to answer Kazuya. Literally. Just like she answered him. Right? I think Chizuru's ready to give him an answer. And she's ready to answer him. Whatever he asks, she's ready to answer. That's what I feel like is happening. I feel like this is kind of the vibe I'm getting from this. Chizuru is seemingly ready to answer whatever he asks. Literally like how she answered the phone, right? Literally like how she answered the phone. Whatever he asks, she will answer. That's what I feel like this is kind of conveying. This is the vibe I'm personally kind of getting from this. That Chizuru is ready to answer whatever, do you love me, Chizuru? Right? She said in the last chapter she wants to face him. Right? She said in the last chapter she wants to face Kazuya wholeheartedly. So whatever he asks, whatever he's thinking or wants to know, she will answer him. She's ready for both the best and the worst outcome, a mixture of hope and fear. Yeah. she's determined and she seems ready and like very ready to face this, right? Like whatever the outcome, she's ready to face this. Earnest as always. Yeah, it's very earnest. I have a feeling he totally forgot to ask about the kiss. He's not gonna. Yeah, what did the kiss mean? Yeah, like Kazuya isn't gonna fucking ask about the kiss. Who are we kidding, fellas? Right? But Chizuru seems ready to face this. She seems pretty determined to face this. Regardless of what the outcome is, she seems ready to face this. What you're wearing? After your play on the 11th, can we go on a date? What are the chances he mentions Umi calling him? I doubt it. I kind of doubt it. Kazuya has never mentioned Umi. Kazuya has literally never mentioned Umi. I think Kazuya will ask her out to talk. He will not mention the kiss on the phone. I agree. I think what Kazuya is going to do is going to appear very mysterious, just like how Umi appeared mysterious to him. I think what Kazuya is going to do is going to appear very mysterious, just as Umi appeared mysterious to him. It's going to mirror that, right? We had a whole bunch of expectations as to what Umi wanted, and then we have Kazuya literally doing something similar, right? Kazuya is now doing something similar, and I think that's why... Reiji. Oh, Reiji, you crazy son of a bitch. Oh. Okay. Let me start with what I just realized. Could it be that they really have been the final part of her research and she's done with me forever now? Okay, that could be Chizuru's exact fear, right? But she's ready to face him wholeheartedly. If that's the case, it would make sense that he's looking forward to it. Maybe they came to an agreement and he's coming to give the final word. Kazuya calls her to give the final word. Right? He never considers that could be what Chizuru is thinking. Let's go to this one here. Did he meet with Mizuhara somewhere? Okay. Why did they meet? What did they talk about? No way. Mizuhara is already determined to date me. Just because she met Umi-kun, it doesn't mean anything. Well, it could mean something good for you. It doesn't have to mean anything negative, right? But what happened? Kazuya is calling her now to meet, right? He never considers this could happen. Kazuya and her he could literally meet her right now, and this could happen. That never crosses his mind that he could do this. He could call and meet her and this could happen. And so now he's calling to give her the final word, right? Because Kazuya is the one who's weighing the research, if you will, and he doesn't realize he's doing this, right? Kazuya is the one who's weighing the research, and Kazuya doesn't realize he's doing this. That's what Reiji's... That's crazy. That's crazy. So like everything Kazuya says actually informs what Chizuru is feeling, just in like a reversed way you're not probably thinking about. Right? Chizuru is ready to answer him about the research. He just needs to ask. And what happened in chapter 289 with Umi? We were fucking talking about this earlier. Or sorry, 287. What was happening in chapter 287? Kazuya was literally going to ask, have you found an answer to your research yet? What if that's what Chizuru is expecting? That Kazuya would ask her this question now. And she literally answers the phone knowing what he would probably say. Like she's literally ready to answer him. She wants to face him wholeheartedly, regardless of whether she gets rejected or not. Kazuya is afraid of rejection, not realizing Chizuru may be terrified of it too. He doesn't realize what the kiss meant, and then he's gonna ask her out on another date. Reiji, you crazy fuck. I see what you're cooking. Oh, I see what this man is cooking. This dude crazy. Oh, this dude crazy. I love him. I love him. Okay. I'm starting to kind of piece it together. Right? She's determined to answer, hence why she picks up the phone. But she's also scared of rejection. Much like how Kazuya is afraid she would pick Umi, not realizing she's afraid he would pick someone else. Oh boy. And then the date would only raise more expectations. I think that Chizuru will still need more time. That's why she's afraid to talk with Kazuya. She's trying to get to the point where she thinks like she's able to make him happy. But I do think she's ready to answer whatever he asks. The fact that she picks up the phone says that. She gave a hint of this with all the July 11th stuff. What do you mean? Hint of what? She gave a hint of what with the July 11th stuff? What are you referring to? That she was ready to... Oh, that she needed more time? Well, yes, clearly Chizuru needed more time. Yes, clearly Chizuru needed more time, but that doesn't mean she's not going to answer him. She's going to get whatever time she can get. Right? But she's clearly going to answer him regardless. Whether she found a solution to her love or not is a whole other matter. But she's going to tell him, I think I can fall in love with you. She's not ready to be his girlfriend right now. But why? Right? Right? But so whatever he asks, she will answer. That's just the point. I think if he calls, she'll answer. She'll show up. If he wants her to show up, she'll show up. That's clearly what's happening. She feels she owes him. I think she owes him that much. So if Kazuya asks for a date, he'll say so. She'll agree with it. What I don't like is how abrupt it feels. July 11th, like a corporate deadline. It's not gradual or organic, so I'm hoping they don't stick to it. I don't think they will. I'm gonna be real. I don't think they will. We're gonna see some change by like chapter 400. I think we're gonna see change in chapter 399. Okay, I think we're gonna see change in chapter 399, but we're gonna see something by chapter 400. I'm gonna be real. Like we're gonna have some sort of resolution to the status quo by chapter 400, or maybe a little after chapter 400. Something is gonna change. Something has to change. You know, maybe birthday. Oh, we'll definitely have some sort of resolution by Kazuya's birthday. At the very least, we'll have some sort of resolution by Kazuya's birthday. This isn't gonna last. July 11th is not gonna fucking last. I'll be real. It's not. All right. And I think it's super fitting that Kazuya is like, oh, she's gonna be with someone else, and you literally see her alone in a crowd. Right? She's literally alone in a crowd of people. I think July 11th was something Chizuru threw out to get Minnie off her case. We don't know that. It'd be like going from 0 to 100. I don't think them dating will even sort out most of their issues they have, some of which they may or may not have to address first. Yeah, I mean, they have a lot of shit they need to address with while dating and while not dating, you know? Okay, so for the opening page, he says it's nothing special really, it's just the word blank in the passive form, summer. So I'm guessing the subject is summer that is shooting through something, probably you or Kazuya. So summer is shooting through Kazuya. I mean, July 11th is the summer, so he is setting up for summer. Summer is the midst of your emotions, I would argue, right? So it makes sense that that would be kind of the feeling that's shooting through you. Like feeding false info to an enemy spy. I think she was feeding Minnie bullshit. Okay? I do think Chizuru was feeding Minnie bullshit. The question is what is her actual intent, you know? Even if either of them can mentally handle a relationship doesn't mean they can't meet up every now and then and cheer each other on from afar. They were already doing that before. The play is a real thing, isn't it? The call from Amata-san felt so real, and with the play comes a date. Yes, but that's the weird part. You never heard that conversation. Chizuru just told you about it. You never heard that conversation between Chizuru and her boss. You just heard about it from Minnie. Like Chizuru told it to Minnie. That's all you got. You don't know the name of the play. You don't know if it's real. You don't have tickets for it. And you don't even know the cast. Nothing. You don't know diddly squat. Chizuru didn't tell it to Kazuya. She told it to Minnie, who then told it to Kazuya. Which tells me, and the play omitted the kiss. Which tells me, is that even real? Is the play even fucking real? Well, I know Sayuri passed last year in the manga. So when was her month that she passed? Maybe July 11th could mirror something that Sayuri's passing a year ago. Dude. No, she didn't pass in July 11th. I don't think so. I don't think she passed on July 11th. I'll check. I think there's a way to know. I don't believe she passed on the 11th. She died September. Yeah, that makes sense. She died September, so it's nearing a year, but it's not a year. No. Okay. Medium is getting a temporary ban. I don't know who the fuck this is. Don't start shit in my fucking chat. But we saw a panel in which Chizuru says something about being late and it was important. Yeah, but the thing is like that entire interaction between her and Minnie just felt weird. July 28th is the day of the retweet. I remember that much. Yeah, that is true. The retweet was on July 28th. It was like way deep into September, or sorry, July. So, yeah. No, I think something about that play just doesn't add up. Something about that play doesn't add up, and it's weird. It felt like that entire thing was omitting the kiss, and we don't know why. Right? Why did Chizuru feel the need to like omit the kiss from Minnie? I think that stuff's important. So the truth is we just don't have enough information to function, you know? Yeah, it has nothing to do with Sayuri. The better question is, when did Kazuya pitch the play? When did Kazuya pitch the movie? That's a better question. That's actually a much better question. When did Kazuya pitch the movie? Like, what was the day? One and a half month to raise the money by crowdfunding. 1.5 months. Does this sound familiar? Dude. And the shooting would be 2.5 months. No. No fucking way. Wait, let's go to chapter 104. No fucking way. What's the date? Oh, yeah, it would be the middle of June. Because Kazuya's birthday was only a little bit after this. Yeah, it would be the middle of June. Yeah, they were celebrating Kazuya's birthday. Yeah. So the thing that seems to connect these two events is that July 11th, or sorry, is a month and a half from now. The wait between now and July 11th is the same amount of time it took to save money for crowdfunding. Yeah. So Kazuya will ask for another date. It seems like it. You think she's doing another crowdfunding? Is she? Why though? What if the play was crowdfunded by Umi? He did ask Kazuya to teach him how it works. Well, that he would still need to do a lot of fucking research. And why would he do that? What would that achieve? No, something is weird. It is weird that the crowdfunding took 1.5 months, just as right now Chizuru's play needs 1.5 months. It's oddly coincidental. But I don't get it. Kazuya was able to do that because of what he was studying at Uni too. Yeah, it doesn't make much sense for Umi to just do that, especially considering Umi has his play and he has a bunch of stuff going on. Right? I don't think Umi has like the time for that. Umi has a large following. It could cut a ton of corners, but what would that achieve? Why do that again? Like, what would that achieve? Why do that again? You know, what would that? Why do that again? The first one was to achieve a dream. No. Umi has clearly not really been serious about Chizuru in terms of desiring her. And if so, Chizuru would have mentioned that here in the rejection. So I don't know. Umi never mentions doing this thing for her. So that doesn't make much sense. That was never mentioned. That doesn't seem to be a thing. Umi may not even have the financial skills or whatever. And Umi doesn't really put an effort into conquering women. Yeah, Umi has never, like, conquered women. That doesn't seem to be really a thing he does. People had this prediction that Umi was doing this, like, play thing, but I don't know. Oh, you're... Seriously? First off, not Nagomi's altar, Sayuri's altar. Second, the scene you're talking about is literally highlighting all of Chizuru, not simply her ass. A lot of people were like, oh my god, he's looking at her ass. No, he's not. No, he's not. It's just highlighting Chizuru's figure. That scene tells you nothing. No. I don't think Umi is what he appears, nor do I think the play is what it appears. I'm not talking about this. Get off this fucking conversation. I'm not talking about this. This is nonsense. Umi may not even know about Chizuru's upcoming play. Yeah. There was no indication he knew of any play. No play was mentioned or anything. The most Umi can do is if she can't be mine, then I won't let her be someone else's either. But I don't think we're going there. Yeah, it doesn't. He says he wants her to be happy, so what would that achieve? I'm not going to let anyone else have her. He also didn't seem upset when he spoke to Kazuya. Kazuya literally said this. He doesn't seem upset. If he was upset, you'd be like, okay, it makes sense. But Umi approached Kazuya very sensibly, very reasonably. He didn't sound upset, and he was looking forward to talking to him. None of that. Okay, we're not talking about the two-faced thing. Nothing has given me that inclination except for what happened in the movie arc. That's it. That's the only thing that happened in the movie arc. Nothing else has done that. We're not talking about this. If you talk about this one more time, I will just fucking ban you. Okay? If another stupid fucker comes into my chat and tells me Umi is two-faced, I'm just gonna ban you. I'm not defending a character or whatever. I just don't think this is what Reiji's writing. And if we keep fucking sticking with this nonsense, then we're just looping again, and I'm not in the mood for this. Okay? You've been warned. Mention this again, I will temporarily ban you. What do you think will happen once it's Kazuya's birthday? Well, Chizuru's last birthday, she didn't really spend it with anyone. This birthday for Chizuru, she spent it with a lot of loved ones, right? On Kazuya's birthday, where they were celebrating Chizuru's birthday, as well as Kazuya's birthday, Chizuru's grandmother fucking got, diagnosed with death. So, I think... Okay. And you're getting temporarily banned, Sunju. You were warned. I said if you mention this was gonna happen. You were warned. Like, if you guys don't take me at my word, I don't know what else to fucking do for you. You mention this any other time, I will ban you again, except for much longer. You only got a 30-minute ban. Next time it'll be 24 hours, and then next time it'll be indefinite. So, don't fucking test me. How about maybe Umi's not actually trying to get back with Chizuru? Maybe Umi's merely continuing the discussion he had with Kazuya in the Tiger's Den. And there's a reason it stopped abruptly. There's a reason this discussion between Kazuya and Umi stopped abruptly. And it's because Chizuru did not have her answer. Now Chizuru has her answer. So it seems like him and Umi can talk. That is what I believe is going on. Off that topic. Fuck, we lost track of what we were fucking talking about. What do you think will happen once in Kazuya's birthday? Okay, I remembered what we were talking about. Chizuru's last birthday was actually quite lonely and very alone. And then on Kazuya's birthday, it wasn't great either. Kazuya's last birthday did not go well, right? It was a complete shit show. Ruka was there. Kazuya had no control over his life. Everything went to fucking hell. So what I think could happen for this birthday, it could theoretically start with Kazuya having no control, and then Kazuya realizing how much control he actually has over his life. and feeling appreciated and cared for, much like how Chizuru was. I think Kazuya's birthday will be very big, and it will be good. I think that Kazuya's birthday will be big and good, and it'll be about Kazuya feeling like he has control over his life, and that he's worthy, and that he's loved, and that Chizuru loves and cares about him. Right? I think it'll literally be about Kazuya feeling valued, in contrast to Kazuya. Okay, Marvel, you're also getting temporarily banned because you were fucking warned and you refused to listen to me. Unbelievable. I'm surrounded by children. I'm surrounded by children. Like, get a fucking clue. I warned you. Maybe Chizuru buys Kazuya something. I said Chizuru might buy Kazuya a phone. I said Chizuru might buy Kazuya a phone. There were hints of this when they went out shopping. It would be very cool if Chizuru buys Kazuya a phone with a new case. That would be super fitting. Maybe she was saving up for that. What if Kazuya's birthday is just a day with Chizuru by themselves and no date? That would be cute. Yeah, it'd be cute if it's just Kazuya spending time with Chizuru. Well, for one, he goes to the family as a tradition. Maybe he skips that this time. Yeah, that could be another reversal. He either skips the tradition or learns to value the tradition, right? And maybe he invites Chizuru himself. So we've got a date with Ruka, a meetup with Umi. So much is going on. Isn't she broke? That's a lot of money. Who knows? Chizuru could find a way. We still don't know why Chizuru went to the bank. Yeah, that whole thing that was mentioned, never explained. Why did Chizuru want to go to the bank? Never explained. We still don't know. Right? Still no fucking clue why she went to the bank. What if Kazuya buys himself a new phone? I don't think Kazuya would think that of that. He won't because he wants to keep... Kazuya will never get a new phone because he wants to keep the case. So it makes a lot of sense for Chizuru to buy him a new phone. Okay, I think this ended up being a lot longer than expected. Yeah, this ended up being a lot longer than expected. I'm going to check Twitter one more time. Do you think Chizuru dislikes that he still uses the case? I thought she liked that he still had it. What? Well, no. Chizuru just tells him you should get a new phone, and Kazuya says, I don't want to get a new phone because the case wouldn't fit. She appreciates that, but she still thinks he should get a new phone. So if the case doesn't fit, get him a new phone. Boom, new gift. Boom, new gift. There's something else that I got you that you get to keep. And Chizuru wants to give him things, so it makes a lot of sense for her to give him something big like a phone. I don't think Kazuya is going to mention Umi. I've said this before. I don't think so. Not like he can still keep the case. Get him on the family plan too. Buy a freaking S25 Ultra case so that he has no other choice but to buy it. She would get him a new case that doesn't fit his phone, so he has to go buy a new phone himself. That seems wildly irresponsible. That seems wildly irresponsible. Hey, I'm going to spend a little bit of money so you can go buy something for a lot of money. No, that seems very anti-Chizuru in every conceivable way. Can you tell me what Crumpy said about next time? I had to skip some of the stream for work. The next time reads, if I get rejected, it's death. If I get rejected, I die. Chizuru getting Kazuya a new phone could also be like an investment thing, which is super fitting. She's literally investing in him, right? She's literally showing she's investing in him. I think thematically that would be quite interesting. Which way is the... Which way is... Okay, for the love of God. Oh my God, finally. Driving me nuts. It's been at it all day. Is there actual merch where you can actually get Kazuya's phone case? I have no idea. I've never seen it. It'd be best if he spends his entire birthday with Chizuru. That would be kind of nice, sure. I want Kazuya to like feel appreciated. It'd be cool. It'd be interesting if like his family like doesn't, but the rejection is different from the same rejection in chapter 380. It's more like if she rejects his suggestions, maybe it's for the date on July 11th. Wait. Are you saying the wording for rejection in the teaser is different from the rejection in 380? I'm confused. Can you elaborate? What are you talking about? Never stop. What are you talking about? I'm a little confused. You'll have to elaborate. How's it different? If he gets rejected, he could just date Sumi. Sure. What you're describing is just NTR. Tony, what you're describing is just NTR, which is idiotic. That's not love. Oh yeah, I have another option. I don't have to date her. I'm not serious about her. Bitch, that's not love. You're not fucking serious. If you want to date someone, like, be fucking serious. You want to fucking love someone, you fucking love that person and no one else. Be fucking serious. The rejection in the teaser is when someone rejects your suggestion, whereas the rejection in chapter 380 is a rejection for being in a love relationship. The wording is different. I see. Rejecting a suggestion. Okay, so it does seem more like Kazuya, like who's saying this, which I've said this for a bit. It does seem like Kazuya's exact wording, the fear that he'll be rejected in some way, you know? It's meant to be about his fear of rejection, right? If I get rejected, it's death. It's literally the fear of rejection. The fear of rejection doesn't have to just stop at love, but it can go beyond. It's not just being rejected from love. It's that what you want to do is being rejected, right? Which is a big deal for Kazuya's character because his entire fear is the fear that he's being rejected by Chizuru in any capacity. Yes, that's what we're saying. It's like the implication is the fear of rejection to say no to the date on July 11th. But maybe there's another meaning. Maybe there's another meaning. Maybe there's a fear of rejection on Chizuru's end too, right? Maybe there's a suggestion that Chizuru may make that she's afraid Kazuya might reject, as they're meant to parallel each other. Their feelings are meant to parallel each other. So whatever fear Kazuya could be fearing about some sort of rejection that leads to death, right? Chizuru could probably fear something similar. So we'll have to see. That is an interesting thing to point out. Thank you. We might see a reverse of Hawaiians for Kazuya, where all his friends, Mami and Ruka included, come together to celebrate him this time around. Maybe. Well, his last birthday, Kibe wasn't there, so Kibe could show up. Curry could show up. Ruka was there last time, so maybe no Ruka. Although I bet Ruka would want to fucking be there, right? I bet Ruka would want to fucking be there. Mommy would be interesting. I don't know how I'd feel about Mommy being present, but Mommy would be interesting. And Chizuru, of course, being present, but because she wants to, right? Not because Ruka is there. So Kazuya thinks he's taking a gamble when he asks Chizuru for another date, knowing about the July 11th date. Yeah, he definitely, it is a gamble. He's rushing it. Yeah, parents cancel, and then their drinking party 2.0. Exactly. When can we expect the Daikanyama reveal between dating for ages? I don't know, man. Anyway, if we want to find a silver lining, at least he found the courage to call her. But as fate says, she's probably on her way home, on her way to him right now. At least it would be nice if that were the case. I don't think she is. I don't think Chizuru is on her way to him. Because I don't know if she knows where he lives. I don't think Chizuru knows where he lives. Like, we've got no inclination that Chizuru knows where Kazuya is staying. The only way she could know is if she talked to Minnie, but that never happened. Yeah, I don't think Chizuru knows where he lives. What if Chizuru suggested in the phone a call for her to visit him? That would be peak. That would be peak, right? That would be peak. That would be something she could be afraid of. She was going home to brainstorm how to contact him. Again, we don't know that. He's about to meet Ruka, Umi, and Mommy. Bro's just going to have a hell of a roller coaster ride. Well, he's already met Ruka. Ruka Kazuya is kind of fine with. Mommy is a little weirder. And then Umi, I think Umi's not going to be what we think he is. But Kazuya dealing with all of those, while Chizuru had to deal with them before, I think is oddly fitting. Even if they're not dating yet, it'd be interesting. I'd be interested in seeing how she feels around his family post Hawaiians. I don't think they've got together since then, so things are bound to feel different for her. Yeah, and I think that's going to be a very important thing. Kazuya is probably going to want to make her feel comfortable, right? I think Kazuya is definitely going to want to make Chizuru feel comfortable if she comes to his birthday and he invites her and he wants her to come, right? It'd be cool if Kazuya invites her and tells her, "Can you come to my birthday?" Right? I want you to, or something like that. That'd be kind of cute. I also love, actually, another thing I want to point out really fast. I also love how close the visuals are here, right? The visuals here feel far. The visuals in this image feel far. The visuals here in this final picture feel really, really close, super up close in their face, right? The visuals here in their face feels super up close, super intimate. They're literally not with each other, and yet you're literally super up in their faces. There's a real sense of intimacy here, right? There's a real sense of intimacy here. This is like very, very intimate. They're like way more than like anything prior. Like literally, like it's like they just kissed, right? It's like the kiss happened all over again. They literally just kissed, and they're literally in that moment again. Like you feel that tension. You feel that sexual tension. Right? They're so fucking horny. It's hilarious. They're so fucking horny. It's hilarious. I hope the lie isn't revealed for now. Chizuru needs a family. Oh, no. We're not going to. I don't think the lie is going to be anything that's going to be worried about right now. The lie will be revealed after they officially get together. We don't know when it will be or how it will be. I think it would be good to just talk to them and to feel comfortable talking to them and for Kazuya to help her create that sense of safety. Kazuya blushing more than Chizuru as always. Yeah. Down bad for each other. Oh, they're extra down bad. They're so down bad for each other. extra down. But it was never a lie. It's never a lie to begin with. Yeah, it's like the truth that was built around the lie. Or no, the lies were built around the truth. There we go. The lies were built around the truth, not the other way around. They always felt something for each other. The only lie was that they were dating, but they had a bond, they had a relationship. So technically it was never a lie. And it's just they just need to get rid of the idea that it was a lie. They gotta remove that from their minds, that what they felt was always real. We don't know if it will be revealed at all. I think it'll be after they've already consolidated as a couple, it will no longer be irrelevant. So I'm gonna just tell you right now, nothing about the lies or Ruka is gonna be resolved anytime soon. I'm just telling you right now. Rental isn't gonna end anytime soon, from what I'm aware. Ruka isn't gonna be resolved, and I don't think there's gonna be a big lie thing that's the issue right now. I think the main issue is kind of Kazuya and what he's doing and what needs to change. I think how Kazuya needs to change is kind of what's important. How they need to change is what needs to change. The issues of what they're changing needs to change, I think. In particular, Kazuya. How Kazuya is trying to change needs to change, and I think that's the focus. The focus right now is how Kazuya needs to change, is what Reiji's currently, I think, working on. I'm waiting for Chizuru to fantasize about Kazuya. You already got that. She literally already imagined him in a wedding dress. Or not wedding dress, a wedding suit. Wedding suit. She already imagined him in a wedding suit. Rental won't end. Not yet. Not yet. Good. Because I'm fine with Ruka staying on the back burner for now, although I think she's about to reappear at the karaoke place. I think so too. I think Ruka reappearing at the karaoke place makes a lot of sense. And Kazuya's own like unawareness of how to deal with Ruka, he unintentionally brought Umi to the very place where Ruka is, somewhere he probably shouldn't fucking be talking to Umi about shit. But it'd be cool to see them working this together rather than separate. I think Reishi's setting up for that, for them to work on it together, right? And I do think he is setting up for them to get together in some capacity, you know. But right now they're taking that first step, you know, into contacting again, right? It's been like 4 days, I think. I think it's like been 4 days. It's been 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it's been 4 days. It's been 4 days. Would love to see what Chizuru's dream of Kazuya is like. Yeah, well, we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Okay, we've hit the 5-hour mark. I think now is as good a time as any to call it. So the meetup with Umi is like a week from what's happening now. I think it seems like it. Umi making her heart race, meh. Does Chizuru look very stone-faced? She's blushing with her, but her eyes look very serious. Kazuya always looks flustered. Well, yeah, Chizuru is ready to answer him. Whatever he asks, she's ready to answer and just tell him what's going on. That's why she looks that way. She's not stone-faced. She's just ready to answer him. She's, you know, it's a clear sense of like, it's a mix of fear, hope, and determination. I'll always say, you don't need to fix yourself before starting a relationship. You can work your issues together, supporting each other. Exactly. You're completely right. But that's the thing they gotta that's the thing they gotta change. That's the thing they gotta change. That this idea that they need to change. She's decided not to hold back anymore. I like that. Well, yes, Chizuru already decided she wasn't gonna hold back and try her absolute best. When she kissed him, she was already doing that then. When she kissed him, she was already not holding back. She's already doing everything she can to not hold back. She's literally keeping the other half of the promise, right? I mentioned this before. We were talking about chapter 242. In chapter 242, let me find it. Right. So when Kazuya is leaving in chapter 385, when Kazuya is leaving Chizuru's house, he directly calls back to this promise he made Chizuru here. I'll be waiting for you until you feel you love me. I'll be waiting for you. Chizuru then responds by saying, don't worry, I'll give it everything that I have. Okay. If we go to chapter 385, what does Kazuya do? He says, I'll keep the promise that I made back then. Chizuru had her other half of the promise, to give it everything she has. This is Chizuru doing her best, not holding back, doing everything she can. Okay, if we go back a little further, in 241, what does Chizuru say to Kazuya? Don't worry, okay? Even though I said I want to understand, it's not like I have a firm plan. I know what I'm saying seems childish, and I don't think it's unfair. And I do think it's unfair to keep dragging things out. But I said so, didn't I? I won't leave you hanging. I'll definitely give you an answer for what I did. It sounds a bit silly, but for now, would you bear with me? Please don't worry. I'll give it everything I have. The kiss is Chizuru literally doing her best. And here is that again. Chizuru is ready to face him to do her best. That's the connecting thread. She never said she didn't want a boyfriend. She just said, until that point, I won't have a boyfriend. She didn't say she doesn't want a boyfriend. That's not what she said. Don't put words in her mouth. That's not what she said. However, I do think it's thematically important that they get closer and connect to each other without dating. I think that's actually very important because they need to be able to have a relationship without being labeled as dating. Because if they can do that, they can have dating. It's that simple. I was explaining it earlier. The issue is simply this. Kazuya struggles to interact with her normally under the expectations of dating. If he can just interact with her, talk to her, have a relationship with her, and support her without all of that dating crap, then naturally they can just date. It's just a natural progression. But Kazuya doesn't. And so in this time, I think what Reishi's setting up is for them to properly form a relationship, properly create a basis to form a relationship with each other, and in turn, eventually just date naturally. And that's their issue. That's their issue, is the basis that the expectations of dating. When people are like saying your relationship doesn't matter until you're dating, it invalidates everything about it, which is exactly Kazuya's issue. That he thinks he can't support her unless they're fucking dating. He thinks he can't be with her or help her out in any way unless they're fucking dating, which is idiotic. It's the same issue I have with, like, what is it? I think it's like Skip and Loafer, where it's like there are people who are pretty much saying like, oh, these two characters' relationship don't fucking matter because they're not dating. I'm like, no, you stupid idiot. You stupid fucking idiot. It's not like that. No. Your relationship has to function outside of dating in order to function in dating, because a relationship functions outside of dating, right? If a relationship functions outside of dating, it will function in dating. Dating does not define the relationship, because there are some people who don't have time for dates. When you're married, you're not always dating. You're always with each other, but you're not always dating. So therefore, why should dating define your relationship? Shocking concept, I know. I thought they already had that before Hawaiians, even though it was called rental. Yeah, no, they did. That was the problem, is like when Kazuya was trying to make it real, he went about it the wrong ways. He went about it in the way of trying to make it into dating, and in so doing, he invalidated the original relationship that they had before Hawaiians. They got to meet through rental and family stuff, but it kind of robbed them of the chances of dating organically and having a normal progression. But they actually formed a real relationship in contrast to that. It didn't really rob them of anything. If anything, they formed a better relationship because they met in that way. The problem isn't rental. Ironically enough, the problem is not rental. The problem is the expectation of dating, not their relationship that was formed as a byproduct of rental. Rental is ironically not the problem. It never was. The problem is the expectation of real dating, which is stopping them from actually forming a proper bond. Rental is not the issue. I'm actually pretty adamant about this. Rental is not the issue. You just think it is. In fact, rental is the solution. Rental is actually the solution to the problem. Because in seeing how you interacted in rental, in meeting through your family under the pretense of these lies, and how you supported each other through all of this, you realize that you always had this before you were fucking dating. You had a shared secret. You had a relationship. You formed a fucking bond. You always had it. Rental was never the problem. If anything, it's the thing that gave you the thing you had in the first place. Maybe Kazuya can offer to help preparations like practicing lines. I don't think he's there yet. It's like how he implies unconditional love by saying he'll wait for her, but he's constantly thinking stuff like, if only we were dating, I'd be able to support her. Like, bro, let her breathe. No. No. I don't think that's a fair assessment. I think I would say something like, bro, then do it. Just support her. You don't need dating. Not let her breathe. He's not actually causing her as much stress as you think. It's when he does stuff like Minnie where he causes Chizuru's stress. It's where Kazuya doesn't act that he causes Chizuru's stress. Not when Kazuya takes action. Kazuya taking action actually never bothers Chizuru. Kazuya taking action actually never bothers Chizuru. She has her shit together. He does add pressure, yes, but sometimes it's necessary pressure. It's never caused issues for her in the past. What does cause issues is when Kazuya doesn't fucking do anything. Dating is just a bonus, but the bond to the build a relationship is the most important. Correct. If they didn't meet the way they did, this literally the story wouldn't happen. They'd run into each other at school, and they'd think she'd think Kazuya was weird instead of they met the way they did, and a relationship slowly developed. Exactly. I think the formalities for each other really slowed them down. Like they were saying weeks back, having those barriers didn't help. It's not the formalities. It's not the formalities, it's the expectations of dating culture. It's the expectation of dating culture, not the formalities. It's the ideas around dating culture that's the issue, right? They're trying to do it the proper way, but the proper way is not how your relationship was founded, and you shouldn't try to force your relationship into being proper. You shouldn't make your relationship conform. That's what they're essentially doing. They're making their relationship conform, which is wrong. It shouldn't. Fate is correct. Compare the cheer update to the real date. Kazuya was way more involved. Correct! Yes, exactly. In fact, the cheer update is directly called back to the real date. It's a direct callback to the real date. The real date is a direct callback to the cheer update. Flip that over. Yeah. The cheer update is actually supposed to intentionally mirror the real date. There's a lot of parallels. In particular, how Kazuya acted, what Kazuya did, how Kazuya presented himself, all of that stuff literally reversed in the real date. I think that this is possible next date will be more intimate and without the need to be a big event. They will lead to some big development between Chizuru and Kazuya. I think so. That would be kind of awesome. Reminds me kind of Dress Up Darling theme. Them thinking they're living in other worlds. Kazuya thinking Chizuru is literally a goddess, not being able to be with a loser like him. No. That's not. I'ma tell you no. Dress Up Darling does Rent a Girlfriend Explore this is 10 times better than Dress Up Darling. Sorry, Dress Up Darling fans. Infinitely better. Dress Up Darling is not about that. Dress Up Darling is about acceptance of all kinds of people. The whole point of Dress Up Darling is not about having different worlds. It's about breaking that context down and having something we can all relate to in sharing and cosplay. That was kind of the whole point of Dress Up Darling. Dress Up Darling is more so a story about acceptance and seeing other people. And it kind of centers his story seemingly around that you see all these people from different genders, different aspects of life, doing different things with themselves, and they all share in cosplay and meet through cosplay. This is supposed to contrast and mirror Wakana and Marin's story, and how Wakana is seemingly this weirdo in school, but in reality, everyone likes him and accepts him, and he's actually great and really fucking cool. And Marin, the really cool kid that everyone kind of aspires to, just kind of likes him and welcomes him into her world, and she's afraid she's getting in the way of his dream when she isn't, whereas Wakana is also afraid he's getting in the way of her dream, which is cosplaying, when he isn't. I think Dress Up Darling is much simpler in its execution of the themes that you're discussing. It's not simply about other world. There's so many more layers. A Rent a Girlfriend at its base is about relationships and love. Dress Up Darling, to me, is not really about relationships and love. It is about acceptance and seeing other people, and I think that's kind of its core. Rent a Girlfriend in reality it tackles so many other themes surrounded around the idea of love. And so the other world thing isn't quite really that. It's a disassociation the characters do to separate themselves. Those aren't the actual conflicts. The conflicts of, oh, we're in different worlds. Those aren't the actual conflicts. And I think that's the brilliance of this story in contrast to what Dress Up Darling tries to do. Dress Up Darling does have great themes and ideas. I think it has some interesting stuff that I really appreciate in terms of its themes of acceptance and understanding other people. It does have a lot of fan service, but it kind of leans into it and kind of has fun with it. And I don't despise Dress Up Darling. It's just not up there in my list of things I really, really like, especially at a certain point in the manga where I just kind of got bored. But with Rent a Girlfriend, everything it talks about is centered around love and truly understanding each other and forming a proper relationship with the other person. And this is connected to every aspect of the story, whether it be Chizuru's acting business, right? Or her being in the entertainment business, her being an actress, whether it be Kazuya's whole struggle with finding a girlfriend. It's all layered around proper relationships and proper bonds, and Reiji writing kind of the ideal relationship as he perceives it, and seeing the characters struggle and going through that, showing the loneliness of love, but also the joys of love, the sorrow of love, but also the happiness of love. And it's layered. It's hard to explain how I don't think there really is a similarity between Dress Up Darling and Rent a Girlfriend, especially considering Wakana is not a fucking loser. The dude is beyond handsome. The dude just thinks he's a loser because of the things that he likes, because he's not traditionally masculine. But Wakana is traditionally masculine. Gojo is traditionally masculine. He's literally half the manga is drawing him he has his dream. He has his shit together. He takes care of Maureen like an adult. He's the one who cooks. He's the one who's in charge, and Maureen leads him around, but he's the one who has his shit together. No, Wakana is not he's a very feminine character, sure, but he's not he's still masculine in his femininity. Kazuya is a fundamental criticism of masculinity and what masculinity even is. Kazuya literally criticizes that. So I don't know. I don't think that's quite the same. Kibe did something about this in his talk with Chizuru, telling her how their relationship starting was unconventional. But that's yeah, he did say that, but that's actually the important part. It's that don't try to be conventional. Just be yourself. It'd be interesting to see what their normal looks like nowadays. No family interference, no trying to set up the perfect date, just what works and feels natural for them. We're going to get there eventually, but we're not quite there yet. Or sometimes my dress up darling is just cheap fan service in my it's not. I do think dress up darling has some good shit in it. I'm not going to lie. Like people wouldn't like it if it was just fan service. That's just a very insincere comment. People would not like Dress Up Darling if it was just fan service. No matter how high quality the fan service is, it wouldn't be just fan service. It would never just fucking work if it was just fan service. There is a good story in Dress Up Darling. That's just a fact. There is a good story there. But there's also some stuff that's just like, whatever, right? Here's a better way of putting it. It's a cosplay manga with the romance subplot. That's kind of a better way of putting it. It is more of a romance. It is more of a cosplay manga than a romance manga. Its fan service comes with Marin's character, to be fair. Yeah, like it comes with just cosplaying, right? It literally just comes with cosplaying. Like that's just kind of a given. If you're gonna do cosplay, there's gonna be some fan service. Reiji even did it in his cosplay arc. There was fan service in that too. But through 90%, he's clueless she's in love with him, and she's clueless he's in love with her. And then they get together, and then whoop-de-doo, and then it ends like the most generic, normal shit. Oh, look, they both like each other. Woo, it's great, and nobody's sad, and then nothing is discussed, and then nothing is explored, and it's all great. I don't know what your point is. Kazuya's beyond handsome. One thing I hate about Gojo, he always wears big coat that makes him look like a monk. Why do you hate that? I don't get it. In Dress Up Darling, Marin is certain about her feelings and very confident about her sexuality, whereas Rent a Girlfriend is more emotionally complex and they're more insecure about their sexuality. Well, no, there is a part in Dress Up Darling where Marin doubts her feelings, but it's not so much about sexuality as it is like, oh, ooh, he doesn't like me. Like the way that's handled about how Gojo may not like her is just not as deep. It's not the sexuality that's the issue. She's a very confident character, and then her confidence puts into doubt. But in my opinion, the issue I have with Dress Up Darling is that it's very linear in its exploration of what it's talking about. It's just like here's A, here's B, here's C, here's D. It never branches out. In my opinion, like it never feels like it really branches out. And in so doing, it can come off like it's not emotionally complex. It does have some interesting stuff in there, but it's very, very straightforward. It's a very, very straightforward story. And that's why I think Rent a Girlfriend is more emotionally complex in that sense, you know? Kazuya is simply Kazuya. When he wants, he can do exceptional things. The mangaka wanted to write about cosplay, not romance. She said so herself. I feel like that's something I heard, but I don't know if it's true. It ends because manga got tired of it, I think. It's not that mangaka just got tired. She clearly just kind of felt overwhelmed, and she didn't know what else she wanted to do, and she clearly just needed a break. I don't know. I think that all the Marin's obsession towards Aero games kind of off-putting. No, it's actually part of her character, and I find really charming that a girl like her could find shit like that entertaining and fun and not be perceived as weird. Because what? Guess what? A lot of men are into this shit, but you don't think a girl would be into this shit. So a girl being into Aero games is charming. It's charming that she could be so confidently into this stuff, whereas other people would like think that she's weird for it. That's a great aspect of acceptance that the story very much deals with. That Marin is into weird shit like that. That it's very fucking weird for a girl like her to be into shit like that. That's what made her interesting. It's similar to Minnie in that sense. That Minnie is into weird shit like that too, and she's very confident and boastous about it. I focused on Rag. Sexuality is a theme, but not an issue. In Rag, in Rag, it's always there, but it's something they grapple with, if that makes sense. Well, yes. The thing with sexuality in Rent a Girlfriend is that it talks about how people put sexuality down. right? People put sexuality down. A lot of men and a lot of women, like they're taught like to feel bad about these feelings, that they're feeling that these feelings are wrong, right? You shouldn't think this stuff. You shouldn't feel the way that Kazuya does. You shouldn't process any of this stuff the way these characters do. Whereas Reiji is literally telling you, no, this is normal. No, this is normal. There's nothing fucking wrong with it. You're just kind of being fucking weird. And that's where I think Dress Up Darling plays it really safe, where it does talk about this stuff, but it makes it tame, it makes it innocent, it makes it adorable, right? They get, sex might happen, but then nothing like super serious. It never depicts anything serious. It never has the characters like, thinking about this stuff or like processing it in any way. They're just like, oh, yep, I'm horny, and oh no, they might not like me for being horny. Ooh. Dress Up Darling is confirmed. They've become a couple of Ragas of Limbo, trying to make believe a limbo if they won't. Rent a Girlfriend is not okay. Wiz, I'm not going to talk about this, dude. I already discussed the whole point of that. You're welcome to think whatever the fuck you want, man. With parallels with how Wakana thought it would be weird for him to like dolls just because Nobara told him it was that as it was a kid. Well, that stuff can haunt you. That's real. That stuff can haunt you. The way Kanokari is shaped, I'll say this. Nothing like it was ever written. Nothing like it is being written, and nothing like it will ever be written. Well, no, you can't say nothing like it will ever be written, but it just won't be the same because it's not Reiji writing it. It's someone else's. My Dress Up Darling is a celebration of passion that many people would consider unconventional and weird. Yeah, that's a fair way of putting it. And like I like how Reiji is almost presenting it as a missing piece of the puzzle. Yeah, the sexuality being the missing piece of the puzzle. Yeah, most stories tend to not really talk about that. They play it very, very, very fucking safe. Rag touches upon both the beauty and the pain of love. Yeah. Wes, it's not friends. We know they'll end up together. It's about the journey. It's not just about the journey. It's the point of the journey. Like it's not Rent a Girlfriend isn't just about the journey. It's what the point of it is. Like, I think a lot of people will just say, "Oh, it's just the journey." No, it's what's the point of the journey? What do you want out of your journey? Why are you doing it in the first place? What are you hoping to get out of this journey? Which is the point of this journey is, what do you want from love? Do you want something real? Are you forging a real bond, or are you just looking at it for dating? Right? Is it just dating? What a Girlfriend is doing is questioning the very nature of what romance anime is trying to do, which is just they date and that's it, and whoop-de-fucking-do. The entire relationship is designed in romance and manga anime. It's always designed around them dating. When they date, that's it. It's over. There's nothing else. What Reiji's talking about is the relationship that is formed that dating functions around. Dating doesn't just fucking happen, right? Dating. This is the thing we were talking about earlier. Was the whole point of this story is that you form a relationship and dating happens to happen as a byproduct of that, not the other way around. The dating does not define your relationship. The dating is not what defines your relationship. That is what this story is questioning. It is a story about deepening bonds in relationship. It is a story about exploring love. What love even is. What do you want from love? What the fuck is the point of love? Right? It's the foundation. It is what you are desiring from love. It is what love gives you. What is love? Just happiness? Is love just about a great guy or a great girl? What is it? Right? It's a story. It's their love story, and it's literally exploring their bond and their relationship. And it doing it through rental explores the idea around dating, the thing that's usually never depicted, right? What does Reiji do for the early parts of this manga? He's literally depicting dating, but not dating. He's literally depicting actual dating, but not dating. And then he contrasts that by Kazuya having a real relationship / trial relationship with Ruka, where he's literally actually dating her, but it's a trial relationship, acting as a reversal of rental relationships. And yet, Kazuya's relationship with Chizuru feels more real than the relationship he has with Ruka. All of this is an exploration around dating and what love underneath dating actually is. And this shit is fucking brilliant. Jesus Christ. It's missing the piece of the puzzle to the characters, so they think it seems like Reiji wants their relationship to be without that. And they think they think because Reiji doesn't want them to date, that's why he keeps dragging the manga. In reality, that's what he's exploring. Why they should already be fucking dating, but they aren't. What the struggle of their actual relationship is. Why they aren't dating. Why is that not happening? Right? Reiji even said in a video he made a while back, they should already be fucking dating. That should already be happening, but they're not. Why? The reason is because their relationship needs to actually form and work properly outside of dating to function in dating. Something other stories don't talk about. That your relationship is not structured around dating. The relationship is the foundation, and the dating just happens to function around that. So, like, what is love about? What do you mean? What is beyond? Like, the foundation has to be solid, yeah? Something like that, yes. I didn't express it myself well. There's a problem in Mari's, like, era stuff. It's just that she presents herself too unaware of it, but whenever it's funny, show manga in the end. No, it's like there's an innocence to Maureen's character. She's like very aware of it, but like you can be aware of that stuff and still be like an innocent idiot. It's like watching pornography when you're a kid. Yeah, you think you understand. You don't know jack shit. You're still a fucking teenager. You're still a stupid, horny idiot. Maureen is the same thing. That's literally Maureen's character. Yeah, she watches this stuff. It doesn't mean she fucking knows everything. She's still a kid. Kanokari is Chizuru and Kazuya's love story. Relationship is about exploring and accepting the bad as much as the good in each other. Yes, and that's an aspect of it for sure. Dating is a product of relationships. Correct. So exploring love is in all its possibility, meanings, and implications. Very much so. So Johan, what are your final predictions for the next chapter? I wasn't there for most of the stream. Final predictions for next chapter. Well, it seems like it's about if your suggestion is rejected. That's the teaser. If your suggestion is rejected, then you'll die. Well, Kazuya seems like he wants to suggest some sort of date, and he's afraid he'll be rejected. So next chapter seems to be about facing that rejection that you think will end up killing you, you know? So it makes a lot of sense to have next chapter be Kazuya asks Chizuru out on some sort of date, and maybe she agrees, or maybe there could be more to it, you know? There could be more setup to it. Either way, I think we'll continue to double down. Like, we're not gonna talk about Umi. I don't even know if we'll talk about the kiss, to be honest. I don't even think we'll talk about the kiss. But we will continue to double down on Kazuya's current path of getting a job, getting a license, and working out. I think that will continue. And it will continue for a little bit. It's not going to just magically change. But it will be resolved soon-ish. This is our first step into possibly resolving that. So I think either Chizuru or Kazuya might suggest something. And in their fear of rejection, they're afraid that will be rejected, but they will say it regardless. Right? They're already taking their first steps. Right? Chizuru seems like she's ready to answer. Kazuya seems like he's ready to ask. So, the question is Kazuya just going to ask her out on a date? But then we're going to go into something else. Could they bring up the kiss? I don't think so. Love isn't a concrete thing. It's different for certain people, whether it's positive or negative. So in a way, you could say that the rental can just be as genuine as some relationships. Don't know if I'm making sense here, but it feels real for you, then it can be seen as real. Their bond wasn't a lie. Well, yes, they formed a real bond underneath the guise of rental. It's literally like Sayuri said, 99 lies that hide the one precious truth. That's literally rental. The rental is theoretically all just a big lie, and yet it hid the real truth that they were forming a relationship underneath all of that. That they met in other circumstances, even though it was rental, right? They met in Chizuru's acting. They met in the rental dates that they went on. They met when their families involved them and stuff. Yeah, they were lying, but they had something real. The real thing was that their shared secret. They shared a secret. Both had a secret that they were sharing with each other. And then that connection helped them form the bond that they felt and that they connected to. None of it was a lie. It was a truth that was built around lies, but it was ultimately a truth. It was a precious truth underneath everything. It is real. It's not just believing it's real, it's that it is actually real. They both formed a bond. The bond wasn't a lie. It's not just believing it's real. It's that it is actually real. Right? And then you have to have faith in the person that what you have with them is real. That's where you have to believe. Right? It's not just believing, you have to have a foundation for why you believe. So I'm not opening the topic about Umi's call. That's interesting because it's like Chizuru dealt with Mami alone. Well, I already talked about the whole Umi thing, like way back. I'm not going to get into it right now. Kazuya, what are your thoughts on long drives? That could be interesting, sure. Maybe they would have never gotten together had they met anywhere else, so it's unconventional but valid. Yeah. They got together because of how they met. And despite it being unconventional as it was how they got together. So what did the storm brewing from last chapter? Was there a storm at all? Was there a storm at all? Or did you merely think there was a storm? Nothing about this chapter felt like a storm in any way, shape, or form. Nope. Now this is theoretically a storm. But nothing about this chapter felt like a storm in any way, shape, or form. Nope. Funny thing I noticed is that I'll tune in without fully reading the chapter. Then after I read the chapter in earnest with the spoilers thread, you could say I got into chapter 3 times, lol. Ay. Oh, bro, I want a chapter 397. Wait for a whole week is so torturing. You get over it eventually. I think Kazuya will just inform her his driving school and just promise that they will travel a date together. No, he's gonna want to do a date. He clearly wants to set up a date. So he's gonna set up a date. That's his intention. He's gonna set up a date, and he's gonna be scared to set up a date because what if she turns the suggestion down? Is there anything special for chapter 400? How the fuck should I know? How the fuck should I know? I don't fucking know. I don't know. Well, yeah, I think there should be. It's chapter 400. So I think it's gonna be big, but I don't fucking know. I was assuming that this was the calm before the storm, that Kazuya being led into a false sense of security, but there is nothing ominous about Umi today, so I'm ruling it out. You're learning. Don't let it get to you. See things differently. Understand things differently. Imagine if Rag was just a dream Kazuya had. Highly unlikely, but it'd be interesting. Bro, why are you taking this the fucking Twilight route? Why are you taking this the stupid Twilight route? Can we not? Please? Can we not take this the stupid Twilight route? Kazuya wouldn't even be able to look at her if not for rental. He can't even properly look at her right now. Well, no. That's not a fair assessment. He was able to look at Mommy. He asked Mommy out. So that's not a fair assessment. Of course he could look at her. He would just be nervous. But he could ask her out. He did it with Mommy. And $3.99 is the end of the volume. I guess it will be huge. Yeah, $3.99 will be big. $3.99 will be big. That's for sure. Oh yeah, there's the Umi thing, which I sense Umi will just be picking some fruit of labor from Kazuya's basket to know Chizuru. I don't think so. I've strayed far away from this theory. I think Umi is kind of in the middle of where I described him to be in the past and where he could be now. I think Umi is like harsh with Chizuru and not harsh with Kazuya. And I think Umi is going to just continue the conversation him and Kazuya had in the Tiger's Den. That conversation abruptly ended in the past, and now it feels like Umi will actually continue it. Because that is when Umi got Kazuya's phone. In that exact conversation. And then Reiji specifically nods back to that conversation right here. Right? When Umi calls him, Reiji specifically calls back to that conversation right here. Almost as if that conversation was meant to continue, and it only continues now specifically because of what Chizuru did. That's what Reiji's setting up for. That it'll merely be a continuation of that conversation and what that was all about. I know Umi can be trusted because of how Mami is handled. When she's being fake or creepy, the visuals show it clearly with dead eyes. Yeah. With the way Mommy is presented, like, you're intentionally shown, yo, this girl's fucking trouble, right? And then even when Mommy is trouble, there is something very earnest underneath, right? That she's hiding. In contrast, Umi is always presented like he's trouble. But is he? You don't know. I need the double herring dream to come true. God, I miss the slice of life chapters of the Kohab so bad. I know. I miss it too. Did we figure out what the big unprecedented thing was? I'm still willing to find out. Bacon? You bitch. Bacon? You fucking bitch. Don't. Sit. Bad. Bad lawless. Twilight route? Chizuru's a vampire? What? Oh, because in the end of Twilight, they have a big fight where everybody dies, and then, oh no, it was all a dream. Stupidest fucking writing thing I've ever fucking seen. Genuinely so dumb. Yes, I watched Twilight, unfortunately. I want an Umi backstory. I think Umi's backstory could actually be deduced, and I think I did in part deduce it. I think I in part deduced Umi's backstory with his girlfriend and what happened with her and all that. And I don't think Umi is a bad guy. I'm kind of pretty sure about that now. Like, I felt it for a while. Maybe my predictions were off, but I actually don't think Umi's a bad guy. I've asked myself, but unironically. I didn't read it. I watched it. I didn't read Twilight. I just watched it. 50 Shades of Grey was the only good outcome of Twilight. You think 50 Shades of Grey is in any form good? You think 50 Shades is in any form of form good? Umi got an amazing lawyer, lol. What lawyer? What the fuck? Oh, you mean me? I'm his lawyer. I actually still think Umi's not a bad guy. Oh yeah, give another hint. The other one had me looking on too many mangas. What the fuck, lol, you freaking frog. He's back to lawyering for Umi again, lol. Yep, I'm back to lawyering Umi. Well, like, okay, pretty much my whole theory is that he's really harsh on Chizuru, but he's not on Kazuya. And I think that Umi isn't actually Kazuya's enemy, and I don't think he was ever actually serious about Chizuru. I think there's a chance he was always challenging her. Now, I could be wrong. Of course, I could be wrong. But it just feels like Reiji doesn't like these kinds of characters who are just very straightforward and don't have layers to them. And it doesn't feel like Umi is that kind of character. I don't think Umi is the kind of character we think he is. I think Umi has not been presented as we think he is. And it feels like Reiji is intentionally showing Umi's character to be very inconsistent on purpose, to talk about this stuff, to explore this stuff, because he isn't what we think he is. And even now, even in this chapter, Kazuya is confused about Umi, and you're given hints like, okay, why doesn't he sound upset? He actually sounds kind of happy, right? He said he was looking forward to it. He didn't sound upset in any way, shape, or form, even though Chizuru just turned him down twice, super hard. Which gives me the inclination, okay, maybe he's not what we think he is, right? Kanokari taught me the value of letting things play out for a while without predicting and panicking, only to understand it again and again that nothing was wrong to begin with. Good for building patience. Good for building patience, true. Better bait fate. What about that guy that was Banri's lover in Shunji family? He was straight evil. Yeah, but you were immediately giving the inclination that he's a piece of shit. You were immediately given the inclination that he was a piece... Literally, chapter 1. Chapter 1. Banri literally never felt comfortable around him. The way he acted always felt shitty. Banri always looked like the kind of character who would bear with that shit alone. You were immediately given inclinations that this dude was bad news. Like, literally, from the start. So, that's different. Umi was never presented like he was bad news. The only time was the movie arc. That was it. After that, it was never intentionally presented like it was bad news. He actually felt welcoming and not creepy at all. The only time was the movie arc, where he actually did something kind of shitty. That'd be so refreshing because everyone's harsh on Kazuya for no reason. I'd like the manga show examples of good men instead of glorifying toxic guys like many romance mangas do. Yeah. Literally, it would be kind of cool if Umi wasn't shitty. It would be kind of great if Umi wasn't shitty. He was actually a chill fucking dude. I would really appreciate that. Greatly so. If Umi was actually a chill fucking dude. It'd be so refreshing than having a shitty guy, especially considering, I said this before, Chizuru talks to him. Chizuru calls him Umi-kun, which shows familiarity with him. Chizuru tells him about her feelings. Chizuru openly talks about what she's going through with Kazuya. She doesn't tell him every detail, but she tells him her and Kazuya got closer. She shuts Umi down immediately, and she's very open and straightforward with him. She tells him exactly what she plans to do with Kazuya. Like, nothing about that tells me that Chizuru is being fake. If anything, that last chapter, felt like it was intentionally contrasting when Chizuru first talked to Umi, and she told him, I don't not like him. Here she tells him, I have to face him. She's not running away before. And literally in the movie arc, she was running away. She was still kind of running away in the movie arc. She wasn't being super honest to herself. Here, Chizuru's actually facing herself. She's serious. In the OP of Season 4 really hinted Mami and Umi in future chapters where Umi really separates Chizuru away from Kazuya. Well, how? How? It was all in Kazuya's head. It was all a dream. And guess what? Chizuru jumped out of that building herself. No one was trapping her. It was all a choice. Kazuya didn't save her from the building. She jumped out of the building herself. Umi didn't separate her. Nobody separated her. The separation was just something that was created as a byproduct of their own actions. Okay, but you don't know the details of that. His attitude of ice, though, and pushing his authority that he wants to be the person to make her happy, that wasn't pushing authority. He was just saying, I want to be that person, and then he says, I love you. He wasn't pushing authority. If anything, what I felt was judgment. Looking back at the chapter, carefully reading it and actually interacting with it, all I felt was judgment. Like heavy doses of judgment. And so much of how Umi is presented around Chizuru literally looks like a judge. He has white hair and he wears black. And he has a white interior. Literally like a judge. And then you have those people who were with Umi when he got out of playing futsal, who were literally talking about this person who was going to show up to their thing, and they said they lied before, but then now they're saying, no, this time he's serious. And then Chizuru shows up. As if to show you, hey, Chizuru is serious this time. Whereas before, she wasn't serious. Isn't that interesting? To me, Umi doesn't feel like an authority. Umi feels like a judge. Your initial interpretation is that he's a god or something, but he literally doesn't flinch. He doesn't move. He seems ethereal. The whole point of Umi is to feel like a judge. Like he's judging Chizuru. Like he's weighing this. Like he's challenging her stance and her beliefs. That is she serious? Right? And it adds more meaning to Chizuru's words of her saying, I'm not the kind of person you think I am. I can't just pick a great guy. It's not about happiness. I'm serious about this. Everything Chizuru said felt serious. She's trying to convey to him how serious she is. And Umi is like the final judge. And then whatever he decides, she walks away. Right? So I think Chizuru was seemingly facing Umi to face her own feelings of how serious she actually is. And I think that's very important. Right? And I think maybe Chizuru doesn't know the full context, right, of what Umi was doing. Maybe she does, maybe she doesn't. I'm not sure. Maybe Umi was like operating on his own. How do you interpret that quote? I don't get what Chizuru said with that line. I can't just pick a great guy. Well, love isn't about picking a great guy. Love is about finding a person you truly connect with. It doesn't matter if they're great or not great. That doesn't fucking matter. In terms of happiness, love isn't simply about happiness. It's not just being happy with this person. Love is about going through everything together. Love is about going through that entire conflict together. It's not just about happiness. So when people tell you, you picked a great guy, I hope he makes you happy, Why don't they ever say, I hope you make him happy? You're a great girl. No one ever says that, right? It's all placed on the guy. Every aspect of that is placed onto the guy. He has to perform, not the girl. She doesn't have to do anything. As long as she's loved, as long as she's happy, that's all that fucking matters, right? But that's why Chizuru disassociates from that line. That line places so much emphasis on the man that it doesn't see the woman at all. If love is about finding a great guy, then it's darkness from Konosuba's choice of a guy. Great lol. I hope you make him happy. We need more of that. What do you bring to the table? Yeah, and that's Chizuru's conflict. Everyone tells Chizuru Kazuya is she's out of Kazuya's league, right? Kazuya has no business being with her. And they all treat it like Chizuru can just do whatever and she'll make Kazuya happy because she's fucking perfect. No one ever tells her what she can do for him. They always tell her what he can do for her. And I think that's Chizuru's issue, is that she wants to do something for him and no one ever tells her what she can fucking do. They just act like if she just fucking exists, she makes him happy. Which, ironic, because she kind of does. Ironic, she kind of does. But literally, Chizuru doesn't realize what she can do for him. And people never seem to acknowledge that or want to delve into that. And that's where Chizuru disassociates from that. She's like, I'm not looking for a great guy. That's not what I want. It's not just any guy. It's not just any great guy. Because at one point, she did call Kazuya a great guy. At one point, she did call Kazuya a great guy, but that's not a criteria for love. A great guy is not a criteria for love. She even says this in the date. Remember what she says in the date? Hey, why are you able to say that you love me? You just said it a second ago, too, that you love me. I've been thinking about it ever since that day. What is love? What kind of person do I love? I can't stop thinking about it. I mean, everyone falls in love for different reasons, right? I guess you'd want a lifetime partner who's not poor, is nice, is fun to be with, never feels awkward to be around, stays clean, and has good looks. But I feel like it's none of these. Hey, can you tell me, why are you able to say that you love me? It's none of these things. Huh. Literally, she disassociates from these ideas that people perceive as normal, right? You want someone who's clean, who's not awkward. You want someone who has good looks, but I feel like it's none of these things, right? That's not what Chizuru wants. She's not looking for a great guy. She's not looking for someone with great looks. She doesn't even care if they stay super clean, right? If that's just common courtesy, of course, right? Never feels awkward to be around, is fun to be with, right? But Kazuya is not necessarily any of these things, right? You have a lifetime partner who's not poor. Kazuya is pretty fucking poor, right? Is nice. Okay, Kazuya is nice, but he's kind of an ass sometimes. Is fun to be with. Kazuya is fun to be with, but he's kind of frustrating to be with too. Never feels awkward to be around. Kazuya is awkward like half the fucking time. Stays clean. Yeah, Kazuya stays clean, but he's also a fucking mess sometimes too, right? And he has good looks. Kazuya, everyone tells him he doesn't have good looks. But I feel like it's none of these. Correct. It's none of these because that's not Kazuya. What you're describing is not Kazuya. What you're describing is a generic attempt at understanding of what love is. That's not Kazuya. What you want is just a connection with someone because they are who they are, not for any of these criterias that she just listed. Those criterias don't fucking matter. What you want is someone you truly connect with because of who they actually are, with or without these things. These things can exist, and they can also not exist, and you would still love someone. To further delve into this, in chapter 370, listen to what Chizuru says when Kazuya calls her cute. Do you say that kind of stuff to Ruka-chan too? I'm not saying that I dislike it or anything. Ruka-chan is cute, and you were together for a year and a half. It's only natural. Everyone looks to the boyfriend to shower his girlfriend with compliments all the time, as if nothing else matters as long as the girl is loved. That's what society seems to think, but I hate that. Don't you think so? Someone is loved because someone is there to love them. If love is something meant to be built, then it's not fair unless both sides work on it together, right? I don't know what love is, but the only people who have the right to be loved are those capable of giving love themselves. I'd rather be someone who can give lots of love than someone who takes all of it. Literally what I was describing earlier. She's disassociating from this idea that as long as she gets love, nothing else matters. That's idiotic. Love is something you build together. You should be able to give love as well as take love. You should be able to receive love as well as give love. It is a thing you work on together. Well, it explains why she was worried about what to wear on the date or if he won't like her anymore if the date was bad. Exactly. Right? Exactly. She's afraid of that. Chizuru wants to show Kazuya that she's investing in their relationship, and that's why she dresses and works so hard on the date. She wants him to think she's cute because she's working on their date. She's like showing, hey, I'm putting full effort into this. Chizuru is so cultured. She must read a lot. She watches a lot of movies. Most people these days have a checklist of demands, but if you should be willing to build the other person up, not just look for their finished product, like you're shopping for a shiny new iPhone. Exactly, right? Chizuru is not looking for demands, right? She tells Kazuya what she wants out of love, but none of it is like a demand, right? She asks him, how many kids do you want? Well, okay, this is how many I want. She asks him about cheating and what he considers to be cheating. Well, she's like, okay, this is what I feel about cheating. And, it may not be the same as yours, but I hope we can figure it out. And then she says, thank you for showing me that you're serious. Then she asks about love. And she tells him, oh, sorry, I didn't mean to bother you. I was just trying to understand how I felt. I don't doubt your feelings or anything. Like, that's not what I was trying to convey to you. I don't doubt you at all. It's just I'm trying to understand myself and what I wanted to say. And then here she talks about him calling her cute. And she just tells him how she feels about it. But she's not trying to make him conform or anything. She's trying to tell him, like, I appreciate you calling me cute, but I also want to be able to say things to you that make you happy. That's what she's saying. She's not demanding anything. If anything, she's demanding something from herself. She wants to be able to do the same to her that he does for her. She wants to be able to do the same for him that he does for her. There we go. Okay. Fuck, it's almost 6 hours. God damn, I've been at it for too long. Yeah, and the reason this chapter, the reason this chapter ends with Chizuru leaning on Kazuya by the end of it is simple. Her love is her safety. And that's all Chizuru really wanted. Is she just wanted support and safety. And she needed to lean on him, and she has given enough to actually lean on him here. But she feels bad for leaning on him here. This is supposed to be like a dramatic irony where she feels like I can't give him love, so she can only grab onto him a little bit. She can't fully grab him like she wants to. She probably wants to fucking hold on to him. She's that scared, right? But she only grabs him a little bit because she doesn't feel like she can ask a lot. That's the sad part of this. That literally these words inform her actions in this sequence and why she doesn't hold on to him. So based on what you're saying now, do you believe Kazuya really erred when he could not answer why he loved her? That wasn't the issue. That wasn't the issue. It was a culmination of issues. That's not, no. Chizuru feels like she's the problem. The problem in reality is a culmination of issues where Kazuya seemingly couldn't be honest the entire date. Chizuru in reality turned Kazuya down because she felt like she was asking too much. What she wanted was too much, and she didn't have enough time, and she couldn't figure it out, and she just wanted him to go and be happy. Because she felt like she couldn't give him happiness. Kazuya's issue isn't that he couldn't answer the questions. Kazuya's issue is that he couldn't tell her how happy she made him. That's Kazuya's real issue. He couldn't tell her how happy every single fucking thing she did made him. She doesn't know how much happiness she gives him. She doesn't know how every little thing she wants to do with him makes his fucking day. That's why he got turned down. Because he couldn't fucking tell her how happy she made him. because she felt like she was asking too much of him. She wasn't giving him enough. She was expecting things, she wasn't getting anything. Or sorry, she was expecting things, she wasn't giving anything. When she expected something to happen at the end when they got to the pier, she was expecting some sort of kiss or sex or something, Kazuya didn't do anything. In turn, that made Chizuru feel like, I was just expecting things. He didn't want this. That's not what he wanted. In reality, that was what Kazuya wanted. He just didn't fucking act on it. Kazuya's issue is that he can't fucking tell her how happy everything she does makes him. In turn, she feels like she's not doing enough and she must do more. That's the fucking issue. He needs to just tell her, hey, what you do makes me happy. He did before. He was much more honest with her in the past. Now he isn't. That's why he's not ready to date her. It's that simple. Women are often taught to demand things from men, so anything beyond that comes from the goodness of their hearts. Yeah, and Chizuru doesn't want to be that. Chizuru doesn't want to demand anything. Chizuru doesn't demand things. And she doesn't want to demand or ask anything of Kazuya. Okay. I don't know what the fuck you want, Jay. Why doesn't Reiji give Chizuru a chance to Chizuru to do something meaningful for Kazuya? What the fuck was the entire cohabitation to you? A fucking joke? Is the entire cohabitation a fucking joke to you? Like, everything she did in that is just a fucking joke? She let Kazuya into her childhood home, alone with him, with nobody fucking else there. He did nothing. She literally invited him to fucking live with her, rent-free, for an entire month. And he wasted most of that time doing fucking nothing. Then he asks her out on a date. She dresses up. She goes to town. She goes fucking ballistic. She puts 110% effort in. And guess what? Kazuya still chooses to fucking do nothing. I'm sorry. Who's the one not trying? I'm sorry, who's the one not trying? Yeah. Why are you comparing Momo from Dandadan to Chizuru? They're literally completely different characters. And guess what? Momo can't fucking tell Okarun she loves him, even now. Yeah, that's what I fucking thought. God damn, so stupid. Stop looking at other stories and start looking at what this story is saying. Jesus fucking Christ, I'm surrounded by idiots. Chizuru's biggest issue towards Kazuya is the fact that he has feelings. She has feelings for that Kazuya fell in love with her because of her rental persona. No. Chizuru's entire struggle is that she feels unworthy of him. Not her rental persona. Jesus Christ, stop simplifying Chizuru's character. Her entire struggle is not her rental persona. She feels like she's not giving enough as much as he's giving. It's that simple. She feels like she hasn't done enough for the relationship as he has. She has. She has put a lot of effort in. So bear in mind that Kazuya has kissed girls before. Chizuru has no dating experience for what it seems. He should know better. Making a move was the right thing to do. Exactly. Kazuya was literally in Mami's position. In the first date that you see between Kazuya and Chizuru, Kazuya and Mami at chapter 15. Let me pull it up. Reiji does a very intentional parallel to this entire thing. For instance, Kazuya and Mami go on their first date. Guess where it is? It's a park. The difference is, with Mami, it's an outdoor park. With Chizuru, it's an indoor park. Their relationship lasts a month, just like Kazuya lived with Chizuru for a month. Their first date ends in a kiss. Mami sits down with Kazuya and tells him, hey, we're both inexperienced and we'll figure it out together. She was the one who was more experienced than him. Kazuya was the one more experienced than Chizuru. Kazuya doesn't do anything, whereas Chizuru was trying to do something but didn't know how to do it because she's inexperienced. Kazuya is literally in Mami's position of knowledge. He has literally dated 2 different girls. He's kissed before, and he's actually has a lot of experience in dating. Chizuru doesn't. Period. Kazuya needed to get his fucking shit together and start actually dating her and actually helping her understand her feelings and creating a comfort space that they're going through this together. He never fucking does this. Ever. Does this look familiar? Let's go through it together. Two newbies in love. I don't doubt your feelings either. Mommy holds his hand, smiles even though she's blind, doesn't actually see him. Kazuya doesn't even touch her. Chizuru puts her hands down and she smiles at him. Kazuya doesn't put an effort in to make her feel comfortable. Never. He never does this. He doesn't know how to ease her. He's not even consider. He knows how to. He just doesn't fucking do it. Because he's so busy trying to answer these questions, trying to meet her research, trying to do all this bullshit, that he doesn't actually see her. Right? He's not actually dating her. He's passing a test. And that's the problem. Chizuru doesn't actually know how to fucking date because she's never properly fucking dated before. It is different from rental dating. And Kazuya doesn't fucking do this. Mommy, of all fucking people, does a better job than him. Mommy! Like, Jesus Christ, bro. Right? Kazuya opens up to her. I'm not used to this. You know, I never go out with girls before. Sorry. Right? She says, I'm just the same. Really? I wasn't expecting this. I thought she'd be used to dating. In high school, I dated with 2 boys, I guess, but we broke up quickly because boys is not my strong suit. Mommy-chan, she holds his hand. Let's go through this together. 2 newbies in love. Ironically, Kazuya needed to act a little more like mommy in that first date. He needed to help Chizuru out a little more. He needed to be there for her a little more. This entire date is mommy haunting Chizuru in a nutshell. The entire date is mommy haunting Chizuru in a nutshell. Chizuru looks like mommy on surface level. She looks like she's using him and manipulating him and leading him on, much like how mommy did. In reality, she's not. She never was. But she appears that way, much like how Umi is the thing that haunts Kazuya. Umi's inaction. How Kazuya perceives Umi to be able to take action. In reality, Umi is inaction. Because Umi isn't actually serious about love, at least not with Chizuru. So naturally, it's inaction because you're looking to a person who doesn't actually fucking love her. Okay, I think I'll call it here. Let me read the last few comments and we'll be there for it. Kazuya needs to be there for his women. Yes, exactly. If you truly love someone, you're not going to measure who's doing more unless they're not doing anything. Chizuru and Kazuya need to realize that. I think Kazuya is the one who truly needs to realize this because Chizuru is doing so much for him and she's so fucking serious and he's just not doing anything. And I think that's the truth of the problem is like Kazuya is not actually working on a relationship. He's working on himself, which has nothing to do with a relationship. And you don't need to like defile her, but for the love of God, she wants to be kissed, you fool. Yeah, mommy did a good job there. She did. Mommy in the beginning actually did a good job. And guess what? How did the date with mommy end? She kissed him. Mommy kissed him at the end of the date. It's almost like you could have kissed her. Commensurate effort is a noble goal, but ultimately unrealistic. Maybe he assumes that she's more experienced than he is, or that her rental dates make her more experienced. I don't know. He does. That's the issue. That's exactly it. Kazuya assumes she's more experienced, even though she's shown consistently she's not as experienced. Literally in the questions that she's acting, how she's presenting herself, what she's doing, Chizuru is not as experienced, and she's actively showing she's not. She's literally telling him constantly, like, I don't know as much. This is my first time doing this, as if she's never done a rental date before. She literally tells him, this is my first time using my real name. Like she's never been on a fucking date before. She's been on thousands of rental dates, but it feels different. Here's a scene that perfectly describes this. Here is a scene that perfectly describes this. 377. Kazuya and Chizuru go to this spot. Listen to Chizuru's words very carefully. Wow, there it is, the Statue of Liberty. This might be my first time seeing it up close, really. I might have just fooled myself into thinking I've seen this all before. Like she actually hasn't. Like she's completely new to this. Like this is a completely different experience. Like it's totally new, even though she's been here 7 fucking times. This feels completely new to her. Much like how rental dating feels completely different from real dating. She may have done this a bunch of times, but not like this. And Kazuya doesn't see that for shit. It's not so easy because doing rental, he can't touch her, so he's waiting for a go-ahead sign, which he thinks he will only get if they were dating. And that's dumb. That's dumb. In real dating, sometimes you gotta ask. Why doesn't he ask for permission? Hey, can I hold your hand? Is that okay? Am I making you uncomfortable? Would it make you uncomfortable if I asked if we could hold hands? Huh. Suddenly, when you do that, you make the other person feel like they can ask things too. She already agreed to the date, so what's the issue? She already agreed to the date, why can't you ask for more? Nobody said you couldn't ask for anything else, right? You could ask and see if you're making someone uncomfortable. When you're asking someone out on a date, you're already checking if that makes them uncomfortable or not. The problem is they don't even talk to each other right now. Well, they're getting there. They took their first step. Kazuya got a bit of a challenge. He got his first step. So she's seen the shadows of things so many times, but this is her first time coming up the real world and experiencing them for reals. Yeah, Plato's allegory. Oh, you said that right there. Yeah, you said that right there. The allegory of the cave. Rental is the shadow of the real thing. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, rental is the shadow of the real thing. Yeah, you're experiencing the real thing for once. It's similar. I don't think it's quite accurate. I don't think it's like as accurate as that, but it's similar. In particular, it's the element of intimacy. Rental doesn't have intimacy. That's the difference. And when I say intimacy, I don't mean just physical. I mean emotional. There's an emotional, spiritual, and physical form of intimacy that is more present in real dating than it is in rental. Rental dating in this story is kind of like just normal dating. What Kazuya and Chizuru are doing now is like real relationship. Like this is when you transition past dating. This is the point in the relationship where you transition past dating and you're like, in a real committed relationship. And that's why it feels so different. Rental dating is just dating in general is kind of like when you're seeing pieces of someone. You're slowly piecing it together. You're slowly kind of figuring out. That's what rental dating is. Rental dating is them dating. They're kind of getting pieces. They're kind of figuring stuff out. But now that it's like real, like your relationship is like commitment and full blown and everything. Now it's a little different because what they're talking about is a long-term relationship. What they're talking about is marriage. What they're talking about is like full commitment to each other, which feels completely different from normal dating. That's the issue, is they're treating this like it's their first fucking date when it's completely different. It's not their first date. It's like their 20th. They are way past this point. They've known each other for fucking years. I'm not gonna lie, Kazuya is the one dragging the story right now. Well, no shit, Sherlock. I've said this too. It's not the stupid goals that's the issue. It's not the stupid goals that's the issue. Kazuya is dragging it because he's living in trauma. He's living in a world of lying to himself rather than taking action. That's the issue. Not the stupid goals. The stupid goals are not the issue. The stupid goals are the symptoms of the issue. They're merely the symptoms of the problem, a greater problem. That's all. It is the worthlessness that's the issue. It's not the worthlessness. No. It's not the worthlessness. That's not the issue. The issue is the idea that Kazuya can't do anything. It's not simply being worthless. It's the belief that he's powerless. And it's the mindset. Yes, that's a great way of putting it. It's the mindset. I think that's a better way of looking at it. It's literally the mindset. How long will it take before Kazuya proposes to Chizuru? How the fuck should I know? Why are you all asking me questions I could never fucking predict? How the fuck should I know? You're asking me like I can fucking answer that. I can't. How the fuck should I know? Maybe mommy will be the one to fix Kazuya's trauma. No. Mommy cannot be the thing that fixes this. Mommy can only choose to heal herself and in turn help Kazuya heal. She cannot fix this. Mommy cannot be the solution because she is the dagger that caused the scar. You can use the dagger a different way, yes, but she's ultimately the dagger that caused the scar. So she cannot fix this. All mommy can do is recognize what she did. She cannot take back her actions. The actions already caused this. The inability to take action, so therefore you feel anything you do does not do anything. Agency, autonomy. Autonomy is like the big fucking issue. It's not worthlessness. It's a little more than that. It's a rejection of the self. He'll propose in chapter 444. Source, trust me, bro. Okay. Sure, bro. I trust you. I trust you, bro. Okay. We talked for a little bit. I think I need a break. I'm getting a little tired. I might need to like eat something or another. There we go. Alrighty. So I'll probably call it here. Hope you guys enjoyed this stream. If you did, you know what to do. Stream. Like button, bell icon, keep up with the uploads. Go on the Patreon. Go on the Discord. Go on all the fun, cool shit. And yeah, I'll stream tomorrow. I'm off tomorrow. I'll stream tomorrow. I should be good. All should be dandy. I just gotta get some rest. I'm feeling a little tired. Feeling a little cooked. I'm cooked, bro. Screwed. I'm cooked. Yeah, I'll stream tomorrow. I just need a little break right now. I never realized you look like T-Tooth. Who the fuck is that? No idea who the hell that is. Literally no clue who that is. Okay, bye. I'll see you all later. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.